gas, hit the gas. All my homies spin the block, hit the gas, hit the gas. Spin the block, hit the gas, hit the gas. All my homies spin the block, hit the gas, hit the gas.
Dzień dobry, witajcie z centrum Katowic, serca nowoczesnego centrum tego miasta, czyli
Well, hello and welcome to round two of the DMP, where we move to the beautiful city of Katowice, right in the south of Poland, the concrete jungle for round two, the setting. Weather conditions have been a little bit sketchy this weekend, lots of very nice sunshine, but a little bit of a threat of rain creeping in, which may cause some dramatics over the course of the weekend. My name, of course, is Eddie Power, and I am
dzień
joined
dobry.
by my good friend and fellow commentator
Witamy
Mike
także
Fitzgerald. Mike,
widzów
what a beautiful
Eurosport Polska na YouTubie, a także
location
Player
for round
PL.
2, but
Bardzo
also
cieszymy się,
the
że jesteście
second
razem z nami. No i
of
co?
our rounds,
Zobaczmy,
the
co w
second
ogóle
venue
dzisiaj
that is
przed
brand
nami,
new
jak
to all the
wygląda
drivers here in
tegoroczny
attendance, and it's
kalendarz,
thrown up
no
some
bo
challenges
nowe
already.
spoty
Yeah,
są
absolutely,
w
Eddie.
tym
We got a
roku.
good chance to speak
W
with the
nowych
drivers
miejscach
down
i
the
na
pits
nowych
this
torach
morning, and
kierowcy jeżdżą, między
it is a
innymi
city
dzisiaj, ale
centre
o tym na
event,
pewno jeszcze
and
zdążymy
as a result, it's in
powiedzieć.
a car
Mam
park
nadzieję, że
actually
zaraz
here in
Państwo
the
zobaczycie
Driftingowe in
harmonogram
Katowice, the
tegorocznego
Cultural Center, and
sezonu,
it's a paved
ale jeśli
surface.
chodzi,
So we actually
panowie,
walked the track
czekając
last
na
night, Eddie, and
tą
our shoes were almost coming
grafikę,
off walking.
nowy
There's so
tor
much grip
i
out
widać
there.
było,
It's
że
absolutely
kierowcy
crazy,
czasami
to be honest, the
z tym
amount of grip
torem
out there, and
problemy,
a lot
jakie
of
są
bumps
wasze
as well on the
wrażenia?
surface. So the
To znaczy, ja
competitors
miałem tę
actually
przyjemność, że
finding
obserwowałem
conditions a
już
little bit crazy out
wczorajszą
here,
sesję
and I think it's
treningową.
going to throw
Faktycznie
up
na
a
początku
very eventful
wyglądało to
run
w ten
for us here
sposób,
at
że
round 2
kierowcy
team.
mieli
Yeah,
problem z
certainly. A
trasą.
lot
Ta
of
trasa
drivers, it was
na
discussed
początku,
at length
jeżeli
in
na
the
nią się
briefing
patrzy, tak
yesterday,
na
particularly
papierze,
in the
jak to się
semi-pro,
mówi,
just
ona nie
issue
wydaje
with
się w jakiś sposób
getting that grip
skomplikowana,
down
natomiast
in those
faktycznie
skinny 225
były
tires
takie
that
fragmenty i były takie
drivers
momenty,
are all
które
bound to
sprawiały
use
kierowcom
by
trudność.
the regulations.
Ja
So
mam
definitely
wrażenie,
a lot
że
of
ta
drivers
trasa też
struggling, as we
mocno
say, getting
weryfikuje
used to
ustawienia
not only the
samochodów,
track,
bo
but
wielu kierowców
very
narzekało, że mają
different,
zbyt twarde zawieszenia na tę
track conditions to
nawierzchnię.
what they would
I
normally be
faktycznie
used to.
było u
As you say,
niektórych
those kind
widać,
of
że te
cobble style
samochody nie
zones
jadą płynnie,
really
tylko
throw up
delikatnie
a
drżą w
real
niektórych
test
miejscach
for the
tego toru, co
drivers.
też pewnie
Similar
przekłada
very
się
much to what we
na
saw in the Irish
efektywność
Drift
jazdy.
Series in the past
Natomiast
when they competed
to,
in the
co
docks of
udało się zauważyć, to to, że z przejazdu na przejazd jeżdżą coraz śmielej i nawet te betonowe bandy nie są dla nich postrachem, więc liczę na to, że ta runda będzie wyjątkowa.
Ale faktem jest, że te batony są bardzo blisko. Myślę, że nie jeden zderzak już jest porysowany z tyłu, ale to jest to Kiss the World, które w Driftingu kochamy również. Zeszła runda, słuchajcie, była też całkiem ciekawa. To było największe otwarcie w historii DMP Driftingowych Mistrzostw Polski. No i zobaczmy, jak wyglądał ten sezon w obrazku.
Może jeszcze kilka słów o tym, co w tym sezonie. Za nami runda w Warszawie, tam rozpoczynaliśmy sezon, teraz oczywiście jesteśmy w Katowicach, w strefie kultury, natomiast w sierpniu 22-23 sierpnia będziemy gościli w Radomiu na torze Jastrząb i zamkniemy sezon oczywiście na legendarnym torze Poznań 26-27 września.
Before we move to Radom round 3 and finish up in Poznan for round 4, where we will crown our championship winners. So let's take a quick look back at what happened at round 1, Mike. Of course, a very exciting semi-pro round, which was won by, as we just mentioned, Ivan Baby. He qualified down in 12th position, but managed to take it all the way to the podium. And we often talk about drivers who maybe struggle a little bit in qualifying, but really come alive in the battles. Ivan Baby really showing that he is that type of driver. But I think his main focus this weekend is going to have to be trying to work on that perfect qualifying line and scoring highly right from the off, and maybe making that path to the final a little bit easier for him this time around.
Yeah, well, you know, the semi-pro championship, a Pro 2 championship, as we call it back home, is it's always very unpredictable. It's the drivers up and coming, and it can throw up, you know, lots of surprises. So you might see some of the guys who finish very highly at round 1, maybe not even qualifying here at round 2. Who knows? Now, it is going to be a very, very interesting qualifying session, and of course, we do move to pro qualifying after semi-pro this morning. So, would you talk us through the highlights, Eddie?
Yeah, so of course, as we mentioned, it was Ola Boyko who finished, in 4th position, taking first place in qualifying with that score of 88.5. It was really kind of set the. He was one of the first people to come out and qualify as well, Mike, and really just set the scoreboard and the standard very high straight from the off. As then we see Oliver Ozdoba taking 3rd position in that round as well. What a driving style, what a cool little car, and he really showed what he's capable of. Put a stamp on the championship from the early stages, and he's right in contention. Adam Gomalicek taking 2nd position, also qualified in 2nd as well, which was quite interesting. 2nd in qualifying, 2nd in the championship, and again he's put valuable points on the board and sitting nicely in 2nd place going into the start of round 2. But it was Ivan Baby, the man who took all the marbles, Mike, taking that first spot, and he's going to be the man to beat this weekend. I think certainly has the target on his back.
Yeah, Baby Ivan looking very, very good at round 1, and looking forward to seeing what he can do here in this crazy city centre track here once again at the Streffa Culture. So the day schedule, Eddie, we have an action-packed schedule, I believe, coming up for the afternoon, which is about to come up on screen.
We will be kicking off qualifying in just a few moments' time with our semi-pro category. As you can see, the paddock will then be opening at approximately 2 p.m. before we go live for pro qualifying for the main event, 2:35 local time. we will be back live for pro qualifying, and again, a 50 driver strong grid bike. That is going to be very intense, and that is when things really start to heat up and get exciting.
It is indeed, yeah. Pro qualifying is an event in itself, and of course we do move to battle action tomorrow, guys, where we will see the cars in tandem battle action, which is exactly what we all want to see. Now, in order to get to battle action, first of all, of course, the drivers have to qualify, and it is a very technical sport. If it's your first time joining us here in drifting, don't worry. We will explain absolutely everything for you if you're joining us on Eurosport. It's not that complicated because, we will talk you through it. We have 3 judges. We'll get to those in a second. But basically, the cars take off there and full throttle through zone 1, as you just saw. The judges want to see them clutch kicking the car through the left-hand zone 1 there. Then they rotate, transition around and brake into zone 2 here with minimum use of the handbrake. It's full throttle all the way around zone 2 on the outside of the track here, just as you see. Now they leave zone 2, and what the judges want them to see is a full throttle transition from, looking out their right-hand window to looking out their left-hand window through zone 3 there in the center of the track. Then they're allowed to brake again briefly before they get the car set up for outer zone 4, which is once again a full throttle, full commitment section where you'll see huge tire smoke and huge commitment from the drivers. You can see all the tire marks laid down here in this fantastic Katowice car park track. Then we head for zone 5, another transition before that. It's a little touch and go section where the cars will just pass through the zone very quickly into our last section, which is obviously a very difficult one because they're coming in fast into zone 6. It's a long pull on full throttle once again, where the drivers are on full commitment and they cross the line. Now, we will explain all the technicalities to you as qualifying goes on. But basically, we have 3 judges. David Callas, who is our style judge. He's also our head judge. We have Karol Jablonski, who is the angle judge. And we have Mateusz Jedic, who is the line judge. We have 6 zones, basically 5 outer zones, 1 inner zone, as you saw there. And each zone is scored with a slightly different amount of points depending on how the judges rate it in terms of its importance in the layout of the track. We'll get to all that as qualifying progresses. You can kind of over-explain it at this stage, and it's a little bit easier when you have cars out on track kind of explaining it for you.
Exactly, yeah. It's almost easier to explain the mistakes as they happen in real life, so you can have a visual representation of them. But yeah, look, we spoke to some of the drivers about the track, and they're really enjoying it, enjoying the challenge. It is a challenge, and it may not be obvious. It looks like a flat surface, very bumpy out there on that track. There's also, as they come into outside zone 5 and look to finish through outside zone 6, the track starts to slope downward, so it kind of slopes from left to right from that side. So while they're full throttle, they're also, gravity is playing an effect there, and they're picking up quite a bit of speed as they come towards the finish line, which I think is going to be very similar to round 1. This track really sets itself up for very aggressive chase driving, and I think the likes of Ola Boyko and other drivers Ivan Baby, who maybe didn't have the perfect lead line in qualifying, but was able to really apply pressure in the chase position and gain that advantage through aggressive chase driving. That's where these battles and rounds are going to be won and lost, particularly on tracks that are styled like this.
Absolutely, but once again, in order to get to the battles, Eddie, you have to qualify in that top 16, and it's not easy because we have drivers from pretty much all over Europe competing here in the Pro 2 class in DMP. And I believe at round 1 we had 15 countries-ish involved. So, these are the up-and-coming drivers. They've travelled from far and wide. We've got quite a lot of Ukrainian drivers as well as Polish, and some drivers over from Germany. So it's a tough ask just to qualify here. And we do go to the judges, to David Callas now, to hear exactly from the horse's mouth, so to speak, what they want to see in order for the drivers to qualify.
Yeah, there are 2 very difficult parts of this track. The first one is immediately after initiation. Getting into the first corner is not easy at all. To do it properly, to be deep in the zones which we are looking for. And then the second hard part of this track is coming to the last corner, where there are 2 zones just after each other, and to fulfill them both deep and correctly, not easy at all.
Keeping fingers crossed for your job and also for our drivers. Dziękuję bardzo naszym sędziom. To są Driftingowe Mistrzostwa Polski druga runda. Jesteśmy w Katowicach.
Yeah, so there you go from the judges, Mike. Obviously, as Victoria alluded to, a difficult job for the judges here this weekend, as it is every weekend. But they give everything they have to try and get the decision as correct as possible, and often very difficult to try and find really small differences over the course of 2 runs between drivers. But you know what? I think they do a fantastic job, and I think that'll continue here this weekend. So. we are almost, Mike, ready to go with the start of semi-pro qualifying. Any predictions here this weekend? I think, it's only our second time seeing this championship, Mike, and, we didn't get a massive opportunity to see too much of the semi-pro practice this morning. So I think this could be a very interesting and unpredictable event.
It could be, but I think I'm going to watch Adam Gomeliszek in that little interesting build he has. I think it's going to work for him in this tight track, but let's see what happens.
Szczerze mówiąc, jestem pozytywnie zaskoczony, ponieważ przyjechałem z nastawieniem, że będzie bardzo trudno, bardzo nieprzyczepnie, a jest wręcz przeciwnie. I nie mam takiego strachu, jaki miałem przyjeżdżając na ten tor.
Początki były trudne, aczkolwiek z każdym kolejnym przejazdem było coraz lepiej, tak jest tak w miarę. No jest dosyć wyboiście, ale to jest wszystko do wyczucia. Także trzeba pojeździć.
Czujesz to w Wałcie, że faktycznie ono podskakuje?
Czuć, że jest nierówno. No.
So there you have it from the drivers. We are almost ready to go, as we say, Mike. The drivers really liking the challenge there, but saying not really feeling the fear coming to this track. They feel as though it's quite, it's similar and yet very different. It's quite a narrow layout, but it's quite a similar setup to round one. It is a new track. It's new for everybody, and I think that levels the playing field, and it actually creates a little bit of excitement amongst the grid, because even drivers that maybe finished outside that top 16, it is quite cutthroat here. So we are live, ready to go. Round 2 of the Polish Drift Series DMP live from Katowice, and what a view that is, Mike, over the beautiful city here in the very south of Poland. We have a very stacked grid here, Mike, with about 25 drivers all fighting for 16 spaces in our top 16 tomorrow, which will take place here. And it really is cutthroat, because you don't qualify in one of those top 16 spaces, it can have detrimental effects to your championship hopes.
Absolutely, especially with just 4 rounds, Eddie, because obviously each round is 25% of your championship. So if you don't qualify for one, it pretty much makes it a foregone conclusion that you're not winning this championship. So extremely, extremely important for all competitors to be as consistent as possible. And we are ready to rock as we take in these beautiful views here in the contrasting old world and new world of Katowice coming into view. And we have our start list here of Heroi Zemford taking the first position in qualifying to lead us out. And of course, guys, we have 2 qualifying runs per each driver in non-consecutive order. So we go in reverse championship order, with each driver getting 1 run. They go back into the pits, get refueled, get retired, get their head back in the game. They come back out, do their second run when their turn comes around again. And as we mentioned, the top 16 drivers, only the top 16 drivers will qualify for tomorrow's battle action here at round 2.
And of course, we do work in reverse championship order, so you will start to see there Ivan Baby, driver number 26. He will be the last driver out. So from Peter Reveille on, you're talking your top 6 drivers in the championship. Those are the names to really pay attention to, Mike, because obviously they performed very strongly at round 1. Oliver Boyko narrowly missing out on a podium at round 1, losing out to Oliver Ozdoba. If I remember correctly, car trouble prevented that 3rd, 4th place playoff as well. But those are the guys that are in contention for the championship. A bad round here for any of those would, as you say, almost put them out of contention.
Absolutely, yeah. You have to be pretty much spot on for each and every event if you want to take that all-important championship position and start securing yourself the pro license at the end of the season. So we go to the grid, Eddie, and we're ready to rock, I believe, for qualification for semi-pro DMP round 2.
Yeah, Heroi, or Georgi Zamfir as he's known, in his E46, B58 underneath the bonnet. He was 13th in semi-pro in this championship last year, Mike, so looking to try and improve on that this year. But this is where it really starts from, because a bad round here again would see him, as we mentioned, starting in reverse championship order, so he's not really in contention. Needs a spot in the top 16 here as he struggles to get into that second outer zone. Does start to get into it towards the end of the zone now as he flicks that car back and looks for the inside zone, finds it nicely, now jumps onto that wide line as he comes outside into outside zone 4, drops a wheel, gets back on the power now, and this is where it really gets tough for the drivers, and you can see just how tough it is. As straight as he comes into outside zone 5, makes that correction, gets back in it, and you know what, crosses the line. Our first run for round 2 is in the books, Mike, but I'm not sure it's going to score too high. Just a real example of how tricky the conditions are for the drivers out there, and maybe showing that Zandvoort just lacking the commitment that's really needed to stay fluid and correct on this line.
Yeah, well, we are in reverse championship order already, as we mentioned, so the better runs, at least theoretically, will come in thick and fast as we get our way into the grid. But it just goes to show there, you know, how difficult this is, and I thought that Heroic there really showed how much grip is out on the track, Eddie, because you can see every time that he went to hit the throttle, the car just wanted to go into the inside of the track. And again, we walked the track yesterday evening, and our sneakers were almost staying where they were. We were almost left in our socks walking this track because the rubber being laid down, the high temperatures again around 28 degrees here, and this paved surface is really gripping up. So I think it's catching out some drivers already, you know.
Yeah, and you know, Mike, they do have a machine out on the track, you know, between runs, between sessions, trying to scrub off that rubber. But as you can see there, I mean, it doesn't. It's minimal, the effect that it's having, and I think this is going to be very difficult, especially for the less experienced drivers on the grid, as we await for a score to drop in for Georgi Zandvoort.
Yeah, what a scene that is, right alongside the road here, city centre event, and fantastic work here from the DMP crew to pull this event off, and I'm looking forward to seeing what these next 2 days bring. It's going to be an interesting event.
It certainly is. As the score drops in, it's going to be a 57.5 for Hirohi Zandvoort on his first run, and you feel that that's going to need to improve as we move back to the start line, where it is Daniel Savinski, the German. Oh no, we're moving on. Well, no, Daniel. We're moving on to Victoria Potecki, the Hungarian, in her S13.
Indeed, yeah. We don't have Daniel on the line, so straight it goes to Victoria with the beautiful S13.
Yeah, 610 brake horsepower, and first time competing in DMP, and absolutely fires. You know, full commitment there, but just doesn't get the line right, and really just shallows up now and misses that inside zone. And it really is a case, Mike, if you don't get on the right line right from the off, you're really going to struggle. And unfortunately for Victoria, not going to be a big score here, you'd feel, Mike, and you know, those white boxes, as you can see later around the outside of the circuit, that's where these drivers need to be aiming the rear end of their vehicle. And unfortunately, as we say, for Victoria, yeah, just not getting it right straight from the get-go out of the blocks, and we get an opportunity to just take a look back at the replay here.
Yeah, I mean, the first two semi-pro drivers out of the blocks doing a great job showing, you know, how difficult it is, and showing the public how really, really hard it is to make this track work. You know, it is easy to look at drifting and think, I could do that, but when you sit into these monster competition cars with all the grip that they're generating, then it does get very, very difficult very, very quickly. And yeah, Victoria, unfortunately, they're just seeming to be a little bit of a victim of the grip once again. They would have been practicing this morning, of course, but often track conditions can change quite a lot according as the temperature heats up and the rubber that's already laid down on the track kind of grips up a bit. So Victoria there will be leaving a lot of points on the board.
Yeah, it's quite a good point there, Mike, because what you may not realise as well is that after these semi-pro drivers finish their practice, the pros then go out on track. So not only do you have increasing temperatures, but also, I had a feeling that this might be a zero, and it is a zero. The judges deeming that unchaseable, and you can, I think, agree with that very easily. So yeah, a zero, and a lot of work to do for Victoria on her second run as we move it back to the start line, where it will be Nils Maristani Klose, the German driver from Berlin, in his E30, 500 brake horsepower, and his goal is to place in the top 10, Mike, so for the season. It is his first season here as well, so he's going to really need to pull the socks up. This round needs to go much better for him than round one if he has hopes of getting into that top 10. But again, missing outside zone 1 as he comes off the line, struggles to make it into outside zone 2 with a very shallow line here so far. He needs to just tidy this up. Gets the nose into that inside zone, but then drops wheels. Big flick there as well as he comes into outside zone 4, Mike, and this is just a recipe for disaster here for Nils, unfortunately. And again, could this be a second zero in a row here that we're seeing for our semi-pro drivers? And of course, what a contrast to round one, where we had a random order leaving the line, and we saw a number of drivers come out with big scores on the board very early on in qualifying. But as we say, we are in reverse championship order, and Nils just maybe having issues with that car, Mike, because it just doesn't look like it is easy to drive right now.
Yeah, possibly. One of the German brigade of drivers, of course, led by Max Heydrich, who we will see in pro action later on. But, you know, Eddie, I think you made a good point, of course. When the pro drivers come out here, they're laying down the rubber from the really wide semi-slick racing tyres. And you know what? I think the track is after gripping up quite a lot since semi-pro practice this morning. So I think, yeah, a couple of the early drivers are getting caught out. And, of course, each and every driver will have a spotter with them at the track. So it is the job now of the spotters for the drivers who are yet to run to tell them there's a lot of grip out here, guys. You have to be fully committed or you're going to be scoring a 0.
Yeah, well, as we say, it is a 0 there for Nils as we move on to his teammate and the younger brother of Max Heydrich. It is Tim Heydrich from Germany, also in this NAV12 Mercedes SL.
Which we just heard warming up there, making absolutely crazy noises, like a Formula 1 car doing donuts outside the studio here.
That could be the car that woke us up this morning, Mike.
It could be. We heard a very, very screamy engine this morning wake us from our slumber, Eddie.
Yeah, we did say it sounded like a Formula 1 car, and this car certainly sounds like a Formula 1 car as it leaves the line.
Yeah, so nice initiation there from Tim.
Yeah, Tim doing a nice job now. Can he keep this going? Oh, again, just comes a little bit on the inside, but gets back into it, but again, slows up a little bit in order to do so, and now makes that flick big angle as he throws that car towards that inside zone. It does drop a wheel as he comes towards outside zone 4 now, and he needs to just tidy this up to try and get himself back in the scoring zone here for round 2. Very unfortunate end to round 1 with mechanical trouble in that car, but what a cool car, what a cool sound, and hopefully a cool score for Tim Heydrich, but it wasn't without its errors.
Yeah, completely different build to anything else on the grid, pretty much a naturally aspirated V12 engine, and I think he's definitely going to put himself into first position with this run. Far from a perfect run from Tim, but definitely an improvement on round 1, that's for sure, where he had transmission issues. Now, the judges don't want to see such angle through zone 3 here. They actually mentioned that in briefing last night, and you can see that it caught him out a little bit, dropping his rear right wheel off track. However, he did get pretty much correctly back online around zone 4. Now into the touch and go in 5, and he manages to fill that pretty well, but then dialed on a little bit too much angle, showing how technical this track, which was set up by the judges, is. You know, the drivers have to really stretch the legs of the car from 5 to 6 to make it work and to stay on that outside line that the judges want to see. Tim, unfortunately, not getting that done, but overall, not a bad score. I think it's going to be a respectable score for the German.
Yeah, well, 57.5, the only score that we have on the board after 3 drivers so far. So, Tim, if he can break into the 60s, will certainly put himself into first position for the moment. Judging by the scoring that we saw at round 1, Mike, I think we're going to see some big scores here. So it is a 61.5 for Tim. So, you know, it's something to build on, and, you know, a nerve settler after, you know, his issues at round 1. Coming out here, if he wasn't to put a score on the board, just like his teammate, I think the pressure would really be on. Now he just needs to go back, look over the run and find out where he can make those changes. As you said, dialed on a little bit too much angle coming from outside zone 5 to 6, but perhaps more grip on that section of the track since he was last on circuit, maybe causing that problem for him as well. So they'll get an opportunity to look at this as we go back to the start line, where it will be Nina Kamensakova, the Slovakian, in her 350Z, 2JZ underneath the bonnet, 550 brake horsepower. Lady Hoonigan, who has a slither of cars with her here this weekend, drifting for 8 years, and well, coming for it here on her first qualifying run at round 2. Very nice through those first 2 sections, fulfills them perfectly, and is Lady Hoonigan the one to show us exactly what this track is capable of. Does start to make some errors now as she just comes out of some of the zones. Maybe doesn't fulfill them as perfectly as she would have liked, but this is shaping up to be a really nice run, and expect if she can finish this off, Mike, this is definitely going to go top and set the bar nice and high for the rest of the grid to try and chase.
Yeah, another driver going to be improving significantly from their round 1 performance is Nina, as we watch the run once again. Pretty much the initiation that the judges want. They don't need any massive angle through 1. Now, she did straighten up a little bit. Fluidity is a part of the scoring system here, guys, of course, as well. There are 15 points for the commitment side of the style scoring and 15 points for fluidity. So our head judge, David Callis, is the style judge. He has 30 points available throughout the run, and fluidity being 15 of those points. Now, remember, the fluidity is where the judges want to see the cars being very, very, you know, uniformly snapping onto angle, not almost glitching through the field. And yeah, bear that in mind as you watch the runs, because it's not just where the car is, it's also how it does it and how much style it does it. Of course, there are 40 points for the line and there are 30 points for angle as well. So 40 for line, 30 for angle, 30 for style, which is split between 15 for commitment, 15 for fluidity, and there you have a 100-point run basically. But I don't think we're going to see quite a 100-point run here for Nina, but I think it is a big improvement on her first round score, and it would be good to see her in a battle action later on. Eddie, as you said, she's a good figure in the sport. She brings a lot to the paddock, and it would be nice to see her in that top 16.
Yeah, well, lots of wins in smaller level competitions in Slovakia, Mike. So, you know, no stranger to performing and, you know, getting herself towards the, you know, the business end of a competition. And that level of experience will, one, help her with, you know, the nerves on the line when she's qualifying, but also if she does qualify, you know, it won't seem, you know, something that's new to her. It won't seem, it won't create nerves that she's not used to. So I think if she can get herself a good score on the board, settle those nerves, and then come back out for the second run and try and just, you know, bump herself up the order a little bit, we could see her progress through the competition quite well, as we judges taking just an opportunity to just look back at some of that run. Just we are waiting for the score to drop in.
Looking at the track here, if you were coming to the Spodek for, you know, this crazy UFO concert venue which is behind us here, if you were coming to the Spodek or whatever here in the cultural centre of Katowice for a concert next week or whatever, and you saw the car park here, you'd be like, what happened here?
Yeah, so it's worth mentioning, as Mike said, the venue here is kind of shaped and modelled on a UFO where they hold concerts. So yeah, you would kind of you'd be getting the alien or the alien feel, and
looks like a UFO landed on the track. Eddie.
It does, yeah.
To be honest,
and a strange one. All you need now is just some cornfields, maybe.
Yeah, a couple of crop circles, exactly. But yeah, and the paddock, then you can see the access road to the paddock on the left here, which leads down into the paddock, which is a crazy area. It's, you know, we were there this morning, Eddie, super impressed by the builds. We were checking out the Barra engines there with the guys, and the Mottle Drift team, and of course the Wartałowicz team and all the guys, Peter and the guys. It's just a crazy paddock here in DMP.
And then of course across the road that you can see at the top of the screen, there's another there's a car show, there's sims, sim racing setups, there's go-karts, there's food stalls, everything.
Yeah, so we've got
a
everything.
Really action-packed weekend here.
Absolutely.
In Katowice.
Yeah, and if you are watching and you are within travelling distance, guys, be sure to get yourself down here tomorrow for battle action. It will be absolutely spectacular. There is a threat of a little bit of rain as well, so it might be a very, very unpredictable day as Nina's score drops in, and it's a 57.5 for the Slovakian. And that might see her okay for battle action, Eddie. It'll be tight. I think it might be around the cut-off point, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, it looked better from where we were, Mike, but the judges being very critical, and you know, they're the ones with the responsibility. We move it back to the start line, and it will be Jacek Olejnik, the Polish driver in his E92, dropping from pro down to semi-pro for this year, and hoping for a little bit more track time, a little bit more seat time, a bit more success as he slams through the gears in that V8 and uses every last bit of that 715 brake horsepower, but he just can't fulfill outside zone 2, Mike, the way he would have wanted to, nicely, as he gets that bonnet section of the vehicle into inside zone 3 before getting back on, but just about drops a wheel, maybe 2, and has to slow the car down. Big straight and big correction. And again, I'm wondering, you know, we saw it a lot at round 1 where the judges deemed qualifying runs to be unchaseable and scored zeros. I'm not quite sure if that would fall into that category, but certainly had there been a chase driver as he exited outside zone 4 there would have been a pretty close to being a big accident.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't think he was actually going too bad compared to the runs we've seen so far up to zone 4. Obviously left left number 2 a little bit early, as you mentioned. But looked pretty good here through 3. Judges want to see the inside front wheel on the edge of the box, which he was perfectly on. Then got right onto the outside of 4 very early, but it all started to fall apart just about here, as you said, Eddie. He dropped the wheel, then tried to overcorrect, had a big straighten. And the judges, of course, can deduct points as well for a huge mistake like that, even though the driver might have picked up X amount of points for their run up to that point. if the judges see a big mistake like that, basically making them unchaseable in the battle tomorrow, they can deduct quite a lot of points, because qualification, of course, is just teeing us up for the twin battles tomorrow, and if we can't chase the driver, then there's no point having the driver leading us out in battle to make scrappy battle. So it is a 0 for Jacek Olenik, unfortunately, but we move it back to the line.
Yes, we do indeed, and it is Magdalena Malaczynska, the Polish driver in her 2JZ powered S15. 10th in DMP in 2025, Mike, so still learning and developing, but looking for another top 10 finish, but not with an initiation like that, unfortunately. Just far too aggressive, drops some wheels. Now it's really going to cost her as she comes into outside zone 2, and you can just see has to back off there to avoid dropping wheels off the circuit. Can she tidy this run up now? This looks a little bit better, but again, goes a little bit too deep there, just manages to make that work, gets into outside zone 4 now, drops some wheels though on exit, looking for that transition back towards outside zone 5. Big handbrake drag as she comes into outside zone 6 and just costs her, affects the line, stops her from going deep into that zone. And again, another driver struggling with the conditions, and it's just showing how difficult it is here. Of course, we are talking about drivers that are, lower down in the championship order. As we said, Magdalena finishing 10th in this championship last year, but we have had a lot of new drivers come into the championship this year, particularly in this class, who have added to the the standard, so it really is kind of cutthroat here this year.
Yeah, well, as you said, it is according as we see the guys like Adam Gablicek and Baby Ivan running through the course later on, we should start to see the big runs coming in. But so far, Magdalena, still will get a score on the board, I would say, and the cutoff point here might not be all that high, because every driver seems to be struggling with this track very, very much. And I think it honestly is a track which is after gripping up massively since they practiced this morning. As a driver, you kind of set your datum with a certain, you have a certain muscle memory dialed in, and according as your muscle memory gets dialed in, of course, your muscle memory is no good if the conditions have changed. But we're hearing it was a 0 for 3 wheels off.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering if that was maybe 3 wheels off just on the initiation. Sorry, I'm just wondering, Mike, if that was 3 wheels off on the initiation that perhaps led to that score. So, yeah, we move along to our next driver, which will be Hubert Ettner, sitting in 18th position in the championship, Mike, after round 1. So, needs a good round here to try and get himself back up the order. 2JZ S13, 650 brake horsepower. It's his first season here in DMP, Mike, and struggling really to kind of just get to grips with it. Again, just qualifying down the order, and in any other championship, 18th would have been perfect, would have got him into a top 32. Drops a couple of wheels there as he comes from 3 to 4. Needs to, again, another driver just needs to be a little bit tidier through the run. Maybe just try and settle himself a bit more. Perhaps just struggling with the conditions and the added grip that's been left on the circuit from the pro drivers. Across the line goes Hubert Ettner. As we say, just missed out on one of those elusive top 16 places at round 1, and I think that the second run's really going to need to be much improved, Mike, if he has any hopes of qualifying here this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, using the classic combination of 2JZ and S chassis, which is, in Ireland at least, it's pretty much the combination that you want to win the championship, and I think worldwide it's still a fantastic package, but struggling a little bit here around the whole track really. And once again, to keep saying it, but the conditions, I think, catching out a lot of drivers, and the spotters become such a crucial part of the team at this stage, because the spotters need to get in the drivers' ear. They need to say, okay buddy, you need to drive much harder than you've been driving this morning, because everybody's gripping up and everybody's losing huge amounts of points. So whatever way you were driving in practice this morning, give it 10-15% more commitment and you should be on a good line.
Yeah, well, he does have some silverware in the trophy cabinet at home from previous events, so no stranger to getting into the business end of a competition. But perhaps DMP just a little bit of a step up from what he's used to. So perhaps we'll need to just, as you say, go back to the paddock, sit down with the spotter and the team, and just try and review the run and see where he left points out there. Be interested to see what the score will be. As we say, it hasn't been too high a scoring so far, Mike. I know, as we said, we were reverse championship order. We're coming into those top 16 ranked drivers in just a couple of runs' time. So that's where we should start to see these runs creeping up. But anybody that's at the moment outside of that, it's going to be a 63 for Hubert Ettner, so 63. So right now, not a bad score, and he is temporarily in first position. Will that be enough? with what we've seen so far, maybe it will be as we move it along to Michał Mularski.
Love this car.
Yeah, I really love this car. S14A, 900 brake horsepower. His motto is, we do it 100% or not at all.
Yep, look at the livery on this car. I think that speaks volumes about how they do things, and let's see what he can do, because he's got the power ready, he's got the look on the car, he's got the style.
He certainly has, and when you see the stylish sunglasses here, what can Mularski do is he makes his way around for his first qualifying run. Oh, throws too much at it, Mike, and that is going to be another driver on a 0. And you know what, for a man that finished 17th, missed out by 1 spot in qualifying at round 1, he's going to be absolutely furious as he drags the bumper around the course with him. You can see the way he's driving it, and this is probably what he needs to do in his second run, is drive this aggressively, because it's actually working quite well. Unfortunately, it won't amount to any points on the board for Mularski, but having finished in 17th position and missing out on the top 16 by 1 position at round 1, he's going to be absolutely furious, and you can see it in his driving.
Well, that's going to be a 0, obviously, guys. If you spin, it's a 0. 3 wheels off is a 0. Opposite drift is a 0. And Michał Mularski, unfortunately, getting one of those zeros. And I wonder, Eddie, I just wonder, did he speak to the spotter, and did the spotter tell him, fire it in as hard as you can?
Yeah, you know, and it is quite possible. It is quite possible, Mike, as we move it on to Max Makos, who had a good qualifying session at round 1. Absolutely loved these 2 JZ powered S14 Team Motul. We had a quick look around these cars, Mike. You said we would be so proud of that caliber of car leaving the garage in Group D. It is a testament to the team. These cars are like they've just left the factory. They are pristine.
Yeah, not so much the Nissan factory though, Eddie. I think they're quite modified from that, but
Yeah.
maybe the drift car factory, yeah.
Yeah, 100%. But look, Max Makos doing a really good job, and you know, unfortunately for him, did qualify in 7th in round 1, but then lost his top 16 battle, which was a bit surprising to everybody in attendance. But he's looking to get back on it here this weekend, and needs a good score here from his first run.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, overall, I really liked his, the first section of the lap around zone 2 there, pretty much perfectly on the line. That's what the judges want to see. Nice on 3 there as well. Then gets into 4 very, very nicely as well. It starts to drop wheels just about there. He was just a little bit wide of the track, but overall, the right idea. I don't think the judges are going to mark him down massively. Then manages to pick up 5, dials on the angle massively then for 6. A lot of drivers opting for that style to try to dial on the angle to get the car to wash down into 6, and it seems to be bringing them away a little bit early. But yeah, he did seem to get back online there pretty quickly, and it could be a big score here in a very good looking car, I must say.
Yeah, very good looking car. That is for sure, and you know, the presentation, even just down their whole pit area, just is so well presented.
Factory looking setup.
Yeah, two very cool cars. We see the score dropping in for Max Makos. She goes into first position with a 77. So as we said, scores starting to creep up now as we move it into the business end. It is our top 16 ranked drivers from round 1. These were the guys that we saw in battle action as we move it on to Daniel Sketch, who in his F22 700 brake horsepower BMW, the Polish driver, qualified 16th. So just scraped in at round 1. He's going to be coming for a bigger score here, Mike. You feel he really wants to improve this round, but doesn't manage to get onto that wide line. As you can see, spots of water and rain on the cameras there, so a sign that maybe the track is starting to get a little bit damp out there. Of course, we are locked away in a little studio here. We can't see exactly, but there was some thunderstorms last night as they finished up practice, and there is, forecast rain forecast for today as he crosses the line. And Daniel Scratch, as we say, maybe just battling the conditions now as well, Mike, as that track that is just so new to these drivers and so difficult to get around.
Well, it wasn't difficult enough from conditions changing from this morning's practice. Now there is a smattering of rain, and you can tell from the lack of tyre smoke from the back of Daniel's car that He's not making as much tire smoke from the 225 wide semi-slicks as you know, his predecessors did, and right here he catches that lack of adhesion and drops 2 wheels off track for quite a long time, so the judges will be, unfortunately for him, marking him down quite severely for that one, even though the conditions probably caused that one. Now the rain should have possibly helped him here to get into zone 6 a little bit late, but he does come shallow there again, possibly a little bit tentative, knowing that the conditions had changed, and he crosses the line. I don't think it's going to rain much, Eddie. It's, you know, in my weather app, which manages to get me wet on the motorbike, as I always say, quite a lot, but it doesn't look like it's going to rain a lot, and it's you know, it's about 28 degrees here and relatively clear skies. But yeah, Daniel Scretch there, unfortunately looking like he caught the lack of adhesion and will get penalised as a result.
Yeah, well, I wonder when he dropped 2 wheels, we could only see the rear end of the car, and I know the judges will be looking closely to see did one of those the front wheels go off the track. It looks like it didn't. It's going to be a 63.5, which will drop Daniel into 2nd position for now.
Yeah, judges liking the rest of the lap, so Eddie, quite a lot, you know.
So we go back to the start line, where it is the only professional sports driver without the use of both hands, drives the car with his feet and shifts gear with the shoulder. It is Bartosz Ostałowski, the Polish driver, in his E92 V8, 800 brake horsepower. And Mike, you know, if you're watching at home and you can see, you are not, your eyes are not playing tricks on you. He is steering this car with his feet. It is an incredible achievement what he's able to do behind, I can't say the wheel of this car, because, well, it is behind the wheel of this car as he steers it with his feet, as we say, but he's doing a really nice job here through those first 2 zones. Perfect into that inner zone, but then just has to back out of it a little bit to avoid dropping wheels as he comes into outside zone 4 now. Fills it nicely, does Bartosz. And Bartosz absolutely coming for it here. Mike did just drop out of competition at the top 16 stage at round 1. Oh, big straight and into the wall.
I was just in awe watching that lap, Eddie. I was literally just here smiling like an idiot for that whole lap, just wondering how this guy can do what he's doing, and unfortunately just catching grip there as he entered zone 6, and he was on for a 1st place qualifier there, Eddie, all day long.
100%, Mike. Yeah, it was really shaping up to be, you know, probably one of the most impressive runs that we've seen. And you know, I just wonder, these narrow, tight tracks, you know, with so much grip laid down, it's bound to be extremely difficult to constantly, you know, change direction, slow the vehicle down, get back on the power. There's a lot for him to do with his feet, and it's amazing that he can even just leave the line, let alone get, you know, 95% away around the track.
Well, Eddie, you tried driving back in Ireland. You can't drive this good normally, so it's a good, you know.
100%, yeah. That's not even an insult, Mike, you know. But it is a real testament to what he can do, and
it is.
You know, he's
a fantastic
so
horseman.
much. He's been on the Grand Tour with Richard Hammond. He's drifted between F1 cars with Nico Hulkenberg.
Touched the wall here. Did he hit it? I think he just did touch it, but I think it's just going to be cosmetic, Eddie. I don't think there's going to be anything.
I believe we're going to get a quick interview with Bartosz.
Yeah, have a word, just see exactly what happened there from the driver himself as we get the track repainted. Of course, the car's laying down the rubber, making the lines hard to see for the rest of the competitors, so just painting the track.
So it looks like Victoria is down on track with Bartosz. Let's hear from them.
Tak jak powiedziałem, no po prostu mój błąd, nie ma na kogo zwalać, trzeba poprawić w kolejnym przejeździe.
Wczoraj rozmawialiśmy, my się trochę znamy, więc mogę pozwolić sobie na szczerość. Tobie nie leży do końca ta trasa, ale jest jeszcze jeden przejazd do poprawy. Co w głowie ci siedzi?
No na pewno tam na końcu trochę inaczej pojechać. No tak, rzeczywiście teraz ta tracha jest nagumowana, jest trochę bardziej przewidywalna, ale od początku walczyłem tutaj z nierównościami, ze zmienną troszkę trakcją, natomiast no zdecydowanie lubię takie torowe trasy, gdzie można, wiesz, rozpędzić się, wrzucić 4., 5. bieg nawet i lecisz pełną bombą. Tutaj jest dużo zmian, natomiast no trzeba się zaadaptować jak najszybciej i pojechać.
Tor Jastrząb jeszcze przed nami i Poznań, więc się wyjeździsz szybko, Bartek. I leć się schłodzić. Dziękuję ci bardzo i do zobaczenia.
Dobra, dziękuję.
Bartos, and just holding the handbrake a little bit too long might cause that issue for him. And yeah, it was a mistake of his own doing rather than that of the vehicle. But finding this track a little bit difficult, really struggled to get to grips with it yesterday.
Yeah, well, these tighter park circuits tend to, give you more to do. There's a lot going on behind the wheel of these cars, and yeah, the grip levels here once again on these kind of cobblestones, paved stones, which you can see there on the screen, definitely making conditions a little bit more difficult again, because the car grips up super suddenly unless you take the correct action in order to keep it in drift. So a lot to do for the drivers, and Bartosz, unfortunately, like you said, hanging on to the handbrake there just a little bit too long, and he will get a second lap, of course, Eddie, and we hope to see him qualifying.
Yeah, for sure. And with the experience that he has behind the wheel, as we say, he's certainly more than capable of producing it on the second run. A Guinness World Record holder, of course, for the fastest drift driven by foot, reaching 231.66 kilometers. Did finish third in DMP in 2024, fourth in 2023. So he does have a lot of positive results in this championship through the years. So certainly one that's more than capable of taking it to the podium, Mike.
Yeah, absolutely. A fantastic sportsman. And qualifying so far a little bit sketchy due to conditions. We see a very gripped up track. Then we see a little bit of rain falling to make life hard for the DMP semi-pro competitors.
Well, interestingly, Mike, only 6 of our drivers so far have actually put a score on the board. So, and a lot of that scoring has been quite low. And as we alluded to, we do expect that scoring to start to, creep up as we get towards the higher championship runners. But for anybody who's sitting on a 0, you've got to feel confident that if you can pull any sort of run together in your second run, that you will be able to get yourself into that top 16. As we go back to the start line where it is Ernest Komorowski in his M2 bodied E46, 700 brake horsepower underneath the bonnet for the Polish man. First season in DMP. Managed to qualify in 13th at round 1, so feeling good, but drops at least 1, if not maybe 2 wheels off track as he comes into outside zone 2. Now can he get it back on course? He certainly can, as he tucks the nose into inside zone 3, nicely into outside zone 4 now as he fills that zone really nice and looks to make that big fast transition back towards outside zone 5. Can he keep it in and get deep into outside zone 6? He can. Fills that zone and across the line.
Yeah, really liking that from Ernest. And going off the judges' previous scores, they haven't been absolutely crucifying the drivers for dropping wheels. So I think this might be a big score for Komorowski. He fires in the E46 with the M2 body, as you said. Does drop a wheel there, possibly flirting with dropping 2 wheels, all right. But does get the car back on track. Look at the precision there as he shows the bumps there through 3, and he gets right on that outside line. And the real thing that makes him stand out for me here is that he's very aggressive, Eddie, throughout the whole course.
Yeah, really aggressive style throughout the course, and similar to what we saw from him at round 1. And for a driver that's new to the championship, Mike, this is exactly how you want to see people driving. Joining the championship, showing that aggression early on. And looks though we may have a score coming in from the judges. Will Ernest Komorowski put himself into first position?
I think so. As long as they don't really, do him over for that wheel drop on the first corner. But I think he's going to first.
It's got to be 77, and it's an 85 for Ernest Komorowski, Mike, and that is going to be tough to beat based on what we've seen today. Of course, 88 was what took first place at round 1. So Komorowski, he's going back to the pits with a big smile on his face as we move it back to the start line where it is. Dariusz Malaczynski sits on the line in his 2JZ powered S15.
Yeah, beautiful car. The almost matte kind of wine livery here. Let's see what he can do.
Well, no wheels dropped through that first zone, just like his teammate had done on their run, but not the perfect line through 1 and 2, unfortunately, as he looks to try and get it back online here. Makes a nice flick into outside zone 4 and starts to tidy it up, but just then drops a wheel now as he comes towards the end of outside zone 4, throws it down onto angle. Hard on the brakes there, he tries to slow that car down for outside zone 6, but then gets back on the power and across the line.
Yeah, not sure if it came through on the track bikes there, but Dariusz passed us by here in the production office, left off a backfire, and it literally shook the building that we're in right now. So a huge backfire from the rear of the S15 there of the Polish driver. Really nice, initiation there, but unfortunately did come away from zone 2 a little bit early, a couple of times in fact. Got the transition pretty much right, as most drivers are, and then just gets it rotated not perfectly into 4. Drops a wheel as well. So as you said earlier, Eddie, you need to make one zone really flow into the next to make this track work. Now, I think the way to attack this last zone is get through zone 5 without a lot of angle, then just use the handbrake to massage the car into 6. That's exactly what he did as he crossed the line, and I think the last zone is going to get him a good few points here.
Yeah, I mean, the judges alluded to it yesterday in briefing that there wasn't a requirement to have huge angle as they came through outside zone 5, because obviously there's a huge gap between 5 and 6, and it's really just to set up that final zone. That's the purpose of outside zone 5, that it gets the cars in that section of the track so that they can prepare themselves for that final outside zone. As we await the scores for Dariusz Malaczynski, and it is a 69.5, so 69.5 puts him into 3rd position. So as you can see, any sort of a score in around the 60s and 70s will get you in the show at the moment as we move back to the start line, where it will be Mateusz Król, again the Polish driver in his Nissan S15.
Yeah, again, in the commentary notes at the start of the season, we were given that he was in an RX-8, so different chassis. Let's see what he can do to Silvia.
Yeah, well, struggles to fill outside zone 2 there now. Is that going to hurt him as he comes into that inner zone? Manages to collect it nicely and gets it back on that wide line, but big angle as it comes into the middle of outside zone 4, costs him and pulls him towards the centre of the track. That's going to make it difficult to get to outside zone 5, and he does miss it with a big drag of the handbrake there now as he comes into that final zone, throws the angle at it again, and again it catches him and brings him away from that outer zone and across the line. So plenty of mistakes in the run there for Mateusz, but it should still be a score, Mike.
Yeah, the man, he said, many of you will know me from Instagram at Jose Garage 11. So check him out there and check out any of your drivers, any of the drivers you see here, guys, that you like their style. Be sure to check them out on Instagram as well, of course, as the DMP various social medias. They're putting up some fantastic stuff. There was a photo shoot here in the track last night underneath the skyscrapers here, and the pictures that they got with the entire grid here out on track were amazing. So check out the Driftingowe Mistrzostwa Polski Instagram for that one. As we wait for Mateusz Król's score to drop in, I think it's going to be kind of mid-pack for qualifying so far, higher mid-pack for semi-pro so far, but definitely leaving quite a lot of points on the board as he progressed through the course there.
Yeah, so work to be done for Mateusz Król, but as we say, should still result in a score on the board for the Polish driver. Former spotter for Kevin Robel, so he's had a lot of help and assistance from him, and it's going to be a 60, so 7th on the grid for Mateusz Król, and I think he'll know himself going back to the pits that there's work to be done there. So we move back to the start line where Ilya Zamfir, the 17-year-old representing Ukraine and Israel, is ready to go in his 5-litre Ford Mustang Coyote powered E46 with 750 brake horsepower underneath the bonnet. Qualified in 10th at round 1. He'll be looking to try and get himself further up the order this time around as he fires into outside zone 2 now. Just about keeps that car on circuit as he keeps the throttle pinned, looks for the inside zone and finds it nicely, switches back and gets it on throttle nice and early for outside zone 4. Look at the line here, Mike, as he absolutely blazes through the course here. Can Zamfir go top here at round 2 in qualifying in the semi-pro category into that final zone? Throttle pinned and across the line.
Yeah, that Ford Mustang Coyote 5-litre V8 there making the ground shake as he took off from the line here in Katowice, and a nice initiation from the young Ukrainian. And as you said, Eddie, really committed through the course, getting really early on throttle into 2 here, staying, right in that zone throughout. Maybe touch a left foot brake there as well to steady the car. Interesting driving style here. Really nice transition. Hangs the car on angle for a little while, then gets it dialed back around, looking out his right-hand window once again. Gets back on throttle. Again, not a huge amount of angle, but pretty much what the judges want to see. Really consistent line. Really nice style to get in there. Maybe doesn't fill up all of 5, okay, but overall gets it into 6, and I think really overall, Eddie, this is going to be a really high score, possibly topping qualifying or thereabouts.
Yeah, I mean, the question is it better than the 85 that we saw from Ernest Komorowski?
Possibly not.
I wouldn't say with 100% certainty that it's definitely better. I think, you know, you might see somewhere in the low 80s maybe for it. It wasn't perfect, Mike, but I think it's definitely going to score somewhere in the 80s from where I was looking.
Yeah, and of course, guys, the higher you qualify, it gives you a theoretical easier top 16 battle, because if you qualify in first position, you take on the 16th place qualifier, second place takes on 15th, etc. And there are, of course, championship points on the line as well for qualifying here, Eddie. So you can score some championship points as well as taking home the 100 points for winning the event. But it is first position. It's an 85.5 for Ilya Zamfir, just about creeping into first position by half a point there, Eddie. And I think his line really won him that one.
It certainly did, yeah. As we go back to the start line, it is Wojciech Fabisiak, the 19-year-old from Poland, in this 4-litre Barra-powered S15, and we spoke to the team earlier on, and yeah, doing some great work as a team to try and you know, bring this young driver on, and that's not the way he would have wanted to start round 2 in qualifying. Getting a lot of help in the background from Grzegorz Hipki, the Polish drift legend, and that has been helping him. Did have a very successful qualifying at round 1, qualifying in 9th position. And he sits 9th in the championship as well, Mike. So, you know, certainly has the talent, but it's going to need to be a big second qualifying run to keep him in that hunt for a championship here. Because, as we say, any mistake from here on in is practically, you know, has the potential to knock you out of a championship.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the 2 Barra engines on the grid being ran by the guys there. Like you said, Eddie, we had a really good chat with them. We spent maybe 20 minutes or half an hour over there with the guys, and they showed us all around those Ford Barra 4-litre straight 6 engines, and they're actually revving them quite high. They said the high horsepower one is up to 7,600 RPM, so that's quite a lot for a 6-cylinder 4-litre straight 6, and it's making around the 900 brake horsepower, I believe, or north of it, the big power car. This one, of course, in the hands of Wojciech, not quite as powerful, but it's perfect for semi-pro competition. Now, maybe not propelling a huge score here, but it definitely has the potential to be one of the top cars in the championship.
It certainly does, and I think, you know, the driver potential there is undoubtable as well. Not what we were really expecting to see from Wojciech, but I think he'll be back for the second run and you know, head in the zone a little bit better, and we'll see an improvement on the score. As we await for that score to drop in, just to confirm it and finalise what it is for his first run, it's going to be.
To keep us in suspense.
Certainly,
yeah,
so
keeping us in a lot of suspense because we don't have a score.
So Wojciech just has to wait a little bit longer. But as you say, that 19 years of age, Mike, he's certainly more than capable. He's got a bright future ahead of him, and with the help that he's getting behind the scenes, and it's, you know, it's a real family vibe down there as well at their garage, and it's certainly a good place to be.
Absolutely, yeah. Looking forward to seeing what they can do, and we do get a score.
Yes, and it's a 63.5, so 5th position. So again, not massively high scoring early on here at round 2. As we move back to the start line, where it looks as though Mike Tesler, the 17-year-old representing Ukraine and Israel, sits on the line. B58 powered E46, Mike, very popular engine over in this part of the world, and do you know what? It certainly works very well for these drivers as well. Now, as Mike Tesler looks to start his qualifying campaign for round 2 on a high. Nice through those first few zones. Could have been a little bit deeper into that inner zone, but you know what? It's going to work from here if he can negotiate outside zone 4 nicely. Comes in and out of it, drops a wheel maybe just halfway through the zone. Needs to be clean here now through the final 2 sections again. Very aggressive as he drops a wheel between 5 and 6, but gets back on it. I think the judges are going to reward the aggression, but some of the mistakes there, Mike, are going to hurt the score.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I would have to agree with that synopsis, that's for sure. Interesting, of course, this track is obviously figure 8. I'm interested to see how it looks tomorrow in battle action when there are 2 cars pumping semi-slick tyre smoke up there when they have to cross over this intersection as well, because you know, we saw Mike Tesler meeting his own tyre smoke in the centre there. But yeah, the B58 propelling him, the E46 chassis as well, of course, one of the great drift chassis worldwide these days. And I think he's going to be maybe another midfield kind of a score here, Eddie. Couple of mistakes dropping in. Overall, the right idea. Nothing too crazy going wrong for Mike there, but overall on the run, nothing too spectacular either. But it should be enough to see him qualifying, and that's what they want from a banker run, Eddie. The first run, get it done, get a score on the board, then go all out on the second run.
Yeah, and I think, you know, from what we've seen as well with the scoring here, a lot of drivers struggling with this track. So no need to try and, you know, go go for broke on the first run. Just get a score on the board, because that could be enough to get you into the show, and certainly will be enough to settle the nerves a little bit for the second run, and you'll have a better idea where you stand when those second runs do come around.
Yeah, once again, guys, this is semi-pro qualifying. We will be live for pro qualifying later on this afternoon as Mike Tesler gets a score of 67.5, Eddie. Was that 5th position?
Yeah, it looked like 5th position for me, Mike, temporarily. So Václav Burian now, the Czech Republic driver, 17 years of age, in his Mercedes-powered E92, 650 brake horsepower underneath the bonnet of this car. Finished 8th in the semi-pro championship last year and looking for an improvement on that this year. Sits currently in 7th position in the championship after round 1, and this is shaping up to be a really nice run here. Perfect through those first few zones. Nice on that inner section as he flicks it back now through outside zone 4, finds that wide line and hugs that wide line the whole way around. Can he finish this off in style as he looks for outside zone 5? Nice transition, perfect as he comes into 5 and now 6. Foot to the throttle, foot to floor as he crosses the line.
Yeah, great run there from Václav. I think this is first position, Eddie. You're starting to see the real big scores dropping in now as we are in reverse championship order. So he gets the initiation pretty much absolutely perfect, exactly as the judges would want. They don't need a whole lot of angle as he enters zone 2. He dials it on anyway, gets the car really settled in the zone. Throughout the zone there, really, really nice proximity to the outside as well. Maybe not, you know, perfect, but pretty good. Also could have been a tiny bit wider, or sorry, tighter on 3. But overall, I think with the aggression and with the, you know, the uniformity of his line, I think David Callis, the style judge, is going to give him, you know, pretty much maximum points for this one. Maybe the line judge might deduct him a couple of points there. Matej Jedic might be looking at this saying he could have been wider, and maybe Karol Jablonski on angle might have said he could be a little bit more sideways here and there. But I think overall the three of them are going to come together and say, okay, he did everything pretty much exactly as we said in briefing, and I think they're going to reward him here with a score.
Yeah, a very fluid run throughout, and a 91 for Václav Burian. Jumps into first position, Mike, and that is going to be hard to top. A really strong run, just as we predicted, but a 91 from the judges. They really rewarded it, and that is what we came to see. The bar has been set. The rest of the drivers know now what they have to do, and the next man to try and do it, Peter Revehi, the Hungarian, 18 years of age, in his M3 E92 V8. 500 brake horsepower. He comes looking for it. A big angle as he fires from 1 to 2. Can he hold it? He certainly can as he gets back on the power nice and early. Grips that E92 up, and he is hungry for it here, Mike. He's seen what's gone before him, and he wants to try and take down that 92. Put himself deep into outside zone 4 now as he tries to keep that car on full flow, on full momentum, as he looks now from 4 to 5. Zones in on that zone, but misses it and makes a bit of a correction. Costs him massively. It is going to hurt the score usually, but it was good up until there as he crosses the line. And unfortunately for Peter Revehi, really strong first half of that run, Mike, but just towards the end, maybe knew how well he was doing. He kind of started to feel like it was going to be a big one, and maybe his mind got the better of him, but
yeah,
very impressive big angle into that second outer zone.
Yeah, I know what happened here, Eddie, and it's happened myself as a driver. You know, I gave many years myself driving, and I know exactly what happened to him. When he made the first mistake, I think he lost concentration and got a little bit frustrated because he knew he was on a heater. He knew he was on a possibly winning qualifying run, and just as the first mistake creeped in there a couple of seconds ago, I think then he might have just got a little bit disappointed with himself, lost the flow, and then just let all the mistakes creep in on the second half of the run.
Yeah, and I don't think it's going to. I think it's going to massively hurt the score. I think this could be a lot further down than what it would have been, as we see some of the local architecture and engineering.
Yeah, I mean, a huge industrial city back in the day, of course. Katowice, a huge coal mining industry here, and it is moving very much into the modern times. And as I said, you can see the old architecture alongside the new here. Very interesting city, and you know, it's a great place to visit, I would say. And it is a 72.5 for Peter Revehi. Still good enough for fifth position, Ed. First half of the left working.
Imagine where that would have been without the mistake, Mike. You know, so there we go back to the start line, and it's Wiktor Duda, the 17-year-old Polish driver in his 2JZ powered S13. His dream is to become the champion, Mike, but he sits currently in 5th position after 4th place qualifying at round 1. Expect the score to be good here because this young man is a hard charger. Not great though through that first outer zone, but gets it onto the perfect line here now as he comes into outside zone 2, fulfills it nicely, nice angle, now switches it back, finds that inside zone, and he's coming for it here through the second half of this one as he looks to get deep into outside zone 4, and does with big angle now as he sets his eyes firmly on the target of outside zone 5. Gets there. Can he stay deep onto that wide line? Does come away from it a little bit, but gets back into it and across the line.
Yeah, like you said, Eddie, again, called it perfectly, couldn't agree more. And I think it's still going to be a good score, but he sacrificed 1, and I can see that there are 5 points available for zone 1 for line, 10 points for line for zone 2. So he's going to be picking up the 10 points there, a lot of them at least. Then through 3, there are just 5 points for the line score through 3. You're back to 10 then for 4. And, you know, I mean, he's picking up all of those 10 line points there. And then zone 5 encompasses clipping points 5 and 6, and not perfect through there once again. So a little bit on the inside of the track. So that is the line breakdown. Sector 1 is 5 points, 2 is 10 points, 3 is 5 points again, 4 is 10 points, and 5, the last section, is 10 points for the line score. So we'll go through the angle when we get a chance in a second. But I think leaving a couple of points on the board there, again, was Victor Duda.
Yeah, I think perhaps the timing of some of the transitions may be costing him with some of those zones, but he will have an opportunity to make those necessary corrections as we await for the score from the 17-year-old. And it's great to see so many young drivers on the grid here this year. So it is a 72, and it's enough for a 6th position. So, you know, maybe not the high scores that these young drivers were looking for, Mike, but certainly scores that will get them into the show, which is all important. So we move back to our first place qualifier from round 1. 4th place finisher Ola Boyko, the 28-year-old Ukrainian, in a 6.2 litre V8 E46 compact, and man does this car boogie as he gets ready to see those green lights on our traffic light system. And here comes Ola Boyko as he leaves the line for his first run of qualifying at round 2, and he fires through that first section now, looks for outside zone 2 and finds it nicely as he puts the rear end of that compact right up towards the outside line. Nice flick as he finds that inside zone now, switches it back towards the outer line at outside zone 4, and he's really starting to heat it up here as he just flirts with the rough here on the very extreme of the circuit, finds that transition into outside zone 5 and gets it nicely into 6 as he comes towards the finish line. Ola Boyko absolutely rips through the circuit here at Katowice.
Yeah, backfiring as he crossed us here once again and shaking the studio here with you know, all that that crazy noise. The crazy noises we're hearing is you know, it's a show in itself. Ola Boyko knows we get into the pointy end of the championship here after 1 round in the bag of DMP. Yeah, you know, using the handbrake there nicely to get into 4 as well. Does come a little bit shallow, but starts to find the outside once again. Maybe not perfect fluidity on angle there, just, you know, kind of getting a little bit shallow, getting a little bit more angled. Then maybe left a couple of points on the line score there as well through 5. Gets on nicely on line through 6 there. Maybe not at the very outside of the track, but is very uniform through the zone. So I think overall there will be a respectable score there for the Ukrainian.
So we wait for that score to drop in, but yeah, again, as we see, you know, obviously very good line driver. It was an 88 if memory serves, and what was the top spot in qualifying at round 1. We've already seen someone go into the 90s with a 91. Will that be the solo 90 scoring run that we'll see here in semi-pro? I'm not quite sure. Certainly signs that these drivers are looking to push now that we get towards the business end, but it is going to be a 79 and 4th position for now for Ola Boyko. So he's right up there, Mike. Finished 4th, sits 4th in the championship as we come into our top 3 in the championship, and it is Oliver Ozdoba, the 18-year-old from Poland, in his E46, 750 brake horsepower, and another driver in his first season of DMP, and already sits in the top 3 in the championship as we get a green light. And you just see as he fights to try and get some grip with those rear tires and get himself off the line. Little flick into outside zone 1, now comes at outside zone 2 with big angle, hard on the power now through that section, fulfills the zone nicely as he looks to flick back now and finds the inside zone before switching it back once again very quickly for outside zone 5, and finds it hard on the power now as he tries to flirt with the very extreme of the circuit. Looks for outside zone 5, does it better than most, sets himself up early, but does get it into outside zone 6 a little bit late. Starts to fill that zone now and across the line.
Yeah, all the big scores starting to drop in now, Eddie, and these guys not struggling with the track conditions as much as we saw the earlier competitors doing. So maybe they have been speaking with the spotters, or maybe they're just the top guys in the championship, but they're dealing with this gripped up surface much better. And Oliver Ozdoba Looking very good there through 2 and 3, pretty much pinpoint accuracy. Gets the car rotated back again, snap transition back onto the right hand side. Really, really nice shots here from the drone, giving us a bird's eye view, so to speak, of the rear of the E46 with 750 brake horsepower, I think, Eddie, in a semi-pro car, roughly.
It's a lot, Mike. It's a lot.
It's a lot. It's more than I ever had anyway, that's for sure, in a
you
pro
know what?
car.
He's well able to use every last bit of it. He's shown over the course of the first round and this round that he's more than capable of managing, and controlling that level of power. Will it lead to a good score here? And as you say, third position in the championship, so these guys will be wanting to kind of, lay their mark down on round 2 here early on and start to feel in the zone, feel good and feel confident with themselves, let those nerves and any tensions just kind of dissipate as they start to grow into the round. And of course, qualifying comes and goes very quickly. It's 2 25-30 second runs, Mike, and any mistakes can be the end of, in a 4-round season, as we've alluded to, it can be the end of your championship hopes.
Yeah, not just the end of your day, but the end of your championship. All the winter preparations, all the training, all the building of the car, all the budget that goes into the car and the late nights can be gone in a couple of laps of qualifying, because your 4-run championship is pretty much in the bin if you don't qualify. So huge pressure on these young shoulders of these drivers you see in the semi-pro class, and all of these guys, Eddie, pretty much uniformly will be, most of them, at least 95%, will be dreaming of becoming a pro driver. And Oliver Ozdoba is on the way to that pro license, because he scored a 79.5, dropping him straight into 4th position, Eddie. After a strong finish in round 1, he is looking good here at round 2.
Yeah, maybe not the score he was looking for, but a score that puts him right in the mix, so he's going to be happy, certainly going back to the pits. As we have 2 drivers remaining, the next on the line, Adam Gomalicek in this incredible Alfa Romeo Veloce, V6 powered, I believe, Mike, 600 brake horsepower. It looks to be some sort of a BMW hub. We had a quick look at the BMW wheels on the rear end of this thing, so we're eager to get some more information on these cars, because they are very cool and they do look very difficult to drive. But man, does Adam Gomalicek absolutely drive this thing like his life depends on it, and straight from the off here, fulfilling those zones really nicely, and he's absolutely coming for it. As this car, the Veloce, absolutely rips through the circuit here, but he comes away from that perfect line through outside zone 4 and starts to bleed a few points, gets back in it now, needs to find outside zone 5, gets the transition done nice and early and finds the zone perfectly. Look at the angle as he dabs the foot brake and across the line he goes.
Yeah, bigger runs definitely dropping in down. A couple of interesting things from this run, Eddie, which I'll touch on during the replay. Just the way that this car steers and the way that he got into the last zone there, very interesting. So this car is really small. You'll see it in twin battle action later on, that it's actually a tiny car, which I think is going to play into his an advantage for him later on in battle action, because the nimble car might work very well around this track. Now you can see the way the car steers. Some cars pivot around their center, other cars, a lot of the Wisefab equipped Silvias tend to pivot around the front wheels, and this car really looks like it pivots right around the front wheels to me, which makes them a little bit easier to drive. They tend to rotate a little bit slower. Now watch his technique here. He drags the handbrake on a lot of angle for quite a long time into outer zone 6. It works for him. It gets him really deep into the zone. It slows him down. He has lots of time to get back on the power. He's already set up for the zone, and I think it's really intelligent driving, but a little bit of a different style, where we saw some drivers going in shallow into the zone. Adam fired it in on lots of angle, held the handbrake, glided the car into the zone with his angle already dialed in, then got on the throttle. Now it might be a tad slower, but he has all the work done by the time he gets to the zone, and let's see what the judges think of that. Wasn't a perfect run, but it was a good one.
Well, the judges really liking it, Mike, and it's an 87 for Adam Gomalicek, and he jumps into 2nd position, and certainly those scores are starting to drive the way towards the 90s and those higher end scores as we move back to round 1's winner, Ivan Baby. 12th position in qualifying at round 1, but took it all the way to the podium, and that was what it was all about. He is your championship leader, the 22-year-old from Ukraine, and his F22 M2 800 brake horsepower at his disposal underneath the wheels of this car as he throws it. Sorry, he's in a BMW E46, it appears, Mike. Yeah. So sorry, the notes are just incorrect, so I apologise. But yeah, he absolutely fires it through those first few sections and throws it onto that deep outer line for outside zone 4, and now just rips through the circuit as he nicely negotiates outside zone 5, flirts with dropping a wheel as he comes into outside zone 6, and cross the line.
Yeah, So really nice run there. Ivan Baby showing us exactly why he was a round one's winner. Didn't qualify that highly, as you mentioned, in round one. And you said about the car there already, we have it in our notes that it's an F22, but there's so many body kits out there, I wouldn't be so surprised if it was an E46 bodied F22. I don't think so.
Watching the notes rather than the screen, Mike.
Yeah, exactly, as we tend to do. But you know, Ivan Baby looking very, very good. I mean, he really came into his own in twin battle action at round one. Once again, we'll see twin battle action tomorrow if you're just joining us here for DMP round 2 semi-pro qualifying. The real exciting show starts tomorrow, but we have to get them gridded for tomorrow, and qualifying is a great show in itself. Ivan Baby there dropping a wheel a couple of places, and maybe not a perfect one, but overall very aggressive from the Ukrainian, and I think, you know, he's done enough to get himself into battle action where he really thrives.
Yeah, and I think, as we alluded to earlier on, that aggression in the battles is really where you know, he scores so well. As you can see the UFO in the background. What a cool bit of architecture that is.
Yeah, the Spodek there, such a cool building, and it's an 86 for Ivan Baby. It's Ivan Baby, and yeah, 3rd position for him, so putting him right up there. Once again, championship points on the line for qualifying, and the higher you qualify, the theoretical easier battle you have in the top 16.
So it looks as though we are going to go down to trackside with Victoria, who has an interview.
No, pokuszę się, Tomku, o stwierdzenie, że trochę mało powiedziane, że coś tam Stevie o driftingu wie. Dzień dobry, Stevie, dziękuję bardzo jeszcze raz, że jesteś z nami.
Dzień dobry, witam, cześć.
Słuchaj, nie wszyscy wiedzą, że ty zawodowo, poza tym, że jesteś w teamie Olifiał i koordynujesz cały zespół, to odgrywasz także inną ważną rolę zawodową, czyli kaskadera samochodowego, stantera. Jak to się w ogóle stało, że ty zostałeś takim hardcorem? Bo ja widziałam te filmy, państwo też pewnie zaraz zobaczycie te przejazdy.
Wiele lat temu, z racji mojej tutaj driftingowej kariery i precyzji w samochodach, którą posiadam, zaprosił mnie mój kolega serdeczny Zbyszek Modej na pierwszy plan, gdzie miałem do wykonania jakieś ewolucje samochodami, i tak się ta cała przygoda zaczęła.
No właśnie, drifting jako technika jazdy, bo to trzeba głośno powiedzieć, że to nie są przypadki, tylko absolutnie technika jazdy. Bardzo ci w tej pracy, zakładam, pomaga.
Oczywiście tak, no tutaj było perfekcyjne do...
To akurat nie drifting, to co państwo widzą, akurat tutaj wylądowałeś na dachu.
Tak. Znaczy, drifting dał mi bardzo dużo precyzji. No, jest to szalenie precyzyjny sport, jak zresztą cały motorsport. Natomiast no, drifting charakteryzuje się tym, że te przejazdy powinny być poukładane i powinny wszystkie wyglądać tak samo, czyli ta precyzja powinna być zachowana co do centymetra. No i na pewno w tej pracy to mi bardzo pomaga.
Powiedz krótko, jakaś najtrudniejsza scena, którą miałeś do odegrania?
No myślę, że takie ciężkie sceny do odegrania są to sceny wypadków, no bo wiadomo, potrzebujemy bardzo dużo przygotowań, czy samochodu, czy sprzętu, czy samego siebie do tych numerów, więc te dachowania i wypadki samochodowe są raczej tymi trudniejszymi scenami.
Zakładam, że ta organizacja na planie też pomaga ci podczas koordynowania teamu driftingowego Oli. Na czym polega ta twoja rola akurat w driftingu?
Moja rola polega tutaj od początku, od planowania wyjazdu, przez przygotowania zawodniczki, czyli Olifiał, treningi razem z nią i koordynacja całego teamu i całej logistyki już na zawodach.
To widać po tym, jak Ola teraz się wjeździła w ten samochód, i widać, że faktycznie dużo więcej trenuje. Jaki jest sekret tych treningów i tego, że ona tak wystrzeliła w górę, jeżeli chodzi o skilla?
Wydaje mi się, że przygotowania, no, czyli wszystko to, co robimy poza zawodami, a jeździmy w miarę dużo, staramy się trenować, staram się te treningi planować bardzo dynamicznie, ponieważ no, to uważam jest klucz do tych przejazdów tutaj, więc załóżmy trasa, na której jeździmy podczas treningu, no, potrafi się czasami dynamicznie zmieniać, albo robimy switche, na przykład jeździmy w jedną stronę, nagle jest przeskok. Dobrze, Ola, no to teraz zawróćmy i jedziemy od razu z uderzenia w drugą stronę, więc tutaj staramy się też bardzo dużo precyzji sobie wyrabiać.
Czyli to nie tylko technika jazdy, to co razem robicie, ale i też tak hartujesz jej głowę.
Staram się, tak, staram się.
Marcin Stiewicarzasty był naszym gościem. Marcin, bardzo ci dziękuję. Jeszcze raz piąteczka. Wracaj do teamu, a my wracamy do drugich przejazdów kwalifikacji klasy Pro, semi-pro.
So after the first runs of semi-pro qualifying, it is the Czech Republic driver Václav Borian leading the way with a score of 91 ahead of Adam Gomalicek in second position with that 87 and Ivan Baby with an 86. But crucially, Mike, only 19 of our 26 drivers have put down a score on the board, and right now I'm predicting that the cutoff is in around 63 points on the board. So if you're sitting in the paddock on a 0, or if you're on one of those lower scores, I think you really got to be aiming for a minimum 65 to 70 in order to get yourself comfortably into a top 16 later on tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, this is where the nerves really come into play now, Eddie. If you haven't already qualified, there's a lot at stake. As we said, you've had a long, hard winter. You've pretty much put every penny that you have into the car. A lot of these drivers have come from not just Poland, all around Poland, but they've come from the Ukraine, Hungary, Slovakia, like everywhere we've seen. And there's a lot on the line, Eddie, and a lot of these drivers will be skirting on not qualifying. So this starts now to become a real mental game.
It really does. And for, Georgi Zamfir now, who sits on the line, it's a 57.5. So he's down the order. He sits outside the top 16. It's now or never for the Ukrainian as he comes off the line much better through that first section now as he fires that A46 to angle, but it costs him a little bit as he moves away and misses that entire outside zone 2 now. It needs to be perfect from here as he looks for the inside zone at zone 3. Nice as he comes into outside zone 4, but does look to drop 1, definitely 2 wheels now. And unfortunately for Zamfir, this isn't what he wanted. Oh, more wheels dropped, and he has to back out of it to avoid making contact with the wall as he gets back into it now, but a little bit too little too late and crosses the line. Mike, I don't know if that is going to be enough. It's 57.5 from the first run, but a lot of mistakes. Started off nicely though.
Yeah, started off really well. Phil's zone 1 as good as anybody has done all morning. But unfortunately then, as you said, Ed, he didn't quite get online for zone 2 and never got in there throughout the whole zone, so he's going to sacrifice pretty much every single solitary point available for that zone in the eyes of the line judge and the angle judge as well, I would say. And yeah, I think it's going to be a big ask here for Georgi Zamfir to qualify in this company, Ed, because that run, the judges really want to see a run that is chaseable in battles. They're scoring you based on obviously your style and your precision, but they want to see you chaseable in battles because that's what qualification is all about, getting the cars gridded for battle action tomorrow. And unfortunately, I don't think that was very chaseable, and the judges will see it the same.
Yeah, I think we don't like to predict what the judges will say or do too often, but I think for that one, certainly pretty clear cut. Lots of mistakes, lots of zones missed, and while it did start to look from from that first zone like it was going to be an improved run for Zamfir, I think the mistake count just crept that little bit too high, and so unfortunate after it is his second season in DMP and 13th in 2025. So as we wait for that score to drop in, we get again just these beautiful shots just over the city, and you can kind of see the contrasting older style architecture versus the new modern buildings in the area, and Poland really turning into such a beautiful country and a really great place to visit. It's definitely high on my list of places that I've been to, and it's a 49.5, no improvement. Sits there in 18th position, and
so just showing how tough it is, guys.
Yep.
Georgi Zamfir not qualifying already, so that is one driver out of competition already in DMP round 2. And if you're just joining us, welcome, guys, here at the second round of the Driftingowe Mistrzostwa Polski Championship, where we are in semi-pro qualifying.
And it's the first of our female competitors to take their second run, and it's Victoria Patoczki on a 0, the Hungarian, from the first run, Mike. So really has it all to do, much more aggressive through that first couple of sections, but again, lots of mistakes and not able to fulfill those zones. Gets the front of that car into that inner zone there and back on it now. Again, just the line's just not right. You can see as the driver just kind of, arrive into the zones that little bit late, then start to drop wheels, then get the line correct, but way offline, and it's going to be a second 0, unfortunately, for Victoria.
Yeah, it is indeed, Eddie. Stopping drifting such as that, or 3 wheels off, or a spin, of course, is a 0. And she started out really well, much better than her first run, but unfortunately for Victoria, it all fell apart there towards the end of the run, and another driver falls foul of the the tough mistress that is drift qualification.
Yes, well, a man that needs to really pull it out of the bag now. Again, 0 on the first run for Nils Maristani Klose, the Berlin man in his E30, 500 brake horsepower at his disposal. But you know what? Doesn't have. He's confused in his head there of what way he was going to approach the run, Mike, and you can see the result there. That's stereotypical of a driver who's thinking about changing his line or his approach to that first zone and makes a huge mistake. Ends up doing nothing essentially.
Yeah, I think he looks like a very aggressive driver, and this E30 looks to be set up what we call very tight to me, that it doesn't want to drift at all. If you look at it here, it looks like it's really always trying to straighten up and trying to go forward. Now, it's going to be a fast car should he make battle action, but I'm not sure if he's going to make battle action with that run, Eddie.
Yeah, well, it was a 0 on the first run, Mike, and to be honest, a huge
big
straighten,
yeah.
Huge straighten. And you know what? Even the initiation just didn't look confident to me. From where I was watching.
Almost a double initiation. He kind of went forward the first time, then went again.
It just screams to me a driver that was caught between two minds.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, like we said at the start of the second round of qualifying here, it's so much a mental game at this stage. You really have to go into a really, really zen place in your mind if you're under pressure in qualifying here, especially if you've not had the best first run. So yeah, I think it might be a big ask here to get the Berlin men into competition. But let's see what the judges think for Nils Maristani Klose. And it's another 0, Eddie.
0, yeah.
Yeah, another 0.
Back zeros, and unfortunately for Nils, that will be the end of round 2 as his teammate now sits on the line, or sits in the
burnout box.
Was sitting in the burnout box. Are we going to see Tim Heydrich?
Are we going to see Tim Heydrich? Tim has put in a score on the first run of a 61.5, which will leave him kind of in the danger zone, Eddie.
Yeah, but it looks like he's pulled away and, you know, had problems with the car in his second run of qualifying at round 1. And so we're hearing that disqualified for Tim Heydrich, but we're not hearing why as we move to the next driver on the line. It's Nina Kamensakova.
Yeah, I would admit it's probably a tyre thing, but we don't know.
A tyre thing.
It would usually be a tyre issue, but let's wait and see what's happening. If it's disqualification, it's funny, but we have to move on. No time to dwell on Tim Heydrich because we have Nina Kamensakova on the line.
Yeah, that 57.5 on the first run for Nina. It's not going to be enough, Mike, so we're going to see her, you know, she'll be sitting outside of those top 16 spaces, so this needs to be much improved for Lady Hoonigan as she just tries to find those zones.
Yeah. She does indeed, and yeah, doing a little better than her first run. She's not qualifying so far, I believe, Eddie. She's on a 57, so she really has to improve here as we hear the dump valves going off in the 350Z here. Not a lot of angle, but you know what? She's on a much better line, Nina Kaminskova. Looking good here, the Slovakian, looking a lot better than her first run in the 550 brake horsepower 350Z with a really nice outside line on zone 1. So we're just hearing that Tim Heydrich actually had an issue with his steering and he was over time with the warm-up. So back to Nina's run, just to clarify, that was why Tim Heydrich was disqualified, did not get to the line in time due to an issue with his steering. Nina looking a lot better, very straight there through zone 5, but does get the car rotated once again into outer zone 6, and she's really, really nice through outer zone 6, which is crucial, Eddie, because it's the last thing that the judges remember for your run as karting is they're totting up the scores, and you know, sometimes if you finish really strongly, it can help you a little bit.
Yeah, it's like the last few seconds of you know, a boxing match, but unfortunately for our drivers, the judges, well, they might be impressed what happens in the final section. They don't forget the mistakes that go before it either, so they are eagle-eyed as we await to see. It's going to be a 0 on that second run, Mike.
Yeah, unfortunately a 0, and that will be, I do believe that is it for Nina, but we will give you the top 16 qualifiers at the end of qualification, of course, here DMP round 2 semi-pro.
So we see Jacek Olenek now leave the line, and again a 0 from the first run. So just Yeah, to confirm that Jacek on that 0 from the first run in his E92 V8, so he has some work to do. And yeah, nicely through outside zone 4 here as he looks for that final section, but just about gets into that zone, but gets the line wrong from 4 to 5.
So guys, just to go back on Nina's score there, just an incorrect graphic displayed there. Nina did actually score a 60.5. I was wondering where the 0 came from on that one, Eddie, but 60.5 for Nina on the last run there. So she does in fact put in a score, and let's see if that is enough for her for battle action as we move along to Jacek Olenik. Out on track watching his replay, and yeah, let's see what the Polish driver can muster up this time after a 0 on the first run. Looking a lot better through the middle section here. A little bit on the right hand side of the track there before he got to 5. That's not exactly the line the judges wanted to see according to briefing last night, and did come away a little bit early. But once again guys, we are in reverse championship order, and the heavy hitters as such in the championship will be running towards the end of qualification, which should be in about, I would say, Eddie, about 25 minutes time, and then we go into pro qualification this afternoon, which will be absolutely crazy, of course, as always. So we wait for Jacek Olenik's score to drop in. Lots of Polish drivers, as you would expect, Eddie, from the Polish National Championship, but lots of other nationalities as well dropping in here, even into the semi-pro class.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, 17 over the course of the weekend to 56, and yeah, 20th position, 56.5. And as you can say, as we said, Mike, you really need to be kind of aiming for a score in and around the 70 point mark in order to secure yourself one of those top 16 spots. As we see the drivers struggle, and Magdalena Malachinska 0 on the first run after dropping 3 wheels at zone 1, so the Polish driver needs to. So here we go for Magdalena, much better this time around. But again, just catches her just a little bit further up the track, and that, Mike, I'm gonna go out there and say is going to be another 0 for Magdalena. And of course, for any driver who's yet to go, who sits on a low score or on a 0, all of these 0s for drivers coming before them makes their job that much easier. And if you're a spotter right now, Mike, you need to be telling your driver, just get a score on the board. You don't need to set the world alight here. Just get out there, get a reasonably safe run, and it might be enough. Trying to get like a 90 on the board isn't going to be what's going to do it for you. And you can see very clearly there another 0 for Magdalena Malachinska.
Yeah, absolutely. So Magdalena scoring a 0 there, and tough competition here, and the judges very vocal about not braking before a transition like that in briefing last night. When we move back to the line, Eddie, it is Hubert Eitner.
Yeah, Hubert Eitner with that score of 63, the Polish driver now. As you say, Mike, he's kind of on that drop zone. It's hard to know, is he exactly inside the top 16 or very much just outside it, but needs a big run here, and nice and tidy through the first couple of sections here as he looks for that inside zone, and drops some wheels though, crucially, at outside zone 2. Or outside zone 4 rather, excuse me, as he switches back now and tries to find the perfect line as he comes into 5, slows that car down nicely into 6 and gets back on the power and across the line.
Yeah, I'm really liking the Gamalichek way of getting into zone 6. I think it might be the way that the really top drivers will end up navigating, just as I saw, saw the kind of the technique here not really perfectly working out once again for Hubert. Not a bad lap, but overall, once again, it is quite difficult company here. Once again, we do have judges or drivers from many different nationalities coming into semi-pro competition, and even though it is just the second tier of the Polish National Championship, that means the amount of nationalities that we have just basically means that the competition level is so high across the board that you have to be scoring well up there in order to just get a top 16. Okay, so as we wait for the score to drop in, And it's again beautiful scenes, and a grandstand and a half full already just for semi-pro qualification day. And Hubert Ardner scores a very consistent 62.5, leaving him right on the drop zone, Eddie, in 15th position. It's going to be a long wait for him until the end of qualification.
Yeah, and there's a man here now sitting on the start line with a 0 from the first run, Mike, who will be looking at this as an opportunity. I mean, we spoke about Michał Malarski as a very, very impressive driver at round 1, and you know, maybe just fired it in a little bit too heavy in the first run, but he's made those corrections, and this doesn't look like it's going to be a 0 because he's negotiated the hardest section of the course nicely, and he's fired it now into outside zone 4. Look at the line he's on as he drops a couple of wheels. I don't think that's going to hurt the score too much. He's on an absolute ripper here as he looks and sets his sights for outside zone 5, finds it nicely, rides that wide line as he comes into outside zone 6, puts the power down, and across the line he goes, and a big run there from Malarski.
Yeah, great run there. Dropped a couple of wheels and could have dialed on a little bit more angle just towards the finish to keep him from dropping a wheel, but overall, you know, I love this car, as you know, Eddie. The livery, just it screams drift car. Drifting should be a show, and this car is a show in itself, just with the livery on it and the build of this car. Now, let's see if he has done enough to get himself into the top 5 or 6 qualification spots here. And I think he might have, Eddie. As you said, he just starts dropping a wheel here around outer zone 4, but gets back on track, as we see from the drone shot here. Now watch, he just actually gets on the foot brake here before the transition, which is something that the judges did say once again that they don't want to see, so they will mark him down a little bit for braking before the transition. However, it's not a huge mistake. He drops a wheel there across the finish line as well, which is quite unnecessary. It's really easy to get that bit of the track right. So
I think the question is, was that after the line though?
It was before. It was before the line. It was before the line, to be honest. So I think he did some of the hard parts quite well, and he did some of the easier parts. He made a hard job of them. I still think it's good for, you know, maybe top 6, 7, 8-ish possibly. So let's see what our panel of 3 judges
I think
say.
firmly, Mike, the real question is it going to be enough for top 16? I think absolutely. It's a 75.2, jumps into 9th position, so inside that top 10, and that's right where he needs to be, from a 0 to a hero with 1 run. And he's going to be delighted with that going back to the pits. As we go back to Max Miankosz, 77 on the board from the first run, if memory serves, in that S14 2JZ powered. And you know, we spoke about how incredible this S14 looks, and it really is a treat for the eyes. Love the kit, love the style. Big angle, it's going to be a spin and a 0. But you know what? He was sitting on a 77. He's probably sitting maybe 10th, 11th in the order. So with what's left to come, everybody bar one driver is already in the show. So Hubert Ettner now sits in 16th position, and the only person that can knock him out of that by my calculation, oh sorry, no, there's one other driver, Daniel, actually no, yeah, well his score is actually 63.5, so that's even above Hubert's score of 63. So yeah, Hubert Ettner will be eyes firmly on Bartosz Ostawowski in 2 runs time, as we see that 0 popping in. But it is 8th position for Max Miankosz. As
well, what's happening here, if you're watching at home, you haven't seen a lot of drifting, is on the second lap, if the driver knows that they've qualified, they'll really push it out in the second lap, and sometimes it can lead to a mistake. So we move back to the line, Eddie. It is the man who you love pronouncing his second name.
Yeah, Daniel Sketch. In his F22 M2 BMW, 700 brake horsepower, Mike, and he sits on that 63.5 as we mentioned, and nice through those sections. Just could have been a little bit deeper now through outside zone 2, but you know, gets the zone, fulfills it, stays nice and fluid, and tucks it into that inner zone. Does the transition a little bit too early, and it costs him, drops a wheel now into outside zone 4, and the mistakes just starting to creep into the run, which is going to affect the score and hurt the score. Is it going to be better than that 63.5 that he has on the board, and will we see him push himself up the order as he tries to find that final zone? Not a massive amount of angle as he crossed the line.
Yeah, but he's sitting right on the drop zone, Eddie, and he's done a great job here because the rain has started falling again here in Katowice, and that makes track conditions extremely difficult on this paved surface, with all the rubber having been laid down all weekend from the drivers across both classes. Now Daniel will have known this. He'll have seen the spatters of rain on his windscreen, and you can see him using the left foot brake there, Eddie, just to keep the car steady under tough conditions. You saw it trying to dial on quite a lot of angle there through the transition. Now gets back into his flow around zone 4 does start to run a little bit wide because of the lack of grip, but he does overall a really great job. Look at his brake lights coming on. He's on the left foot brake here throughout the run almost. Does have a waver a little bit through 5, but throughout the run he's using the left foot brake to keep the car steady when there's not a lot of grip on track. I think it's been a really, really thoughtful, really intelligent run from Daniel, and in the conditions, for a man under pressure who was skirting on 16th-ish position, I think it was a great run in terms of mentality.
Well, let's see if the judges agree. So it was that 63.5 on the board. Where do you reckon it's going to land, Mike?
Oh, it'll depend on how much they'll penalise him for the left hand, or the left foot brake, sorry.
Yeah, well, I'm asking you for...
Oh, well, if you're putting me on the spot.
Putting you on the spot.
Put me on the spot. I think he's going to end up top 12.
No, score.
Score. Okay, let me think. I think he's going to be on a low 70.
A low 70s. Well, let's see. So 63.5 on the first run, and it's a 60.5.
I'm way off. Low 60s.
Judges. Yeah, way off, Mike.
I'm way off. Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't so sure. Not a whole lot of angle. Only keeping one wheel in.
Oh wait, I totally forgot he messed up 5 completely.
So Bartosz Ostawowski now sits on the line, as we said, a 0. As you can see, those wipers now in full flow. So we wouldn't say a massive amount of rain, but enough, Mike, to make this very, very tricky from the driver's perspective as he leaves the line. Very aggressive through those first 2 zones. Can he keep it on track? Oh, has to back out of it as he drops 1, maybe 2 wheels. It certainly looked like that second rear wheel dropped off track for Bartosz as he now tries to get himself back into it. But again, more wheels dropped as he makes the transition from 3 to 4. Is on a 0 from the first run, so needs to put a score on the board, and right now it doesn't need to be anything too amazing. It just needs to beat maybe a 63 or a 64 to get himself into the show. Big drag of the handbrake now as he tries to slow that car down, coming into outside zone 6, puts the foot to floor, and across the line he goes.
Yeah, gives himself a chance at least, Eddie, and I'm going to get you back as well for putting me on the spot like that on the last one with the score. But I think Bartosz here doing a better job obviously than the first run. He was on a real great lap on its first one, and if you remember, guys, just held on to the handbrake a little bit too long there, but definitely getting himself a score on the board this time, giving himself a chance of getting into the show, and doing it without the use of his arms, which is absolutely, again, blows my mind every time I see him out on track. Looks a little bit better, even maybe than he did on the first lap there, because he was skirting with disaster a couple of times on the first lap because he was a little bit more aggressive. Lack of tyre smoke here as well, Eddie, because we definitely have a slightly wet track out there. Here's where it all came apart for him now on the first lap. But overall, Eddie, maybe will be a little bit
I don't think it's going to be enough, Mike. I think you're kind of looking at maybe a high 50s, low 60s,
yeah.
And I mean, it's not going to take. 65 gets him in the show, but I think a 63, 62 doesn't.
Yeah, absolutely. And if we saw, on the previous lap, the bit I forgot about, the mess up on zone 5 there, from Daniel Szkreć, I mean, if you look at that, the way the judges penalised him for that, if you look at Bartosz's lap in, I think they're going to knock him down quite a lot because he had many more mistakes, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree as we wait for that score to drop in. And unfortunate for Bartosz because did qualify at round 1 and got knocked out in that top 32, but had himself in contention for even a top 10 in the championship. And with the as we say, a lot of new drivers in the championship this season, it is a 63.5 and enough for 16th position.
Well, that might see him in battle action, Ed. Is there...
Do you know what?
Is there anybody left to knock him out?
I'm just looking through it, Mike, and I believe...
There is Mateusz Kroll can knock him out.
Yes, Mateusz Kroll can knock him out.
Yeah.
And Wojciech Fabisiak is on a 63.5 as well, but if he had, with his second run, could knock him out as well. So
exactly,
he's temporarily. It's really going to. Those two drivers are going to impact, are going to tell the story for Bartosz. But as it stands, sits inside the top 16 as we move back to the start line. Whereas the man who has no concerns of where he's going to land, Ernest Komorowski, because he sits on an 85 after that incredibly impressive first run. And if memory serves, that had put him in first place
at the time. Yeah, at the time it did indeed. Yeah, of course we did see our first score in the 90s for semi-pro qualifying this season in DMP just gone, and
Václav Burian, 7th place in the championship with that score of 91. The 17-year-old from the Czech Republic in the Mercedes powered E92. Mike, he was. Yeah, he's really did set the scoreboard alight there, and as you say, rightfully so, the first score in the 90s for our semi-pro grid in 2026. 88, I believe, the highest score in round 1.
Yeah, loving this championship, Ed. Even, you know, the semi-pro class is throwing up entertainment value, even in qualifying. And once again, guys, if you are joining us, we will be ready to rock for battle action tomorrow morning here from Katowice for round 2 of DMP, where we will see 2 cars out on track together, twin battling, which is when drifting really comes alive. But we go back to the line, Eddie. We got to grid him first. We got to get him through the qualification process, and it is Ernest Komorowski on the line in the BMW.
Yeah, that as you can see on your screens, the E46 with the M2 body on it, and what a great look. Love delivery on this car, and you know, it's the 42-year-old from Poland. It's his first season in DMP, and he's absolutely coming for it. He fires angle at it, but he just can't hold it. And maybe just that little bit of patter of rain on the track, making things a little bit more unpredictable for the Polish man. But with that 85, Mike, you knew he was going to come out of the blocks and absolutely go for it. Try and get himself. He sent some cones flying, but try and get himself into those top spots. But that was a big mistake through that first section, and unfortunately, that's going to cost the score. But certainly from an enjoyment factor, it's 10 out of 10 here. It's a very aggressive style and run here from Ernest Komorowski, and he is going to be absolutely coming for it. It looks like a man that's on the charge here this weekend, and don't be surprised, I'm going to put him down as a dark horse, Mike. 13th in the championship, and with a good result here, could see himself right back into contention for one of those championship podium spaces going into round 3.
Absolutely, Ed, yeah, absolutely. And, you know, good few spectators on the wall there at that section, and they would have been treated to quite the show there, because I don't think he knew himself even if he was going to actually make that corner or not, because once you go off track you tend to pick up the marbles which are left off everybody else's rear tires on the edge of the track, and you lose lots of grip. So Ernest Komorowski there would have been skirting with disaster, and the crowd would have been holding their breath for that one. But he did get away with it, and he did know that he had a big score from the first one there. The Polish driver sending it all out and leaving it all out on track, but won't be improving on his 85, I would venture a guess.
Well, a man that will be looking now to improve on a 69.3 is Dariusz Malachinski, and of course would have seen his stablemate scored double zeros, and the Polish driver now in this 2JZ powered S15, 6th in the overall in the 2025 DMP Championship, 10th in 2023. So he's eager to get a top 3 finish, Mike, but that starts here. You know, it starts with a strong performance in qualifying at round 2, sits outside the top 10 in the championship after one round. Needs to start to, you know, put something in the minds of the competitors as well, that, you know, give them something to worry about, that if they come up against them in a top 16, that you know, they're worried about who they're facing, because that does make a difference. But again, gets the initiation all wrong, misses that first zone, fires it towards that second zone, and that's going to be a 0 on the board. So again, just pushing too hard unnecessarily it seems to be a common theme at this round for some of the drivers that are scoring lower.
Yeah, I mean, pushing very hard there, Ed, and yeah, I mean, again, the mental game definitely comes into it at this stage, and unfortunately, Dariusz there with a 0, but is safe for battle action, so 69.5 for him on the first run. We'll see him safe for battle action, and I think he's going to be an interesting one to watch, because he does seem a little bit wild behind the wheels, so he's going to be entertaining if nothing else.
Yeah, and I think that creates its own problem for other drivers, is that if you're not sure, if he's not sure what he's going to do, the chase driver is certainly not going to be sure what he's going to do. So yeah, definitely interesting from a fan's point of view. As we move it on to the man that you mentioned rightly, Mateusz Król, with that score of 60, can certainly impact where Bartosz Ostałowski will sit as he gets the green light, wipers on, ready to go.
Yeah, he's currently not qualifying, Ed, so it's all down to this lap.
Yeah, as I said, outside the only man that can affect what's going on, but I don't think he's going to qualify with this run, Mike. Lots of mistakes already, way offline through that second outer zone. Flirts with dropping a wheel as he comes into outside zone 4. Now just about holds on to it, and yeah, some zones missed. Late transition here is going to cost him as he misses outside zone 5. Now starts to bring it into 6, but falls back out of it once again. And yeah, don't think Bartosz will be looking on and worrying about his spot in qualifying after that run, unfortunately, for Mateusz Król, who just couldn't get it hooked up.
Yeah, of course, like we said, you know, 40 points available for line across the run, and I don't think he's going to be picking up any you know, big points for line across that whole run, to be honest, Ed, because every zone was a big sacrifice. Apart from
zone 3, very nice.
3 was very nice, yeah, but there are only 5 points for the line on 3. Of course, angle is a huge part of the scoring.
Good through outside zone 4 as well, but you know, those 2 zones were good, but with the rest of it being poor.
Yeah,
I mean, like, he's way offline there.
The judges have to look at it in an overall sense as well, and you have to be chaseable. And if you don't have a chaseable lead line, you know, the judges can't give you a high score, because again, when it comes to battle action, you will not be chaseable, so they will have to mark him down, I think.
Yeah,
pretty significantly.
I think they will. I mean, even coming into outside zone 5, a chase car could have gone, you know, rightly almost for an overtake. You know, on a track that you really shouldn't really be able to overtake at any point. The chase car would have had the option almost to make that move. And yeah, I wonder. I don't think it'll be a 0, but I think it will be. I think this got very close to becoming a 0 at points, with you know, flirting with being unchaseable.
Yeah, well, remember, guys, this is where the drivers of the future learn their trade. This is the class that they come up through, and DMP is one of, if not the best national championships in the world, and definitely in Europe at this stage. And the level is quite high, and they have to get through the semi-pro class before they get to the pro class. And I believe, Eddie, if I'm not mistaken, over here, if you don't perform in the pro class, you are demoted to semi-pro.
Yeah, 100%, you're right. Yeah, we spoke to David Callas about that at round 1, and yeah, and I think, you know, it's a good thing for drivers, because you know, sometimes the level can change, and maybe you're just not suited to it anymore. The competition moves on, and it can actually be quite good for drivers to drop back down and maybe
enjoy drifting again.
Yeah. And you know, there's so many young drivers coming through the ranks now every year, all across Europe and, you know, worldwide, who have spent so much time on sims. A 43, so yeah, you can see the judges, you know, maybe not given the 0, but as I say, it wasn't far off at certain points. As we move it on to Ilya Zamfir, representing Ukraine and Israel, he's got an 85.5, so he's right up the order after the first run. Is this young 17-year-old? What can he do this time around as he looks to try and push himself up the order?
Yeah, the Coyote engine absolutely rumbling the ground here outside.
It certainly is, Mike, and a very popular engine choice over here in Poland as well. Quite a number of drivers on the grid utilising that V8 from the Ford Mustang. And this is a really nice start to the run here, as you can just see the spatters of rain on the camera, and Zamfir with his with the wipers going in that E46, and really nice run here. Very wide on that perfect line through outside zone 4. Does drop a wheel though towards the end of it now, and it tries to set himself up for outside zone 5. Gets the timing wrong and misses that zone. Now gets into the 6. And, you know, another strong run, another good chaseable run, but there was mistakes, Mike, which is definitely going to see it scored down a little bit. Certainly not going to contend for top spot, and I'm not sure if it's going to be an improvement on that first run.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big ask, and 85.5 in this class is a big ask, and he does sacrifice all of the first zone. So Ilya Zamfir is already like fighting for 95 points after his initiation there. That's pretty much the maximum that he can score, maybe even less when the overall scoring is taken into account. Now, he does get it pretty much back online, as you mentioned, Eddie, throughout the you know, towards the end of the first third of the run, now into the mid part of the run. Does drop a wheel there a little bit as he gets out of zone 4, and once again his style here, he's not fluid onto angle, he has a straighten there, and I think David Callas, our style judge, is going to mark him down a little bit for all of those little corrections and mistakes over the course of the run. So overall, you know, the chase will lead run, but I don't think he's anywhere near improving on an 85.5 from his first run.
Yeah, inclined to agree with you. Very much so. So I imagine he will be staying where he is as we get into the top 10 in the championship. 73.5, and yeah, stays in 4th position. So he's right up the order, and you know, he's perfectly poised to make an attack at round 2.
And he looks pleased
when it comes to the battles.
Sorry, Eddie. And he looks pleased in his graphic as well.
Yeah, well, that wasn't him immediately after the run there, Mike. You know, that was ahead of time as we go back to the start line, where this Wojciech Fabisiak with a 60, or Fabisiak, yeah, with a 63.5 on the scoreboard, and he will want nothing more, Mike, than to bump himself up the order here, because flirts with it there as he drops a wheel just coming into outside zone 2, but fills the zone nicely now, flicks it back and looks for the inside zone. He's going to make that transition nicely. He does, and gets back on it very fast through the circuit here, just about maybe drops a wheel towards the end of outside zone 4, as we've seen so many drivers do here today. Takes it towards the wall, big mistake. That's way off track for Zamfir, for Fabisiak, as he goes very aggressive through the final sections. But yeah, those walls set back from the outside line of the track. So by being that deep, it's definitely one, if not two, wheels dropped, and you can see more wheels dropped as he entered that second zone, Mike. But you know what? It was an exciting run to watch, and certainly shows signs that this young man is eager to impress, eager to perform, and eager to grow and learn in the sport. But I think, if my calculations are correct, as it stands, he'll be sitting 15th position in the championship, or in qualifying order. So he's going to have a tough run here if he has hopes of taking to the podium.
Yeah, right on the wall there. If that was a wall run, he was perfectly on line, but the judge is setting the extremities of the course a little bit back from the walls. So in Ireland we have no such luxuries, Eddie. The walls, unfortunately, are the edges of our track usually, much to the dismay of our bodywork on the back of the cars. But let's see if Wojciech can improve on his score. Good run, Eddie, with the Barra engine there once again. Sounds like it's revving quite highly. Those Barras usually sound that they're, you know, just ticking over, but that one definitely sounds more JZ like, or RB like, with the revving. And let's see if he improves. He does indeed, Eddie. It's a big improvement. It's an 83.5 for Wojciech Fabisiak, putting him straight up into 6th position there, Eddie. That's a huge jump.
Yeah, huge jump, and that's really going to make life much easier for him, or should do at least anyway, in theory, going into the top 16 tomorrow. And as you say, he's going to be very happy with that as we move back to the start line, where Mike Tesler now sits on the line. 67.5 for the young Ukrainian representing Israel. As we said, this B58 powered E46, and doesn't do a great job of getting into outside zone 1 now. Looks to find outside zone 2. Nice bit of smoke as maybe the track starts to dry up once again, Mike. It would dry very quickly here with the heat, and obviously that in a bricked surface, as Tesla doing a good job here now, just navigating his way around the circuit nicely, gets himself deep into outside zone 4, drops a wheel as he comes towards 6. Maybe not too badly though. Can't imagine the judges will deem it too big a mistake as he gets himself across the line, and another solid run there from Mike Tesler.
Yeah, well, if we get back to this fantastic city centre event next year, Eddie, I think the rubber's still going to be there, to be honest, so the judges won't have a hard problem marking out the track. There's so much rubber being laid down, and as you mentioned, there's a lot of drainage here. Obviously it's cobblestones essentially, and there is a gap between those, so the rain can tend to just go down into the gap. And you know, like you said, it's quite warm here in Poland this weekend again, and you know, the track surface is drying very much, and Mike Tesler using that drier surface, I think, to definitely improve on his score of 67.5 on the first run, Eddie. He looked maybe not spectacular, maybe not perfect, but overall pretty tidy on the second run here.
Yeah, I'd be inclined to agree with that. You know, there was flashes of brilliance throughout the run, not without its errors and mistakes, and I think yeah, should see him maybe bump that score up a little bit further and give himself a nice run. But of course, you know, with a top 16, you can kind of predict that. I think, you know, we saw a lot of the higher qualifiers losing in the top 16 at round 1. Oh, it's an exact same score, 67.5.
Okay, I thought it looked a little bit better than that, but yeah, 67.5. Judges seeing it differently, and we move it along.
Well, it is our highest qualifier sitting on the line, and 91 on the first run for the 17-year-old from the Czech Republic. It is Václav Burian in this Mercedes-powered E92, as he gets ready to leave the line and fires through the first section. Nice big flick and throws huge angle at it as he fulfills the zone nicely. And again, coming for another big run here is Václav Burian, who looks like the on-form driver and the man to beat here this weekend, as he flicks it back a little bit late into outside zone 4 if we're going to be super critical, but a really strong run as he fills that zone now. Can he make the transition timing perfect? He certainly can, as he finds 5 and 6 very deep into the zone, and this is certainly going to compete with his already impressive first run. Huge run as the crowd goes wild for Václav Burian here in Katowice at round 2 of the Driftingowe Mistrzostwa Polski 2026. Look at the line here, Mike, as we see the perfect camera angle here from the drone.
Yeah, I mean, really aggressive run there from the Czech Republic driver. Just 17 years of age. Just goes to show, you know, these young guns throw caution to the wind and really fire the cars in there on the second runs. This is exactly what we want to see. We want to see them pushing the ball out. We want to see them try to get the 100-point run, maybe making the mistakes along the way. I think that Václav might have pushed a little bit too hard sometimes and might have just cost himself that precision, but especially the second half of the run was full of aggression and it was really precise. So I don't know if he's going to improve, but he's still going to score really highly. And to be honest, if he keeps driving like this throughout the battles, who knows?
Well, look at this, an 89, so doesn't beat the first score of 91, but sits pretty in first position. And right now, nobody is touching him, Mike. Nobody even coming close. Václav Burian, certainly the man on form and the one to watch going into tomorrow's top 16. We move it back to the start line where it is the Hungarian, 18 years of age, Péter Revehi, in that V8 powered E92 M3 BMW. It's a 72.5 on the board for the young Hungarian as he comes looking for some extra points. You know, 6th position at round 1. Little bit of a punch on the Perspex window there to the camera as he gets himself G'd up and ready to go. Green light off the line. Can he tidy the run up a little bit from the first run and get this? Oh, it's not perfect through that first zone, but only a small amount of points for that. Needs to get himself back on that deep line. Starts to find it now a little bit as he exits outside zone 2. Flicks it back and finds that inner zone nicely. Drops a wheel as he comes towards 4. Gets back on the power and nice angle through that zone, fulfilling the zone very nicely now. Can he time the transition perfectly? He certainly can. Gets himself deep into 5. Big pull of the handbrake down. It just pulls him a little bit away from the perfect line as he comes into outside zone 6. I think it's going to be an improvement on the score as he crosses the line. A 72.5 as we mentioned on the first run, but that had all the makings of a big run on the second. As you can see, Mike, could have been deeper through that first zone, but from there really starts to find it again. Yeah, theoretically that first zone is the easiest zone on the track and the judges will be super critical of any mistakes on it. So as you said, he'll drop the points from that first zone, most of them at least. Péter Revehi with one of the nicest looking cars on the entire grid, I think, in this really nice blue and white E92 as well. So full style points for the car from me. Perfect on the outside of outer zone 4 there, pretty much exactly what we want to see. Now, as you said, Eddie did drag the handbrake quite a lot there, just started to come away from 5 a tiny bit early and kind of panicked a little bit, got on the handbrake to try to keep him on the outside of the track and lost a lot of speed as a result. Then got on the throttle, which pushed him slightly towards the inside of the track. Again, we are being super critical. It's our job at this stage of the pointy end of qualifying. So let's see if he improves. It's going to be a tough ask for him to improve much, but I think, you know, either way, he's safe for battle action later. Yeah, I think there is an improvement there. Possibly slight improvement. Yeah, I'm reluctant to kind of say, you know, if there's much of an improvement. It's kind of very difficult to decide how, or to kind of understand how much weight the judges are going to put on some of the mistakes there. And as we alluded to, yeah, it's a 77.5. So it does creep him into the top 10 though, Mike. So nicely positioned and bumps him up the order. So he's going to be happy with that, at least as we move it into the top 5 in the order in the championship. It is Victor Duda on a 72 though, Mike, from the first run. And for a man that's in championship contention, he's going to need to improve on that, is the young Polish driver, 17 years of age, and problems off the start line. Missed the gear already, I think. Does get going though. Yeah, it does get going and now fires the car into outside zone 2 and picks up the pace here, but is that mistake going to cost him with the score from the judges as he fires big angle at the transition, gets it done nicely into outside zone 4? And you know what, this if the score is hurt by what happened on the start line, it's such a shame, because this was a really nice run for the remainder of it, as Victor Duda showing exactly why he sits in the top 5 in the championship. Narrowly missed out on a podium at round 1. Could we see the young Polish driver take it to the podium tomorrow? I think it is going to be an improvement on that 72. I think he's going to be in the top 5 in quali, Eddie, as well, to be honest, because his mistake on the start line, I don't think it's going to affect him a lot, because he really, you know, got back on the throttle and the scoring zone. It didn't delay him a massive amount, Mike, which is interesting, and I think that's where it kind of recovers a lot of the points for him. Yeah, exactly, and the scoring zone doesn't start until just before zone 1. Now, if he was in battles tomorrow, that's a different story, but for qualification, I think the judges are going to say, okay, the scoring zone starts just before 1, we're going to let you away with it. Now, up to this point in the run, he was pretty much perfect as well. Maybe on the first zone he wasn't as deep as he could be, but look at him refilling it as it becomes zone 6. Zone 1 and zone 6 are the same zone, of course, except they're traveling in 2 different directions. And yeah, I think he was
pretty perfect on that. Along with that, he was really aggressive, so David Callis, the style judge, will really reward his commitment with those 15 points for that. So I think overall, in terms of line, angle, and overall style, I think it's going to be a really, really big score here for Victor. And you know what, Eddie? He could be a championship dark horse as well, this guy.
Yeah, I think so. And, you know, whatever happens here, he's already in the show, Mike. So I think if he stays where he is, which he's not going to, he's going to jump right up into third position with an 86.5. But I was going to say, if he stays where he is, he's going to be a problem for one of the higher qualifiers. But now he is one of those higher qualifiers and jumps himself into third position. So we have 4 drivers remaining. Ola Boyko sits on the line, a 79 for the Ukrainian on his first run in the 6.2 litre V8 E46 compact. Maybe the less desirable compact, the E46, but I really like the styling of this car.
Yeah, definitely. As he knocks it into gear there with the sequential huge spec cars here, even in the semi-pro classes. He drops a wheel on the way around the first or second zone, Ed.
Yeah, but he's certainly not holding back. He's really coming for it. Very aggressive, very fast, nice and fluid through the run. There are some mistakes. Unfortunately, though, as he drops a couple of wheels and another one again there through outside zone 4 now, stays in it nice and long and makes that transition back. Look at the speed that he carries through 5, then puts the angle on. Now gets on the throttle and across the line he goes. Ola Boyko, 79. Well, first place qualifier at round 1. I don't think, Mike, there's any fear of him being a first place qualifier at round 2. Certainly not with some of the mistakes that were made on that run. But I really enjoy watching this guy and his driving style. It's very aggressive. It's very exciting and just really... you know, if you're talking about a driver that's going to take a lot of style points from the judges, Ola Boyko is one of them.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, you know, obviously as you guys listening at home can probably hear, we're 2 Irish commentators. We've come from the Irish series, and it's great to come over here to see the guys in Poland and beyond competing here in DMP and getting to know them a little bit, Eddie, getting to know the aggressive drivers, getting to know the crazy drivers, getting to know the super tightly calculated guys. And I think Ola Boyko has a lot of those characteristics all melded into one nice kind of a mix of a driver, and I'm looking forward to seeing him in battle action tomorrow.
Well, he will be in 7th position tomorrow as it stands at 84.5, so nice improvement there, and just shows that Ola Boyko can get it done when he needs to. We move on to 3rd place in the championship, Oliver Ozdoba with a 79.5 on the board in a 750 brake horsepower E46, and this guy is electric when he is on form. Nicely through the first section. It's kind of a straight line approach almost though. Judges like to see a little bit more of a flick through that zone, and now fills zone 2 very well as he throws it on big angle as he makes that transition from 2 into 3 and then back out to 4. Big angle as he comes out of 4, but it's going to cost him. It's going to cost him, yeah. You can just see that car starting to over-rotate, Mike, as he came towards the end of outside zone 4, as he just started to dial on too much angle and maybe just, try and, showboat a little bit too much through the midpoint of the run. And of course, we will be at the midpoint of the championship season when all things are said and done and the dust settles tomorrow afternoon at around 6 p.m. Well, that'll be the midpoint of both our semi-pro and pro championship. So with four championship rounds, not a lot of time for these drivers to stake their claim for championship podium finishes. I
think high consistency is, be consistent and be in the conversation for a podium every round. That's the key here. Oliver Ozdoba, speaking of crazy drivers, the 18-year-old Polish guy here coming off the line full throttle, not even using a weight transfer to get the car going, just using the 750 odd brake horsepower to keep the wheel spinning and get him sideways through the first zone, and the rest of the lap then kind of continued in that vein, but a huge mistake creeping in, Eddie. And we always say drifting is risk versus reward. Sometimes you get the reward for taking the risk, sometimes you don't.
Yeah, well, just it's interesting. I don't know if we get time to discuss it here now before the next run and 2 runs remaining, but consistency. Here we go. So yeah, 0 for Ozdoba.
Yeah, as we go into the real pointy end of semi-pro qualification, the last 2 drivers. And once again, guys, be sure to join us for pro qualification in just a little while this afternoon here in Katowice, because that is when the big boys come out. But one of the big boys, he will be one of the big boys soon from the way he's driving. He will be getting his pro license in the near future. Adam Gomelicek, currently second in the championship, leaves the line, Eddie.
Yeah, he does, the 16-year-old in the Valace, as you love to pronounce, Mike, and what an enjoyable word it is to say. But what an enjoyable run we are about to see here as Gomelicek, as you say, one of the stars of the future, just 16 years of age. He's launching through the circuit here, perfect so far through those first 3 zones, and really nice again as he starts to fulfill outside zone 4. Now he needs to just time this transition right as he comes for 5. Absolutely on it here, Mike. Absolutely perfect throughout the whole run, fulfills outside zone 6, and across the line goes Adam Gomelicek. It was an 87 on the first run from the young Polish driver. Is that enough to take top spot? Only one driver in the semi-pro championship has scored in the 90s so far this season. Are we about to see the second one, and are we about to see a new leader in qualifying? What a run, Mike.
Yeah, the crowd loving that. The rounds of applause going on right after that run just goes to show like the entertainment value it had. And to answer your question, Eddie, yes, I think we are definitely going to see a second semi-pro driver creeping into the 90s. So, watching Gomelicek's run here. Yeah, looking really, really nice. I was just taking in the run there, looking really nice. You know, he had that magic combination of aggression, style, and precision, which is exactly what we want to see. It's what the crowd wants to see. It's what the judges want to see, Eddie. And I think we're going to see another score in the 90s, possibly topping qualifying, because that to me, okay, while he could have been a tiny bit wider on some of the outside zones, it was pretty much perfect.
Well, here we go. It's a 96.5, and I'm so delighted, Mike, because we built it up as a huge run, and it would have been so devastating if the judges had seen it a different way.
I was going to knock on the judge's door.
What about that from Adam Gomelicek? And I think the family, and of course his father competing tomorrow, they are going to be absolutely delighted with that. A huge run, and sets the bar. 2 drivers now in the 90s. And Adam Gomelicek, who sits second in the championship, is going to be feeling good as we go back to the start line, where Ivan Baby clicks it into gear, an 86 on the first run. What can the winner from round 1 do here in his E46 as he fires into that first corner? Hard and fast he goes into outside zone 2 as he comes looking for the perfect run, but can he find it? Can he top that 96.5 that we've just seen? Well, he's certainly doing a good job as he throws all the angle of that E46 at it, fulfills outside zone 4, and he is coming for it, Mike. This is another huge run as he finds outside zone 5, and he drops a wheel. He drops a wheel just when he didn't need to, but he fills outside zone 6 and across the line, and a round of applause from me and Mike and from everybody in attendance. And what a way to finish out semi-pro qualifying at round 2 here in Katowice for DMP 2026. Just look, breathe this in, Mike.
Wow. Just the, you know, it's a great drift run when you're on an absolute knife edge. You're on the edge of your seat. You're waiting for something to go wrong. You're waiting for him to go off track. You're waiting for him to spin. And that is what it's all about, the entertainment factor. And that is exactly what Ivan Baby gave us. And I love to say it. It's Ivan Baby. And you know what?
What a superstar name. It's such a superstar name and a superstar run. But look, if we're going to be critical, that one, it's a very slight wheel drop. It's very slight. I'm still excited for this, Mike. I still think this could contend for a top spot, because that was 2 incredibly big runs. Adam Gomelicek with an 86.5 or 96.5. And now even Baby. So when he sits on an 86, Mike, he's in the show. There was nothing to worry about. There was no fear.
No, I'm not sure if it's going to top Gomelicek. He definitely wasn't as precise, but he had more aggression.
It's a 93.
But Eddie,
wow.
The 2 top guys that we've seen in qualifying, the 2 top guys in the championship, they've scored the 2 top qualification scores. And, you know, semi-pro qualifying here at DMP round 2 really came alive at the end. And what a fantastic pair of runs to finish us out for semi-professional qualifying.
Yeah, it certainly is. As we go back to the start line, we can see some good pictures here of some lucky fan obviously getting a passenger spin with Jakub Przygoński, our pro championship leader and first round winner.
Yeah, keeping the car on the inside line, perhaps minding his car a little bit for tomorrow. Look how fast, look how hooked up this car is compared to what we saw on that massive pro.
It's amazing the difference that the semi-slick tyres that the pro drivers use make to the speed of the cars through the circuit. You know, just a taster of what we have to look forward to. But of course, this car just freshly back in Poland after Drift Masters in Finland, and it's on the road again to Riga. As soon as this event finishes tomorrow, they're packing up the truck, making their way towards to Riga in Latvia for the next round of Drift Masters. So a lot of work being done as we take a look at the qualifying standings. Well, it was Adam Gomalicek with that incredible 96.5, taking top spot ahead of Ivan Baby, who did everything he could to try and take it away from him at the very last second. Vaclav Buryan with the 91, the first man to break into the 90s, took third spot, the Czech driver, rounding out the top three. As we look down the order, some very interesting ones. 7th position for Ola Boyko, and Bartosz Ostalowski creeping in 16th position, the Polish driver, as we mentioned, without the use of his arms. 2 top 16s in a row. Can we see him go further than the top 16 though tomorrow and win his first battle of the 2026 DMP season? Unfortunately though, for the drivers on your screen there now, outside that top 16, and it is so cutthroat, Mike, but again, drivers just not getting the scores on the board when they needed it. So let's take a look at the schedule for the rest of the day. Of course, that is the conclusion of semi-pro qualifying, but we'll be back at 10 to 3 local time, where we will have pro qualifying for round 2 in Katowice. Mike, if the end of qualifying at round 1 or round 2 in semi-pro is anything to go by, I'm so excited for what we're going to see from the pro drivers when we see this track really hook up with some incredible machinery and some of the best drivers in Poland and Europe.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, at the break here now, Eddie, I'm going to go down, I'm going to shake Gomalicek's and I'm going to shake Ivan Baby's hand and say thank you very much for those pair of runs to finish us out in qualifying. They were spectacular. And yeah, we are going to be ready to rock for pro qualification, guys, in about half an hour's time here. I believe 10 to 3 local time, Eddie, we're kicking back off, and that is when the big boys come out to play.
Yes, join us then.
homies spin the block, hit the gas, hit the gas. Block, hit the gas, hit the gas. Spin the block, hit the gas, hit the gas.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to DMP 2026. It is round 2, and we are in the beautiful city of Katowice in southern Poland. Mike, we saw an amazing round 1 just a few weeks ago where Jakub Przygoński took the win in an incredible fight over Stavros Grillis, the Greek god, in that final battle. But we are already here for round 2. More points up for grabs, more opportunities for drivers to get themselves into a hunt for a championship in a very short 4 rounds for 2026. It's a brand new circuit. It's a brand new venue for all of our drivers. The sun was out, but in the break from semi-pro qualifying, which we've just seen this morning, there's been a big thunder shower, a huge downpour, which was predicted, and it's going to set this competition wide open because all the practice all weekend has been dry. There's a huge amount of rubber laid on the track. It's a tricky surface already, and now with the addition of rain, it's going to be really, really intense. My name, of course, is Eddie Power. I'm one of your commentators here this weekend. I'm joined by Mike Fitzgerald. But Mike, your thoughts on what we saw this morning and what these drivers are going to have to deal with this afternoon?
I think, yeah, Eddie, as you mentioned, the rain is going to throw a real spanner in the works, pardon the mechanically related pun, because every driver did actually practice this weekend in completely dry conditions here, guys. And this fantastic track at round 2 in Katowice is on a paved surface, and it's like it's a car park here basically for the cultural center here in Katowice. And you know, it's a fantastically grippy surface in the dry, where a lot of drivers were almost complaining about the amount of grip out here that they had to drive the car super hard. But right now, with the rain after coming down, it's the complete opposite.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at the season schedule for 2026. Of course, we saw Jakub Przygoński win in Warsaw, taking maximum points going into round 2. Katowice, where we are this weekend, and again, another opportunity for our drivers to take maximum points in a custom track. Radom for round 3 will be another new round for all of our drivers before we go to Poznan for round 4, where we will crown our 2026 champions. So 4 rounds, Mike, 4 opportunities for our drivers. But crucially, in a short competition, in a short season like this, there just isn't any opportunity to make any mistakes. So we're going to take a quick look back at what happened at round 1 in Warsaw just a few weeks ago.
Yeah, and what a round it was, Eddie. And the talking point was that 40-degree heat that we had in Warsaw. Absolutely mad conditions for all drivers. But most of them got through it. The car seemed to survive. And yeah, it was super interesting.
So perhaps just, perhaps just a technical issue. We were going to have a look back at the highlights of round 1. But of course, it was Jakub Przygoński as we now take a look at those highlights. So Artem Chulkov, the Ukrainian, wowing everybody in attendance, Mike, with a 97-point run. It really was fire. Just rode the line the whole way around the circuit and showed himself as a real contender. Timur Lipski, who did finish in 3rd position in that S14. We're so excited to see him back out on circuit. Of course, in a car that was built for Pavel Korpelinski to compete in Drift Masters. So a very well set up car. And Stavros Grillis, the Greek god, the man who wowed us, taking 2nd step on the podium, only taken down by Jakub Przygoński, the only man he couldn't defeat that weekend. But he is back on the grid here this weekend, and what an impressive round it was for him. But Jakub Przygoński was the man who stole the show, and the former DMP champion and the pride of Poland was the man to beat that weekend, and he takes the championship lead coming into round 2. And the question is, Mike, after a hectic schedule that he has with Drift Masters, can he repeat the feat here this weekend in Katowice?
Well, it went Drift Masters, then, it went DMP round 1 in Warsaw, then Drift Masters in Finland, back here to DMP round 2 in Katowice, and then he goes to Riga next weekend for Drift Masters again. So
yes,
busy
and I believe only 1 weekend of a break for him and for the car, and obviously for the team transporting the car, it's been a lot. But he certainly showed that he is very eager. It meant so much to him. There was a lot of emotion on the podium, and when he was announced as winner at round 1, and even with all he's achieved in motorsport, it shows that even just winning at the national level can bring out so much emotion and pride in Cuba. And certainly the man who has looked on form this weekend as well going into round 2.
I wonder, does that schedule affect you? Does it affect you, the crew? Will any fatigue creep in? But we'll wait and see.
Well, he looks like quite a fit individual, and we see we tend to see that drivers that compete more often and stay on the road, sometimes the brake can actually be a bigger problem because the body actually relaxes then. But when the body is used to constantly being on the go, your mind doesn't often have enough time to think about how much of an effect it's having on you. So it's usually only after the fact when you start to come into the, start to wind down where those problems start to but it'd be interesting to see if we will have any other drivers, bringing themselves into the fray this round. But the track that we have for this weekend, Mike, 6 zones, 5 outside zones, 1 inside zone. Let's take a quick look at that now.
Yeah, absolutely. So to get into the all-important top 32, first of all, we have to get through qualifying, and the drivers have a lot on their plate to navigate this very tight, essentially a car park circuit, so full throttle as they leave the start line. Then it's outer zone 1, which is a quick flick through on full throttle, full commitment there, with maybe a slight brake allowed before the drivers transition back and then are allowed to brake before that big outside zone 2, which is full pull. Couple of bumps around that, Eddie, and a couple of dips as well. So the drivers telling us about those kind of dips on that track just make it a little bit difficult for them to kind of negotiate around that outside section with the dips and bumps in that. Now it is a quick transition through zone 3 where they will flick the front of the car through, and then it's back to an outside zone where they are allowed to brake once again into outer zone 4. You'll see full throttle once again as they come around by us here in the commentary tower, and you can see from the tyre marks it is a figure 8 track. As we switch them back around once again through another transition with a touch and go section outside zone 5, where a couple of different techniques crept into, in qualifying there in the semi-pro that we just saw to get the drivers into zone 6, where they are allowed to brake, dial the car onto angle, then get on the full throttle for that big finish across the line. Full tyre smoke, full commitment, and very interesting technical track here, Eddie. We saw it throwing up a couple of spanners in the works again for the semi-pro drivers, but the top guys really pulling it together and making that track work superbly, and we're expecting even better from the pro class right now.
Yeah, well, of course, all of our drivers will be scored. They will take 2 runs of the circuit non-consecutively. We will run in reverse championship order, and they will be scored out of 100 by our 3 judges in attendance: David Callas, our head judge, Karol Jablonski, and Mateusz Dziedzic. He is the line judge, of course. Karol,
jedzie się na razie tak średnio, ale z każdym przejazdem coraz lepiej. Zdecydowanie w naturalnym środowisku, czyli tutaj jak jeździmy, jest dużo fajniej niż się nastawialiśmy, no bo parking, kostka, nie do końca jakby to się łączyło z fajną trasą, a jednak na miejscu się okazało, że jest duża prędkość, fajne przekładki, fajna trasa pod pary, trasa z narodowego, z Drift Masters, przerobiona już przez parę sezonów, potwierdzona, że to mimo niedużych gabarytów można naprawdę fajnie się wykazać.
Ogólnie trasa jest bardzo fajna, bardzo zręcznościowa, ale wlot jest niestety tak dziurawy, że kurde, człowiek nie wie, kiedy złapie tą trakcję na pierwszej zonie i to jest straszne, bo trzeba tą głowę przestawić, żeby nie miała strachu. Nie?
Ale jak już przestawisz głowę, to jedzie okej?
Próbuję ją przestawić, więc jeszcze mi się nie udało tak do końca, ale już jest lepiej niż na pierwszym treningu na pewno. No na pewno ten wlot i pierwsza zona, no reszta później już trasy jest okej, ale początek jest jeszcze do poprawy na pewno.
Siemanko, wiesz co, kurczę, jest sporo newralgicznych punktów. Szczerze mówiąc, to nawierzchnia, która jest wyboista, to jest takim chyba największym problemem. Trasa mocno techniczna, ona nie jest szybka, fajna. Myślę, że nie będzie dużych różnic między autami, więc będzie bardzo widowiskowa dla oka, dla publiczności. Będzie się to dobrze oglądało, pod warunkiem, że nie będzie dzwonów. Ale dzisiejsze treningi przebiegły dosyć fajnie, więc myślę, że będzie dobrze. Jedyny taki trudny moment to jest przedostatnia zona i ostatnia, czyli żeby to fajnie połączyć, przecinamy trasę praktycznie przez środek i tam są właśnie takie 3 uskoki, nie? Tam jedziesz pełnym piecem, widzisz ten beton, auto się unosi w powietrzu, głowa ci mówi, że nie masz trakcji, że skończysz na betonie. Aczkolwiek tak nie jest, więc ja dzisiejszy trening wykorzystałem właśnie na to, żeby sobie dobrać przełożenie odpowiednie, ułożyć auto odpowiednim kątem, żeby nie przeszarżować, nie rozwalić auta o betony, ale żeby tą linię perfekcyjną dopracować i jestem bardzo zadowolony, bo 2 ostatnie przejazdy już były takie, jak bym chciał.
Jeździ mi się bardzo dobrze, bardzo fajna trasa, natomiast dzisiaj cały dzień mieliśmy awarię samochodu, więc zrobiłem tylko 3 pełne przejazdy po torze, więc no niewiele mogę powiedzieć na temat tego toru, w sensie wjeżdżenia w niego, ale no jestem bardzo zadowolony. Myślę, że jutro nadrobimy to, co dzisiaj było stracone i no, będę w stanie dobrze pojechać w kwalifikacjach. Myślę, że trasa jest bardzo fajna, bo jest fajne są wejścia, fajne są zony, no, można dobrze pocisnąć, a te wyboje są takim, no, nie uważam, że to był wielki minus. Myślę, że możemy o tym w ogóle nawet nie mówić.
Trasa jest naprawdę fajna. Jest taki fajny rytm, da się fajnie jechać w parze, bardzo blisko. Od razu pozwala na takie fajne, głębokie ataki, więc uważam, że będzie to jedna na pewno z takich fajniejszych tras w sezonie całym, w którym będą bardzo bliskie pary, więc tutaj Katowice robią robotę i też będzie spektakularna możliwość oglądania tych przejazdów, bo tak naprawdę jesteśmy, nie wiem, 5 metrów od tych samochodów, jak przejeżdżają, więc to naprawdę fajnie wygląda i wydaje mi się, że tutaj kibice naprawdę będą mieli super adrenalinę.
Well, Mike, there you have it from our drivers. And I don't know how good your Polish is, but from what I understood, they were all saying they really enjoyed the challenge of the track, and great to see a track that is new for everybody on the grid, but they are certainly enjoying the challenge of it here this weekend. And it is quite technical. It does lend itself, as we've alluded to very aggressive chase driving, which is quite similar to round one. But we're going to hear from our judges and our head judge, David.
Yeah,
Callas.
so line is still standing the same. Like the drivers needs to go through all the zones the same way like they would be driving it on dry. However, we can get into the place of the style where they cannot be for sure that aggressive as on dry, so we need to take that in consideration. For the angle, still, the angle is possible to keep the same on dry or wet, so the main difference is in the style points.
Okay. Thank you very much, guys. Powodzenia, dziękuję wam bardzo, drodzy sędziowie. No i my nie przedłużamy, słuchajcie. Deszcz nie pada, to oznacza, że prawdopodobnie będą zaczynały warunki sucho, mokro, czego bardzo nie lubimy. Trzymamy kciuki za zawodników i jedziemy w kwalifikacje klasy Pro podczas drugiej rundy Driftingowe.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, sorry, Mike. I'm just, I'm thinking back to round one, but yeah, we're almost ready. So there you have it. It is pro qualifying for round 2 of the DMP 2026, live here from Katowice. And if the semi-pro qualifying show was anything to, go by, this is going to be hotly contested, Mike, straight from the off. We have a really stacked grid here of approximately 45 to 50 drivers. Let's take a look at the starting list for round 2 here in Katowice. Well, it will be our first driver out, Michal Reichardt, the former Drift Masters driver from the Czech Republic. Didn't attend round 1 due to some technical issues with the car. Daniel Pelikan also on the grid, the second driver out. He did also not attend at round 1. As we move along, Orest Michaluk, the Polish driver in his Nissan S14, one to watch certainly, the 11th car out. And Karolina Pilarczyk will be the second of our female drivers, along with Alexandra Fial, who showed so much promise at round 1.
Yeah, lots of Polish drivers, Eddie, as you'd imagine, but at round 1 I do believe we had 15 nations represented, so we're expecting roughly the same here in Katowice at round 2, and a fully stacked grid here, and it's basically a domestic Drift Masters Championship at this stage. The level of machinery is crazy here.
It's certainly going that way, and as you can see, there'll be a lot of familiar names on the grid. Of course, Mateusz Suski in that incredible Toyota A90 Supra, Janos Anati in his 36. As we move it to take a look at some of our higher qualifying, higher up the order, higher ranked drivers on the grid, as we will come back to that later on. So it is Michal Reichardt, as we mentioned, the former Drift Masters driver. He's a multiple Czech champion, drifting since 2009, and had issues with the car, some technical issues. Some of the parts of the car just didn't meet the technical requirements for the competition, as he gets ready to complete his first run of the 2026 campaign here at DMP. And of course, as we mentioned, Mike, very dry all the way through. Practice from Friday and this morning for these drivers who now have to come out and battle it out on a really treacherous, patchy track. Now, it will dry quite quickly, but huge downpour of rain in the break between the semi-pro and the pro qualifying. You can just see how that's starting to catch Michal Reichardt out here. A very experienced driver, very high-level driver. We saw some of his practice earlier on. He was ripping through the circuit, but really just struggling to find the grip here. But for somebody who hasn't driven this track in the wet and the first person to go out and test the conditions, that is an incredibly impressive run.
Yeah, extremely difficult conditions here. As you mentioned, Eddie, it's the first lap that we've seen on this track that is not absolutely perfect dry conditions, and Michal Reichardt doing all he could really on a completely unknown surface, which is, as you can see here, guys, from the shot, it is cobblestones on this converted car park, which is now a European level drift track. And all that rubber that has been laid down through all those practice sessions and all those qualification sessions, of course, is now on top of the surface, along with some water, and Michal Reichardt navigating the conditions, dropping a wheel a couple of places, and yeah, definitely not the perfect run. But overall, Eddie, I think for the conditions that he was faced with, considering he's the first car out in the wet, a very, very respectable lap for the Czech driver.
Yeah, now it's going to be very interesting. What could you play a huge factor here in qualifying today, Mike, is as that track starts to dry, should it rain again, could we see drivers getting 2 runs in the wet versus drivers getting both their runs in the dry? This could really mix up the qualifying order and shake up the championship order. As if you come out here on a dry track, Mike, and you negotiate it well, you really stand a better advantage to drivers who have come out here on the wet. And Michal Reichardt will certainly be hoping that his second run will be in the dry, but it's a 65.5 for him. And of course, we are moving to a top 32 for this section of the competition. So pro, it'll be the top 32 drivers moving on to tomorrow's battle action. And of course, earlier on, it was top 16 for semi-pro. As we go back to the start line, where it should be Daniel Pelikan, I believe, yes, in his E46, another Czech driver in that S58 powered 1100 brake horsepower underneath the bonnet of this machine, Mike, and you dare say too much in these conditions.
Yeah, 100 brake horsepower would probably do you after it has rained on top of the cobblestones here in Katowice. But Daniel has 1100 brake horsepower, and so far, Eddie, he looks like he's using them to good effect.
Yeah, using it to really good effect here, and looking very confident, and it looks like he's not concerned about the conditions whatsoever. And just as I say it, Mike, perhaps commentator's curse, drops a couple of wheels off circuit but manages to stay in it. Then he has a waddle as he makes the transition from 4 to 5, slides straight in, but again keeps it going, keeps the run alive, rides the line as he comes by outside zone 6 and across the line.
Yeah, very tricky conditions there. Daniel Pelikan doing all he can. And of course, guys, there are 6 zones here on this fantastic Katowice track here for DMP Round 2. You just saw him negotiating the first zone as we ran you through there in the pre-qualifying show. But a big long pull through outer zone 2, where we were seeing full tyre smoke all afternoon in the semi-pro class, which had dry conditions. But as you can see right now, not a lot of tyre smoke, but we are expecting to drive very quickly here, Ed, with the warm conditions and also with the surface that the cobblestones present, which allows the water to kind of drain down between them, and the top surface of those cobblestones should be dry, I would say, within maybe 15 runs time.
Oh yeah, if not sooner. Yeah, I think, you know, if it's once it stops raining, it'll dry very quickly. Now, of course, we are tucked away here in a little container / studio, Mike, so we don't have direct view to the outside to see if it is raining, so we can only tell by, so we're hearing potentially a 0 here for that opposite drift, as we said, coming through outside zone 4 to 5. So
yeah,
will we see a 0 from the judges? And yes, we do.
We do. So the competitors, of course, guys, can get a 0 in the event of a spin, in the event of 3 wheels off, in the event of loss of drift, or in the event of opposite drift, which we just saw there from Daniel Pelikan. So unfortunately, the Czech driver on a 0, but we go back to the line, Eddie. Tough conditions so far.
Tough conditions, yeah, and one of my favourite drivers or driver car combinations on the grid is this 190E Mercedes with a M104 6-cylinder underneath the bonnet, 800 brake horsepower, Mike, for Thomas Magyar, the Hungarian. And yeah, down the order, he's the 2025 Hungarian Drift Champion, 25th in DMP last season. We're looking to improve on that. Can he find the perfect run here in his first competitive run of round 2 here at DMP 2026 here in Katowice? And right from the off, straight onto that really solid, perfect qualifying line that the judges are looking for. No issues with the conditions so far as he makes the transition into 3 and back towards 4, just shallows up a little bit, gets on the handbrake a little bit too long, and he sacrifices his line and has to back out of it a little bit, gets caught in the pulls, and he's pulling off the line here. Is he going to try and make this guy?
Yeah, I think he's after
the car,
possibly after braking a left half shaft here, Eddie.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing, Mike, as
yeah, I mean, sometimes in the wet conditions, you can catch, if you catch a really small dry section of track, all of a sudden the wheels are spinning really fast, and all of a sudden they just hook up on a dry section, and it can be such a shock that it can break a shaft in the car. And unfortunately for Tamas, another 0. So take us a little second to get into qualifying here, guys, but don't worry, it is going to get the action is going to get thick and fast, and we are of course in reverse championship order, meaning that the best runs will come in towards the end of the first qualifying bracket.
Certainly. So back on the start line, where's the Hungarian Homan Zolt in his 1JZ powered S13. You can see how much he's struggling, Mike, to try and get that power down off the start line as he makes a nice initiation into outside zone 1 and fires down into outside zone 2 with big angle, but just comes away from that perfect, desirable outside line that the judges are looking for. And right now, Homan Zolt trying to find it here, incredibly presented, kind of, you know, graffiti style, Joker style from Batman, but a big spin and into the wall in the rear end of that car. I hope there's not a whole lot in it because he was quite deep, but it looks like he's gotten away with it, Mike.
Yeah, hopefully he's gotten away with it. Homan there with the fantastic looking car, as you said, and one of the beautiful parts of drifting is the sheer expression that you can build into your drift car and do pretty much whatever you want with it. And very Joker-esque, Batman-esque like livery on that car. They're really, really cool. But unfortunately, another man getting caught out by the conditions. And this is drifting, guys. This is why it can be so entertaining, because remember, every driver gets 2 laps non-consecutive. So Homan Zolt will go back to the pits, wait for about an hour and a half, or an hour and 20 minutes at least, and have a think about what he's going to do on the second lap, hoping that it's not going to rain again, and he's going to be inside in his own head for quite a while.
Yeah, well, big smiles on the graphic, but I don't think it'll be big smiles behind the visor of the helmet there as we go back to the start line, where it should be Łukasz field check in his E46 M3, Turbo S54, B32 underneath the bonnet, former runner-up in Pro 2 class, 35th overall in Pro and DMP 2025. He's been competing around the scene using the same car for the last 10 years, Mike, so to be a new track, but certainly no stranger to the machinery that he has at hand.
Yeah, well, he's competed in various fields of motorsports, so it might, you know, work for him here, Eddie. If he's done some rallying or whatever, he might be, you know, a guy that might be a little bit more dialed into changing conditions and maybe have to deal with the wet to dry conditions here a little bit better than most.
Yeah, we can just see him having a conversation with our start line marshal. I'm just wondering, is there some issue with the car, or do you know what? Very obviously there was contact with the wall, so just making sure that the track is safe and ready.
Yeah.
And I wonder, will he be afforded the opportunity just to go back into the burnout box and maybe rewarm those tyres? We see obviously still some little patches of drizzle and rain coming down there with the wipers. Has he switched them off? That'd be a good sign, good indication as to whether or not the rain has stopped, but it was considerable.
Yeah.
You referred to them as drops of water the size of bottles of water.
Yeah, the drops of water were just crazy compared to, we get quite a lot of rain in Ireland, unfortunately, but the raindrops here just seemed to wet you so much more. They were big drops of water, so quite a lot of standing water on the track, and of course the cars will still drag that around. The stuff that hasn't escaped down between the cracks of the cobblestones will be dragged around the track, and it'll leave a wet line for quite another few runs yet, I would imagine, as we see the start line here ready to rock.
Yeah, Lucas Berner getting his green light and sitting very forward in the car there, Mike, which is interesting, and you know, especially for a car that he's had for a long time, but not the ideal initiation there, and maybe just taking a slow approach to this to try and test the conditions, but certainly see him fighting the steering wheel behind the wheel of this C46 and really struggling maybe just to get to grips with maybe the layout, but also the change in conditions. It would have been bone dry and it leads into a spin, unfortunately, and a lot of zeros, Mike. It's 5 drivers, 4 zeros. The only driver actually with a score on the board so far is Michael Reichardt, who put that 65.5, the Czech Republic driver, on the board. But of course, a wealth of experience behind the wheel from him.
It's so difficult here, Eddie, at the moment, just to gauge the conditions. And of course, guys, I'm not sure, you know, if you've had drift experience or not, if you're watching at home, you'd set the car up completely differently for a wet track to a dry track. Your tire pressures, your shocks, sometimes your toe angles, even your spring rates you can change for a wet track. So these wet, dry conditions are super hard to set a car up for. So
yeah, and I think especially when they didn't have any opportunity to have wet practice, they're not going to know how the cars are reacting. Now, a man that will be not looking forward to these conditions is Dariusz. Fabisiak, rack problems in steering rack problems in practice this morning, he was telling me, Mike, which could potentially make this very difficult. But again, the second of our Ford Bauer powered S14s on the grid here this weekend, 14th in the championship, his best finish. So looking to try and get an improvement on that, but really his attention has kind of gone towards his young son, who's competing in the semi-pro class.
Who we just saw doing very well in semi-pro a while ago.
Yes, we did, and he'd be looking to try and replicate that as the father, but unfortunately leads into a spin once again, coming out of outside zone 4. And I wonder, is there something just down at outside zone 4? You can see that it is quite a lot wetter down there than it would probably be one of the lowest sections of the track, so water maybe just gathering there and causing people just to have that lack of grip. And certainly on the higher parts of the track, so the starts of those zones at zone 4 and zone 6, drivers probably facing or having experienced a lot more grip than they would be down where the water is.
Well, what needs to happen now is, and again, we always explain about the spotter. Each driver will have a spotter, each team will have a spotter, which is another pair of eyes outside the track telling you exactly what's going on and telling you what you're doing well and not doing well, and basically how to drive, especially when it comes to twin battles tomorrow. But for qualification now, the spotters need to be telling their drivers, okay, at the end of outer zone 4, there's a massive lack of grip. You need to dial off the angle, be ready for the car to want to spin as it comes out of the end of zone 4, and basically enter the end of zone 4 very straight. So the judge is just confirming it's a 0, unfortunately, there for Dariusz Fabisiak. But, you know, these drivers will have seen everybody else making the mistakes there, and they should know now to dial off the angle at the end of zone 4, let the car just float into the zone and let physics basically carry it through the end of the zone and not try to push it.
Yeah, so back on the start line it is Łukasz Wróblewski. Missed out on qualifying at round 1, you know, so needs to try and ignite something here, the Polish driver in his E92. M50B31 power underneath the bonnet, 800 brake horsepower at his disposal here this weekend and for the championship season, and doing a really nice job through those first few zones, hooking it up really well. Just as I say, just slow to get into outside zone 4, does make a correction just in coming into that. And again, Mike, another spin at the exit of outside zone 4 and a 0 on the board, and this is becoming problematic for our grid now, as the second runs are going to be so important. There's going to be so much movement in that top 32 as this track does start to dry out, but conditions really hampering the drivers.
Yeah, well, that's why drifting can be so entertaining and can be so cutthroat in terms of qualifying, because you have 2 runs, and if you don't get it done in the first run, you have huge pressure on your shoulders for the second one. Remember, guys, a lot of these drivers have come from the Ukraine, they've come from Scandinavia, they've come over from Germany, up from the Czech Republic, Slovakia, Hungary, etc. Denmark, yeah, exactly. So, you know, they've come a huge way. These cars cost so much money, and to come over here and not qualify because the wet conditions showed would be heartbreaking. So these drivers have so much on their shoulders waiting for their second run to come out. But they have had, all these guys now to run have had the opportunity of seeing the drivers before them, and they really should be preempting and predicting that lack of grip at the end of zone 4. So let's see.
Yeah, it's Dominic Kor sits on the line in that incredibly well presented Opel GT, 2JZ powered, I believe. Approximately 850, 860 brake horsepower, Mike. It's the only drift adapted Opel GT in the world. Used to drive an E36, so 2 completely different chassis. He's been struggling to kind of get himself, you know, into a competitive, market in the Pro Championship here in DMP, and he's really struggling with this car. Shorter wheelbase, it's obviously going to be tough to drive, but just struggling with the conditions. And I'm wondering, Mike, I can see you're trying to get in here, but I'm wondering, is he just testing the conditions and maybe just leaving it all to do on his second run?
Yeah, I mean, what I was pointing at there, Eddie, is that he did a very intelligent thing there. He just used the handbrake, the thing you have to do sometimes when it's very sketchy conditions. We have the same thing in Mondello Park in Ireland when it rains. So, and he totally missed the first zone, and this car is set up really what we call tight. It's very grippy. You can see when he hits the throttle, the car just wants to leapfrog forward. So difficult car to drive in wet, dry conditions. Probably a difficult car to drive in dry conditions, to be honest. But overall, I mean, Dominique doing very well here. Watch this now. He goes very wide. Okay, he's 2 wheels off, but right here, he knows that's where everybody's spinning. And okay, he almost stops the car, but he still uses the handbrake to maintain angle.
I think he's made a sizable mistake at outside zone 2, and I think it's at that point it's borderline unchaseable. There's concern that he may have dropped 3 wheels as he comes through outside zone 4 as well. I think once the mistakes were made, he realised that the run was a no-go and maybe just started to try and test the conditions.
Possibly.
But whatever way you want to look at it, it wasn't a good run, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a 0 drop on the board here.
Yeah, possibly, but he's still driving very intelligently, even though I think he could have probably set up the car, you know, quite loose, but then you're looking for all the grip for the wet sections, and that makes it super grippy in the dry, so it's tough. Drifting is tough in the wet, dry, you know, semi-wet, semi-dry conditions. As we get the fantastic drone shot here of the start line in Katowice, and it is a score. It's a 39.5 for Dominik Kur. And he does put a score on the board. The Polish driver in the Opel GT will be happy to get a score at least as we move it down to the line. Eddie?
Yeah, happy to get a score, but it is Marek Jarkovic on the line from Poland in the boss-bodied S14 as he gets ready for that green light and gets the power down and the grip down as he looks for that first zone and misses it completely. And again, Mike, a lot of drivers, particularly the lower ranking drivers, missing outside zone 1 and, you know, just setting themselves up for disaster. That's a spin going into outside zone 2, and again for Maciej, very unfortunate, but another 0 on the board. And you know, considering what we've seen from the judges, Mike, with drivers' runs being deemed unchaseable, I think Dominik Kur consider himself very lucky to have got that 39.5 on the board after that previous run. But there you go, confirmation for Maciej Jarkovic, 0 spin at outside zone 2.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at my weather app, and it's saying about 40% rain for the rest of the afternoon until about 6 o'clock. So it'll be an interesting qualifying session here. All drama here, guys, at Driftingowe, Mistrzostwa Polski round 2 as...
Yeah,
on the line.
Madsen gets ready to leave the lines. He gives a high five to our start line marshal, gets the green light now in his E46 M3, 800 brake horsepower for the 2022 Danish Pro 2 champion. So no stranger to some podium steps and some silverware, and looking really strong here from the start here at round 2. But this is where it's all gone wrong for the rest of the grid. Can he make it happen? Goes a little bit deep, drops a couple of wheels, but he stays in it all importantly. And could we see only the third driver to put a score on the board, I believe, as here we go with Anders Madsen ready to cross the line. He does so, and it will be a score. And you know what, Mike, despite the couple of wheel drops, I think a huge run there for him.
Yeah, Madsen will be delighted with that, Eddie. He managed to navigate the conditions while actually doing pretty much what the judges wanted him to do. Like you said, he did run wide. We'll see that in a second. But there are the judging criteria split across 3 different criteria with a judge on each. David Callis, our head judge, is on style. Karol Jabłonski is on angle, and Mateusz Życic is on line, with line being the highest, as we see the almost catastrophe unfolding there, but he just got away with it. Line giving you 40 points throughout the circuit, style giving you 30 points, and angle giving you 30 points. Now, one thing to note as well is style is split between 15 points for commitment and 15 points for fluidity. So the harder the drivers go and the smoother that they are snapping the car onto angle, transitioning, etc., will be split across the style. But I think overall he will score very highly there across, you know, all categories, to be honest, especially commitment, because obviously with the conditions he had to be committed. So let's see what score drops in for Anders Madsen as we see these beautiful sights, as we see the Spodek behind here, the beautiful event center in the shape of a UFO. And yeah, of course, we are in the city centre here in Katowice, guys, and it is a great venue, a car park venue, which is throwing up its own challenges, as you can see. Quite bumpy as well in sections, Eddie, a couple of drains across the car park, and, you know, a little bit of elevation changes. So very interesting track, very interesting venue, and...
yeah, quite subtle, some of the elevation and kind of the elevation changes and the bumps. Not very obvious, but you would certainly feel them. And it's the 71.5 for Anders Madsen, so jumps into first position, so not bad. As we say, that wheel drop obviously making a big difference. But we go back to the start line where Vadim Pospishny from Ukraine sits on the line in his S14. It's his first time at DMP this year, but he has been drifting for 5 years with 2 top 4 finishes in the Drift Open Pro class, and he's representing Team HBS Performance here. What can he do on his first pass of the circuit here, qualifying at round 2? Nice through the first few sections, just manages to keep that car on track as he comes through outside zone 2, but a slight waiver there. The judges would have spotted that and be taking note as he negotiates inside zone 3 nicely, and just lacking a little bit of fluidity, but he's filling those zones and staying on the correct line. Drops a wheel as he comes through outside zone 4, but no spin this time around. and sets himself up nicely for 5 and into 6, drops a couple of war wheels, perhaps, maybe not, hard to see from that camera angle, and across the line he goes.
Yeah, well, we are in reverse championship order, as we mentioned, guys, and the drivers who are lower down the championship, who had to run at the start of qualifying, will be kicking themselves, because I think they've really got the short straw, Eddie, so to speak, here, because the conditions that they faced seem to be much more difficult than what the drivers are facing currently.
Yeah, and I mean, that just brings it back to the question of, are we going to see more rain? And if we do, who will be the benefactors or the the losers in that situation? Who will benefit from it and who won't? So yeah, so Vadim Pospieszny, I think, could we be seeing a new leader in qualifying after that run, which certainly looked to be very, very competitive.
Yeah, absolutely. So guys, if you are watching, we do of course have a Polish commentary on the Eurosport 3 player, and you have joined Eddie and myself here on Eurosport Polska with the English commentary. Hope you guys are enjoying it, and if you're watching at home in Ireland, where we're from home, and like a lot of our Polish friends were last time, and our Irish friends as well, thank you for joining us, and we hope to bring you another action-packed weekend like we did from round 1 in Warsaw a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, well, there you go. Score drops in, and it is second place narrowly for Orest Michaluk.
Absolutely. So we go back to the line, and it is Bartłomiej Owetrzyk from Poland. Shepherd dog Bartholomew, the nickname. 48 years of age, Eddie, with a 700 brake horsepower M2. So beautiful car. Look at the livery on this car.
Yeah, Ford Mustang Coyote powered as well, once again, and as you say, very popular engine transplant over in this championship, but gets a little bit wrong as he comes through inside zone 3 there, and it's really going to hurt the line here and his fluidity through outside zone 4 as he looks to get back on it now, and you can just see the drivers struggling really as they come out of outside zone 4, but crucially now less spins, and we are starting to see drivers negotiate a lot better. Much improved now as he comes out through outside zone 6 and across the line goes Bartholomew.
Yeah, I can see in our notes here that he imported the first Silvia S15 from Japan into Poland in 2008. So, he's been drifting with 20 years. And he's a huge figure in the sport domestically here in Poland. And let's see what Bartholomew can do in terms of getting a score on the board and getting himself a place in the top 32. Looking like this zone out here, Eddie, is slightly drying out at the end of outer zone 4. It's not catching everybody else out. I think the runs that have gone through have finally dried it up a little bit. And you can see the acceleration there in between zones with the Coyote engine, 700 horsepower M2 of Bartholomew. Doing a really good job, and yeah, definitely getting himself a score across the line, Ed.
Yes, well, we go to the judges to see just what that score was as we wait for it to drop in. And the Polish native will be hoping for a big score to see him nicely up the order. And of course, with the amount of zeros on the board, it's an opportunity for Mike for people to make a move here, particularly looking at the drivers who were unsuccessful in qualifying for round 1.
Yeah, and of course, as you can see, as we mentioned earlier, Eddie, the access road to the paddock on the left there, to a full paddock, which is Drift Masters levels cars right, left and centre, and some crazy machinery down there.
Yeah, and it's a 63 for Bartholomew, so 63 for Bartholomew. He'll be happy enough with that, and it keeps him in contention for now, but you'd feel with the level of competition on the grid and the number of drivers battling it out for those spots that it will need to improve as we go back to the start line, where it is Krzysztof Juszwak in his BMW M2. He's the 2023 Polish Pro 2 champ. Runner-up in 2024 Polish Drift Championship, and 2025 was his first year in the pro category. So here we go. What can he do as he comes away from that qualifying line that the judges are looking for through outside zone 2, now flicks it back, gets the nose of that BMW into inside zone 2 and manages to keep the rear end of that car on track as he makes the transition from 3 to 4. Nice through that zone, but does start to come away from it, and a bit of a correction as he leaves outside zone 4. Now gets it wrong as he comes down to 5. Again, that's going to hurt the score massively as he just fails to get into 6 at the start of the zone and crosses the line.
Yeah, a little bit of a glitchy run there. The fluidity points will not be very high, unfortunately, there for Juszwak. Looks like the car is very, very gripped up. And again, when you have the wet weather conditions, you run really low tyre pressures, really low shock settings, damper settings, and you're looking for the most grip possible. Then when it dries up, you have huge amounts of grip and the car's really difficult to drive. So the drivers faced with a huge challenge, to be honest, in terms of car setup for qualifying here at round 2 for the first part of qualifying at least. And should it stay dry, that will get easier, and I think the runs will get much more consistent, especially as we go down through the championship order and start getting up to the real big guns towards the end of the first rotation of qualifying.
So let's see, do we get a score here for Krzysztof Jóźwiak from the judges? As we say, 12 years of experience, but not a whole lot of it helping there on that particular run, and he's going to have his work cut out for the second run of qualifying later on. Of course, all of our drivers taking 2 passes of the circuit, which will be scored out of 100 by our 3 judges, and all of those drivers making those runs non-consecutively. So we start with the lowest ranked driver, working our way right up to the championship leader, and then we reset the scoreboards and go back to the start line for the second runs of qualifying. You can see Alexandra Fia sitting on the line, and it is a 55 for Krzysztof, 55 on the first run for Krzysztof Jóźwiak. So as you say, sitting on the line, it is Ola Fial, Alexandra Fial from Poland in her supercharged Coyote V8, 1000 brake horsepower, Mike. Top 20 finish in 2024. Did make the top 32 at round 1, but was knocked out unfortunately by Siemens Suevma. So she's looking for a bit of more fortune here this time around. She throws huge angle at that first zone, gets it all wrong, and now you can see when she makes that transition, and she's just backed out of it, because you know what, she knows that that's not going to be enough. Now tries to get back on it, but I think that stop and drifting and the kind of opposite drift almost that she had could see this run being deemed a 0 from our judges. It's certainly not going to be a score that's going to get her into the show. So unfortunately for Ola, lovely lady, but she's going to have it all to do on the second run here, and she's competing in this championship for a long time, a championship regular, she'll be well known by the fans here in Poland, but unfortunately not one of her better runs on this occasion. You can just see getting it wrong there straight from the off.
Yeah, conditions still maybe catching her out a little bit. Like you said, lovely person to meet and chat to, very super knowledgeable about the car, and she showed us around her car there at round 1, and it was great to speak with her. Crazy build as well, Coyote V8 with a supercharger under the bonnet of an S13, as you do. But yeah, unfortunately that will be a 0 for Alexandra Fial for the first run. All to do for her for the second one. The second run of qualifying is going to be interesting, Eddie. I don't envy any of these drivers, but we are going to go down to the track for
Ola
a quick
Fijaur
word.
jest ze mną, właśnie się na tyle, ile możemy wyprzytulałyśmy, bo to są bardzo trudne warunki. Ola, jeszcze zaczęło padać, więc to weszło trochę na głowę, co?
Tak, bo do ostatniego momentu zastanawialiśmy się, jakie ciśnienie. Obserwowałam też moich kolegów tutaj i miałam jakiś plan po prostu na to. Wiedziałam, że ta zona jedna tu jest bardzo śliska, ale okazało się, że jak wyjechałam, to zaczęło znowu padać i to trochę nie trafiliśmy jednak z ustawieniami. No ale pocieszające jest to, że jest dużo zer i jeszcze możemy nadrobić to drugim przejazdem. Więc dalej jesteśmy w grze i trzymajcie za mnie kciuki.
Będziemy trzymać bardzo mocno. Myślę, że Stevie jest z ciebie dumny, że mimo wszystko przejechałaś sobie, testując dalej sucho mokro tutaj na kolejnych zakrętach. Ślisko jeszcze tam dalej jest?
No teraz już pewnie tak. W sensie zrobiłam, nie zjechałam od razu, uznałam, że wykorzystam sobie jeszcze, żeby zobaczyć, jak tutaj na mokrym się jedzie, bo nie wiadomo, jak będzie wyglądał drugi przejazd. Szczególnie, że dzisiaj też było mało treningu. Zrobiłam tylko 2 przejazdy, więc każdą chwilę, kiedy mogę pojechać tutaj bokiem, wykorzystuję, więc taka sytuacja. No, życzę powodzenia, chłopaki i Karolina. Lecimy dalej.
Lecimy dalej, dziękuję za tą energię, nie da się jej nie lubić. Ola Fijaur, słuchajcie, jeszcze drugi, będzie dobrze.
So there you have it. I didn't catch any of that, Mike, but it looked as though, yeah, I think Ola's saying she made a couple of mistakes and just having a little bit of a laugh about it. I think she'll go back, she'll know she has the ability to get herself into a top 32 and, make those necessary changes for round 2, for her second run. But I think maybe just the conditions catching her out a little bit, or maybe just, playing mind games with her a little bit. But we go back to the start line, where I do believe it will be Janusz Onodi, the Slovakian, in his E36. He's the 2022 and 2025 Slovak Drift champ.
Yeah, he is indeed with the E36, one of the fantastically turned out Motul Drift team, of course.
Yeah, worked his way up from street class all the way to pro level competition, and as you can see, Janos Onadi there, ready to go with that driver window almost blocked off with the graphics there, Mike.
Yeah, get the sponsors everywhere, get your name all over the car.
That's exactly it, so here we go.
Be sure to follow your favourite drivers as well, guys, on the Instagram. The little tag is at the bottom there under the name if you like the look of their car or their style.
Yeah, as we get the green light here for Janos Onadi, what can he do as the Slovakian looks to stamp his authority on round 2, but unfortunately not the line he was hoping for and the run that he was looking for, or that he would have envisaged when he left the line, but now starts to tidy it back up again as he looks for that outside line, throws it deep into outside zone 4, maybe a little bit too deep as he drops the wheel. No problems as he exits the zone with the conditions down there, gets it back on. Oh, just makes that error as he comes through 5, straightens up a little bit, misses the start of outside zone 6, now starts to find his footing in that zone and crosses the line.
Yeah.
And again, you know what, from Janos Onadi, not going to set the scoreboard alight. I think he will see a score, but unfortunately Mike just didn't go where he was hoping it would go.
Yeah, well, twice Slovak drift champ. I mean, this guy is no stranger to podiums, but unfortunately, you know, for him it's a huge step up, I guess, for a lot of domestic championships to come to DMP, because as we mentioned at round 1, Eddie, we do think that this is probably the best domestic drift championship in Europe and possibly getting there in the world at this stage. And yeah, the conditions just catching out Janos a lot here, and hopefully we do start to see a properly dry line pretty soon, because we want to see those big runs dropping in, but we can still see quite a lot of standing water here on the track, which is sitting on top of those sections where the tyres are really thick, the rubber's laid down really thick, and I think it's after making a barrier layer on top of the cobbles where it just, all the laid down rubber is just holding that water there. And yeah, it's not going to be a huge score, but it will be a score nonetheless. And again, I'm looking forward to the second half of qualifying very much, because the nerves are going to be absolutely crazy with a lot of these drivers.
They certainly are, with the amount of zeros that we've seen. So Janos Onadi will be hoping to avoid being one of those, and I do believe that a score will come true for him as we wait for that score to drop in. But yeah, I mean, 16 drivers down, and you know, I'd say 10 of those on zeros. It's a 45.5, and you can just see that's enough at the moment for 6th position. So that shows you where the scoring has been. So Mateusz Suski now sits on the line, I do believe, in his A90 Supra 2JZ powered 900 brake horsepower, multiple podiums and championship runner-up, finishes 5th overall in DMP in 2024.
Well, he always has this thing so hooked up, Eddie, so let's see how it battles with the conditions here.
Yeah, well, he doesn't get it off to a good start here, Mike, as he completely fails to initiate through outside zone 1 now, gets onto it and gets into it through outside zone 2. Hard on the brakes there as he comes through that zone. You can just see, yeah, this car really hooking up now, Mike, but you know, he was almost nowhere going through the first few sections and starting to find his feet and his footing in this run. But I think it's going to be all to do here for Mateusz Suski going into the second half of qualifying, Mike, because yeah, just can't rate what he did through the first section.
Yeah, but I mean, I really liked what he did through the second part of the run, to be honest, Ed. Let's scrutinise his first section here. He basically missed zone 1 and then had a very big straighten just before he reinitiated for 2. Then he did get the car into 2 quite late, tried to maintain the line there with the use of the left foot brake, but exited the zone very, very early once again. He was pretty good on 3, got the car rotated maybe a tad early, and then just kind of struggled to get into 4 early as a result. But overall, he does manage to keep the car in 4, and if conditions continue getting, you know, unpredictable here through qualifying, it might be enough to see him in battle action later by the end of qualifying, as we see some great crowd shots there and good crowd in attendance, Eddie, for just a qualifying part of the event. And we're expecting a jam-packed house here tomorrow in Katowice, and if you're in the locality, guys, be sure to come down because it is a spectacular venue. We're in the city centre here, and it's all going on here in the Strefa Kultury in Katowice.
So well pronounced, Mike. Very impressive.
Thank you for an Irish, a bogger from Ireland.
Yeah,
trying my best.
So we await the score for Mateusz Suski as the crowd. Yeah, look, they're having a good time, Mike. They're enjoying themselves. You know, obviously we had
sunshine all day.
We had a red weather warning at round 1, and people were told, you know, to stay at home, not go outside because of the, you know, intense heat that we were experiencing here in Poland. But no such issues this time around. You can see everybody happy, waving along and the score dropping in, and it is a 58. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I figured it was going to be in and around the mid to late 50s for that run for Mateusz, and 58 on the board. So
Eddie, it might. Who knows? The way qualifying is going, it might be enough.
Yeah, it may just be. So we go back to the start line where Dominik Pawłowski sits there in his 1.5 JZ Lexus RC 600 brake horsepower, and nice guy. We had a quick chat with him, a quick word with him.
Yeah, super nice guy.
Backs out of it, shuts it down.
Backs out of it, yeah, super nice guy. The only Lexus RC drift car in Poland, I'm told. But unfortunately, it's not a drift car right now. It's just a car because it's going very straight. But we are hearing. Can we hear quite a lot of tire squeal here, Eddie? Oh no, that's just a burnout going on. But yeah, I'm not sure exactly what's happening here, Eddie. But it's definitely a shutdown there, unfortunately, for Dominik Pawłowski.
Yeah, it's probably Karolina Pilarczyk warming her tires in the background behind us, which is literally just over our shoulders. But yeah, very unfortunate, very unusual. Not quite sure. We'll see if we can get some more information as to just what happened with Dominik Pawłowski. But just to make it official, a 0 on the board.
As we saw the control tower there of the UFO, this Bodek, that's where the aliens drive the craft from.
So back on the start line, it is Karolina Pilarczyk in that S15. You can see just the massive LSX
always
V8
blowing the kisses
underneath the bonnet there. Yeah, blowing kisses, all about the love. And you can see, I do believe that is her dog on one side, the cute little dog that we were petting yesterday.
Absolutely,
Mike, and her other dog.
Briefing. She had the dog at briefing last night.
And the other dog is on the other side as she waits for the green light. So cool to see the caricatures of her little pups on the side of the car. Really nice lady, and out here to try and put on a show. She's a 2023 Polish drift champion in the female class, but unfortunately just not getting to grips with the circuit here at round 2 and the conditions just yet on this first run, and she's going to have a bit of work to do in the second half of qualifying because the score is certainly going to be hit. Now she needs to be pretty perfect here for the remainder of the run, but comes out of 4 a little bit early as we lose sight of her in the camera angle, and she throws it back now onto that wide line for 5, but again just pulls up short of outside zone 6, and unfortunately for Karolina Pilarczyk crosses the line, but I don't think that's going to be the run that gets her into the top 32.
Yeah, not taking any chances with that outside line, which we see catching quite a lot of drivers out on when they go to the outside line. It's still, I think, a little bit damp out there, so Karolina maybe was erring on the side of caution, but I think she erred too far on the side of caution.
Yeah, well, she's... So we're gonna, she's gonna know from round 1, having qualified in 2020 in 22nd position, that and meeting the eventual winner Jakub Przygoński, that she needs to qualify as high up the order to give herself a good opportunity. So this qualifying line is really going to need to improve for Karolina going into her second run if she's going to have any hopes of qualifying. We move it along to our next driver. It is Radosław Gatkowski in his 2JZ S15.
Yeah, 24 years of age. The Polish driver has 835 brake horsepower under the bonnet. And you know what, Ed, as we mentioned in semi-pro qualifying, we did walk the track last night after practice, and in the hot, sticky conditions last night, our sneakers were almost sticking to the pavement. There was so much grip on track. So in the dry conditions, you might need the most of that 835 horsepower. However, in the wet conditions, it looks like it's an ice rink out there.
Yeah, for sure. So we will see if Radosław has what it takes over. It's a 48.5 for Karolina, so 48.5 just to make it official. She will have some work to do on this second run. So
the sun is out, Eddie.
Yeah, the sun is out, and reminds me of some Polish-driven S15s or S14.9s in Ireland.
Absolutely, in the hands of Jakub Przygoński.
So here we go. First run for Radosław Gatkowski, and again, just the drivers really struggling, Mike, to get on that perfect line. And of course, we are running in reverse championship order, but moving up that order with each run that passes, and expecting to see these drivers manage the conditions a little bit better. But right now, Radosław not producing what we know he's capable of doing. Misses outside zone 5 now, doesn't get as deep into outside zone 6 as he'd like. Gets it across the line. It will be a score, but again, not the score that the young Polishman was looking for.
Yeah, I think he started to trust the track towards the halfway point. And, you know, you can see him really hooked up here on the initiation. Now he gets into zone 2, starts to hit the throttle, but look, there's more grip out there than what he expected, so it pushes the car a little bit on the inside of the track, sacrificing zone 2. Now he gets the transition done pretty nicely, and he's over to the right-hand side of the track. And he is sacrificing a little bit of 4 once again, erring on the side of caution on the section which cut out so many drivers. Now he misses 5 completely and gets into 6 now, picking up those line points, all important line points. 40 available for the whole lap, split across 5 for sector 1, 10 for 2, 5 for 3 across the little front clipping point there, 10 for 4 and 10 for zone 5, which encompasses clipping points 5 and 6. So picking up, I think, a little bit of the points for the last zone there, but overall it might be a mid-pack score there for Radosław. We see the great drone shots here. So Radosław with a 55, Eddie.
Yeah, 55. So as you say, a mid-pack score, Mike. And yeah, will it be enough today? It's going to be interesting when these second runs come, if it stays dry. As we go back to the start line, it looks like it's going to be an Alfa Romeo Veloce, a 2.9 V6 turbo. And it will be Łukasz Tazimski behind the wheel, the 2025 Drift Open champion, 3rd place in Pro last year. Didn't have the round 1 he was looking for, Mike, but can he find something special here this weekend, and can he take it to the podium? Well, he's starting out in good fashion here as he fulfills outside zone 2 nicely on an absolute ripper here now as he makes that transition into that inside zone and back towards the outer line here for outside zone 5, and finds it once again, and is on an absolutely blinding lead line here. Almost washes as he comes to the end of outside zone 4, but gets it hooked up and back on line for those final 2 sections. You can just see him gently steering that car, and across the line he goes.
Yeah, great lap there from Łukasz Tazimski. Really the first lap that we saw a driver fully commit to the track and it worked out for them. Really perfect initiation through 1, fills up the entire zone, gets the car rotated back to the left super quickly for 2, so he gets his angles set up long time before he gets into the zone, allowing him to just really, you know, pick and choose his moment when to get back on the throttle. Perfect through 3, stays over to the left hand side of the track, giving him room to transition to get into 4 on that perfect line, gets back on the throttle in the Alfa Romeo, drops a wheel a tiny bit and a little bit of a waver onto angle there, but nothing major. Then once again just a nice relatively straight approach through 5 into 6, could be a tiny bit wider through 6 out to the outside, but does eventually find the outside of the zone. Full throttle, dials in the angle across the line, giving the judges something to think about. And the Team Juvic drift team, tiny little Alfa Romeo Veloce, you've got to see these things. They're MX5 size stuff. They're tiny cars.
Really incredible. And just looking through the scores here, Mike, I think it's 71.5 from Anders Madsen, still the score to beat here. I think this is going to go top. Yeah, I think this is definitely going to be 80s, maybe even branching towards the 90s, but maybe not that high just yet. Judges taking an opportunity to just have a quick look over it once again. And of course, you know, they have to remember, Mike, even though we've seen some bad runs up until this point, they can't just jump on a big score as soon as we see a big run. So Łukasz will be waiting patiently, but judges just taking their time just to really dissect this run. You can see a wheel drop there just at the end of outside zone 4. Now we have seen a lot of drivers spin there, and we know it's difficult. The judges will take that into consideration, but he does make it work, gets back committed, finds outside zone 6, could be a little bit deeper into it. So, you know, maybe not a score that's going to break into the 90s, but I think mid 80s to high 80s could be certainly reasonable here for this, as we see an 82.5. So an 82.5 for Łukasz Tazimski sets him into first position, and a nice place to be. Sets the bar just that little bit higher now for the rest of the grid to try and chase as we go back to the start line, where I do believe we will have Artem Hushva, the Ukrainian, in his S14, 2JZ powered. Qualified 17th.
The anti-leg shaking the floor here, Eddie.
Yeah, it certainly is, yeah, and that car just absolutely shaking as it bounces over the hollows around the circuit, but it does catch him as he comes onto the inside through outside zone 2, and now starts to get it back online again, but again late into outside zone 4, and it costs him with a wheel drop then as he finally finds the deeper section of that, transitions back now towards 5. again, just, you know what, Mike, he's come offline so many times here that it's really just unsettling the run. There's no fluidity. Across the line he goes. It will be a score for Artem Hushva, but certainly not the run that he was looking for.
Yeah, lots of drivers going for those 32 positions. Once again, 15 nations or so in attendance here. And remember, guys, you have to qualify in the top 32 drivers or you are putting the car on the trailer and going home.
It is worth noting that you could see where he was going from 1 to 2, where the car kind of shuffled, it bounced a little bit. There's a really big drop in the surface there. It's like an articulated lorry had been parked there, for a week or two. It's so much lower, it's so severe, and I think that bounce unsettled him and the car and pulled him away from outside zone 2. I think if he can make a correction on the second run, fix that, get through that section better, the rest of the run is there for him.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's a drain just after initiation around 1, and then, like you said, there's a kind of a dip in the track, just a quick like the car park is something tiny bit just around the entry to 2, maybe
just
5 meters
kind of
after
where
the
they
start
make
of
that
2.
transition, and I think if you just make the transition in the wrong spot, it's more severe in certain spots than others, and I think just getting caught with that, it's going to affect the scores. We await for that to drop in, but I think
it's up to each driver ready to preempt that. They've had enough practice, and
that's for sure, Mike.
It's up to them to dial in, be ready to dial in around the angle according as needs be, and be fluid through that.
Yeah, so a 55.5 for Artem Hushva on the first of his 2 runs of qualifying. We'll see him sitting in that kind of mid-pack range as we move it back to the start line, where it should be Peter Utasi.
With fans on his intercooler.
He's got fans on his intercooler and in the crowd, the Hungarian, 23 years of age with his 2JZ powered S13. And currently sitting down the order in the standings, Mike, and very aggressive, straight out of the traps here. He's coming for it, and what can Utasi do here? But it costs him as he comes out of that zone through zone 2, throws big angle at the transition now, makes it work, gets deep into outside zone 4. Can he stay there? He certainly can, as he holds that line nice and deep. Comes from the zone a little bit early now. Will it pay off as he makes the transition into 5? Certainly looks like it's going to, as he holds that wide line. Hooks it up here now as he comes across the finish line. Big run there from Utasi.
Yeah, if you remember from round 1, Ed, he was possibly the most aggressive driver on the grid at round 1, and he's brought that form right into round 2 with him here as we get the beautiful drone shots over the tops of the trees here. Firing the car into zone 2 there, just pulls it out a little bit to the left, maybe thought that he was coming in a bit too hot, and took a little bit of proximity towards the edge of the track off. Now gets back on, pretty much back online, and negotiates 3 really nicely into 4. And once again, not right out at the very, very edge of the track, possibly playing it a little bit safe, saying, okay, everybody's making mistakes. I'm going to put in a nice banker lap, something, in the 70s. It'll get me into the show, and once it's dry later on, I'm going to pull out my biggest lap later.
Yeah, and I think, perhaps that's exactly what might have happened, Mike, with the spotter in the air, saying, just get a score on the board. So many drivers sitting on a 0. I do believe qualified 9th inside that top 10 at round 1, so, he's got it in the locker, and I think if you can have a score that's mid 70s going into your second run with so many people under pressure, I think you're set up nicely to really push the boat out. And 73.5, enough for second position at the moment. And if you're a spotter, watching on, that's what you need to be telling your driver, particularly maybe some of these less experienced or lower ranked drivers, just get a score on the board.
Yeah, that was very, very intelligent from Utasi. As we move it along to the line, look at this beautiful E36. What a build this is in the hands of Seamus Tikas.
Yeah, that's right, the Cypriot in his 2JZ powered E36. And again, another driver just looking for a turn of fortune here this weekend. Didn't have the round 1 that he was looking for, with bowing out in the top 32, but he's back here now for round 2, the 2-time Cypriot champ. Looking for, as we say, that perfect run here in qualifying, that perfect line. Really nice as he makes that transition from 3 to 4, and this is starting to hook up really nice. I love the front splitter on the design on this car. Really aggressive looking, and a really aggressive driving style as he fires into that final zone now. Can he keep it pinned? He certainly can, and across the line goes Seamus Tikas, the Cypriot driver. Big lover of cars from childhood, really passionate about the sport, and just says he can't wait for the next opportunity to compete. That is right now. So Seamus Tikas, I don't know, Mike, again, you know, it's
multiple champion as well.
Yeah, when you compare it to the previous runs that we've seen, it's very good, but it's not without its mistakes. So I don't think it's going to. The judges are going to be critical. Then it's not going to light the scoreboard up. I think, you know, nobody's going to be wowed by it. A bit of a correction there. You can see as he comes out of outside zone 4, doesn't manage to make outside zone 5 perfectly. Barely gets into 6. When he does get there, he stays there. But I think it's kind of a little bit, you know.
Yeah, it's still not a bad banker for a first lap, you know.
It's like a day late and a dollar short kind of a run.
Is it a kind of a homage to that Batmobile BMW that existed? It fails me to think of it now, but you know, was there a 6 Series or something that they launched that was like it had a big front dam on it and a wing like that? I'm not sure if it's like a homage to that car, but it looks great anyway. I'll try and have a Google of that one at halftime and remember what I'm thinking of. But yeah, it could be just a banker lap because the scores we're seeing here, Eddie, you know, it's a difficult qualifying session. So a score of 72.5 on the board for Seamus Tikas should see him good for battle action later, but there's a long way to go, so we never know, Eddie.
Well, I think this is what's going to be interesting, and you know, there's two things creeping to mind as we go back to the start line, and it looks as though it'll be Simon Suevma sits on the line in the GR86, the Estonian, with his 700 brake horsepower. He's the 2017 and 2023 Estonian champ and the Baltic Semi-Pro champ in 23. It sounds like somebody dropped a table in the background here, Mike, but it's really just the pops and bangs of this incredible car, and he fires it through that outside zone 2. He's on a really nice line now, and I really love the look of this car. It's so great, and you know, qualified right up the order in at round 1, and I think, you know, lost out to Stavros Grillis in the end in the top 16. So he's really got the stuff to do it. Can he just find that little bit of secret sauce this time around at round 2? Obviously, you know, unfortunate to come up against somebody who ended up podiuming in the top 16, but it just goes to show how important it is to perform well in qualifying, and he'll know that all too well. So
yeah, really nice run overall there from Simon. And I think, you know, once again, reverse championship order is now starting to show. The drivers who had the better result at round 1 are starting to drop in. The conditions have dried up. We're seeing tyre smoke uniformly throughout the track. I think there might be a tiny bit of standing water right there, but it's not affecting the drivers. And we're starting to see the runs now drop in, and I think qualifying is going to heat up quite a lot from here on out.
Yeah, it's really starting to come alive now, and you know, as we would expect. And of course, you know, we talk about the reverse championship order, but you can't deny the difficulty of the conditions for those drivers. Huge downpour of rain, full dry practice all weekend leading up to now, so it was inevitable that it was going to be a challenge for them. But I think the real challenge comes in the second half of qualifying, where so many of them sitting on zeros, but also so many of the drivers that have scored are sitting on 50s, 60s and 70s, which means it's going to be really tightly packed, you know, in and around the you know, 25 to 35 order in the grid, or in the standings when those runs start to come true. So I think it's still going to be very close and very nerve-wracking. It's a 90.5 for Simon Suevma, and what a way to stamp your authority on round 2.
Yeah, great score there from Simon. He'll be absolutely delighted with that after making the trip all the way from Estonia, the first driver into the 90s in pro qualification. As we go back to the line, and what a build this is. We had a chance to check out this team in the pits. It is Marek Wartałowicz, yeah, the Polish driver, with this 2JZ powered nitrous PS13, DMA sequential, and he's coming for it here, Mike. He really is pushing it hard, and you know, was way down the order in qualifying at round 1, just didn't look comfortable, but managed to get himself into a top 16, eventually losing out to Jakub Przygoński, who went on to win. But he certainly has what it takes to do it at this level, but just a wild style of driving, and maybe just doesn't lead itself to the best of qualifying scores every time, but certainly from a fan's point of view, very exciting to watch Marek out on track, that's for sure. Yeah, super wild driving style, and he looks to have the car like super hooked up on those semi-slick racing tires on the back as well, because it's just leapfrogging forward when he hits the throttle or does a transition. Beautiful livery, body kit designed by himself, I believe. He does develop quite a lot of of stuff in his Max Racing workshop. So I think this one-off looking body kit is possibly a one-off design, but you know, get on to him. He might make it for Euro 13, who knows. But let's see what he does at the second half of the lap. Now it's not a perfect run, Eddie. I think he had a lot of impact on the first part of the lap.
Worth mentioning as well, Mike, you might remember, if we cast our minds back when we were down at his pit area, the car came back in on a recovery truck after losing a wheel, so the rear wheel on the right hand side, so the passenger side of these cars, but you know, the driver's side back home, coming off that car. So we await to get that score for Marek confirmed.
But we look down to the line to possibly my favourite car on the grid. It is Łukasz
Kaliszewski.
Do you want to try it?
Yeah, Kaliszewski.
I always mix this one up. Yeah.
Yeah. So that score drops in. It's a 69.5. So 69.5 for Marek.
Yeah.
So sees him in an okay position for now.
Well, we met Peter Viantek earlier, and behind the wheel of the Workhouse A90 Supra, it is Kaliszewski indeed, the 36-year-old, swapping spotter duties with Peter for the driver's seat, and not having the perfect first round either, Eddie. A little bit of an early exit compared to what we thought, but you know what? He's out to take names here in round 2.
Yeah, you know, came up against third place finisher Teemu Lipski in the top 16, and yeah, you know, but I mean, even Peter was saying earlier on, he's just getting better and better with every minute spent behind the wheel of this car, and you know, it just shows the level of trust that Peter has in him to let him drive one of his cars, his competition cars that he uses for Drift Masters, and it just shows the capability that he has. When you see runs like this, he's absolutely lighting up the circuit here now as he fills that final zone and across the line.
Oh, what a run. Łukasz, really aggressive from the get-go, like fires it in through one here, now gets it rotated back around, and huge speed into outer zone 2, uses the throttle to keep the car on track, gets back on the gas to keep the car from washing out wide, billowing smoke from the back through the back window of the A90, and really fast, really aggressive, snappy transitions. Now puts foot to floor once again and finds the outside of zone 4. Really like putting on a show for the crowd here. Now drops a wheel a little bit at the end of 4, not a big mistake, finds his own tyre smoke tin, pops through it through 5 and into 6, fills up zone 6 pretty much uniformly the whole way through. Once he got on that outside line about a third of the way through and crosses the line. Are we looking at a top qualifier already here, Eddie?
Yeah, well look, I think it's certainly going to contend with that 90.5 of Siemens Huevma, the Estonian, who will be watching on nervously. Not a whole lot to pick at, and as we see some go-karts lining up that we saw on the other side of the track, and I figured we might see them out on track later on today, but it looks as though that's going to be coming up very shortly. But yeah, so Łukasz Kaliszewski will be waiting very patiently and probably nervously, and I think Peter will be watching on. He'll probably have a good idea as to what type of score. It's very hard to call when you're, you know, trying to separate scores in the 90s, Mike, of you know, there's only 10 points between 90 and 100, so hard to say exactly where that's going to land, but I do expect to see that first number be a 9.
Yeah, well, you have the aggression mixed with the flair and the precision. So I think when you mix all those three together, especially with the precision that he had, I think he's on for a big score. And once again, guys, we are in a city centre here, so great location. And it is top position for Łukasz Kaliszewski because he goes top with a 93, which is a big score under any circumstances, but compared to what we've seen and with the driver struggling with conditions, that's a huge score, Eddie.
Yeah, a huge score is right as we move back to, well, sorry.
I can hear the ring ding of the two-stroke.
That's it, yeah, I was about to say it, and then I hear the two-stroke, and I forgot that we had these crazy little go-karts on track.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of fun.
I'm not sure exactly what class they would be.
I'm gonna guess they're maybe a 125 or whatever.
Yeah.
But I did have the look to drive a 125 gear kart, a 6-speed racing 125 gear kart in one of our drift tracks, actually, Watergrass Hill, which is a karting track. And I've been lucky enough to drive a lot of drift cars, including the world record Nismo R35 GTR and the Dubai Autodrome, and don't think that frightened me as much as the 125 racing car.
I would well imagine, yeah.
Yeah, crazy little things, crazy fast.
Yeah.
For what they are, and just so intense. But the guys are having...
I remember reading a statistic years ago that those shifter go-karts, and I don't know how accurate it would be in today's world, but those shifter go-karts were second fastest only to Formula One cars around the track. So I believe Ent Racing is the team that we're seeing on circuit, and yeah, nice little opportunity for them just to get around the track. No drifting, although it is something that we are still. So I think Victoria is down. He's going to talk to Kajetan and one of the other and Maya. So two of the drivers. So we will drop down to the track to Victoria and hear from our go-karters.
Jest ze mną dzisiejsza reprezentacja Ernst Racing, czyli Maja i Kajtek. Dzień dobry, bardzo miło Was widzieć. I teraz od razu pozwolisz, że tak dżentelmeńsko zaczniemy od Mai. Powiedz mi, jak to jest połączyć maturę i swoje pasje, bo to nie tylko karting w Twoim wykonaniu, ale i kitesurfing, bardzo dużo tego. Jak Ty to ogarniasz? Windsurfing. Jak Ty to ogarniasz?
No, już jest po maturach, ale musiałam odpuścić trochę z pasji, żeby skupić się bardziej na nauce, bo jednak chodziło o moją przyszłość, więc odpuściłam trochę z sportami na rzecz nauki, ale teraz, kiedy już jest po wszystkim, to wracam do tego.
I to znaczy, że teraz już pewnie nie będziesz wysiadać z karta w ogóle?
No, niestety nie. Ze względów finansowych, ale staram się jeździć ile mogę.
Super, trzymam kciuki, żeby ta skarbonka się nigdy nie robiła pusta, żebyś jak najwięcej mogła jeździć. Kajtek, teraz pytanie do Ciebie. Ja widziałam, jak Wam głowy skakały po tych wybojach. Ja chciałam tylko powiedzieć, drodzy Państwo, że ten młody człowiek ma lat 11, a już jeździ na naprawdę niesamowitym poziomie. Jak Ci się jechało tą trasę tutaj?
Bardzo dobrze. Było wyboiście bardzo. Na to, że tak nie jest na pewno jakby co.
Czyli bardziej stabilne macie warunki, takie powtarzalne. Okej, a które tory najbardziej lubisz, jak jeździsz?
Najbardziej lubię Kartodom Bydgoszcz, steering w Trzyńcu i
chyba Silesia Ring też, czy nie?
No tak, też i ten Warsaw Race Center.
Pięknie. W Zielonej Górze, dobra. A powiedz mi, za co ty kochasz karting? Za co kochasz tak jeździć?
Za szybkość i wyprzedzanie.
Pięknie. No i to są ludzie, w których żyłach płynie benzyna. Kajtek, ja chciałam Ciebie jeszcze dopytać, czy wśród Twoich kolegów są chłopaki i dziewczyny może, które Ci kibicują i też lubią motoryzację? Masz z kim w szkole pogadać?
Tak, akurat do klasy chodzę z córką właściciela Wójcik Racing Team. Na motorach tam jeżdżą.
I jesteś w stanie przywołać, jak wyglądają Wasze gadki? Wchodzicie do szkoły i dobra, teraz mamy przyrę, ale ogólnie to jak było ostatnio na torze? To tak sobie gadacie?
Nie.
Aha, a jak gadacie?
Nie, no czasem tam gadamy po prostu jakoś.
Fajnie, dziękuję Ci bardzo. Kajtek, zasiadaj do swojego wozu. Ekipo, my się widzimy jutro. Tak jest, wielkie brawa tutaj Katowice dla młodzieży. Jest cała ekipa, a my wracamy do rywalizacji w kwalifikacjach.
So there you go. Very interesting just to see those karts out on track, and of course, yeah, big fan of go-karting myself, having competed at a very modest level in my early teens, but yeah, always a sport that I would kind of dream of getting back into, and one of those things you kind of go, if you ever have kids one day, you just hope that they're interested in motorsport, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely, or not, because
and good at getting sponsors.
Yeah, good at getting sponsors, definitely. Maybe hope they're not interested in motorsport, because it's not cheap, but it is a fantastic life, that's for sure. As we see the crowd enjoying the sunshine here.
Yes, some showing some affection and waving, and yeah, everybody's having a good time, and yeah,
having a dance.
Loving the energy that the Polish fans bring, and
even back in Ireland, they're
definitely the loudest fans,
absolutely,
and the biggest supporters of Polish drivers, and we see a lot of yeah, there is just real passion behind the support that they bring for their drivers, and it's great to see. Sometimes the Irish can be a little bit quiet until you get them on the road to the likes of Drift Masters. So we go back to the start line to Artur Havrilenko, the Ukrainian, in his 2JZ powered GR86.
Yeah, so the qualifying definitely heating up here, guys. Again, reverse championship order. There are championship points on the line for qualifying, and the higher you qualify, the lower qualifier you face off against in top 32 battles. So a lot on the line for qualifying. Havrilenko leaving the line here, Eddie, in the beautiful Toyota.
Yeah, well, 36th in DMP in 2025, but he's already on course for a much higher finish this year with a top 16 finish at round 1, and he's right on the perfect line here through the first half of this run, but now starts to drop a couple of wheels as he comes from 3 to 4, and the run starts to fall away from him just a little bit now, but he has an opportunity when he makes the transition to 5 to correct it again. Gets it onto that deep line. Again with the wheel drops, tags the wall, which shows that he's way offline as he crosses the line.
Yeah, full commitment there from Artur Havrilenko, the driver from Kiev in the UK, or the Ukraine in fact. Looking like he really wants to make an impression here, Eddie, on the first run. You know, not doing anything kind of conservative, not getting the score on the board. He's full commitment from the get-go, which is probably what we want to see, but it might not always be the most intelligent way of attacking qualifying, because it could rain for his second run, and he really wanted to take advantage of the dry conditions and get a banker lap on the board. Now, he wasn't bad up to this point, but just finds himself kind of attacking the last zone from slightly the wrong angle, tags the wall and gets back out on track. But the judges, I think, Eddie, will dock him quite a lot for the wall tag.
Yeah, that's, you know, I'm just looking back at that part of it there, Mike, and you know, there's mistakes throughout the run, but that one is such a big mistake at that point of the track. And I think, yeah, as you say, it's kind of like he's gone for his 100-point run on his first run, when he should have been maybe holding that back until his second run when he has that banker on the board. And I think he may end up putting unnecessary pressure on himself going into the second run, because had he dialed that back maybe 10%, 5 or 10%, he would have had a solid score in the 80s, you'd feel.
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree completely. Well, let's see, the judges might not think that was as big a mistake as what we thought. It's definitely offline, 2 wheels offline possibly, and he might have been going a little bit deeper offline had the wall not helped him out. So let's see what the judges thought. Yeah, and it's just a 61.5 for Artur Havrilenko, leaving him in 11th position. But you know, we say it's just 11th position. The scoring is a little bit strange in this one, Eddie, so let's see how it pans out.
Yeah, I mean, only just over half the grid of run, Mike, and a lot of those drivers are on zeros, so, you know, that the knock-on effect of that as we go back to the start line is quite huge. It's Samuel Mladenov, the Slovakian, in his E92 2JZ powered. Again, another driver, you know, trying to improve on last year's position, 20th overall in DMP, and shuts it down, Mike.
Yeah, shuts it down. Mechanical issue there, unfortunately for Samuel, and he's waving to the crowd. Something happened, the E92 obviously there, Eddie, and I'm not sure exactly what happened. He seems to have drive, but possibly has broken a shaft or something as well, which we might see happening in this surface with those couple of bumps. You can see actually the elevation change from this angle pretty well, just as the graphic jumps up there, and does confirm it's a 0 for Samuel, but you can see the elevation change there. The right hand side of the track is quite a lot lower actually than the left, so they climb up the hill around zone 2 and go downhill when it becomes zone 6. As we move it along
the guy who stole our attention at round 1, DJ Lucky Boy, Lucas Serrata, in this 350 Z.
I was hoping he would be back in this car.
So was I, Mike, because you know he had an incredible qualifying at round 1. Qualified in 8th position, 440 brake horsepower they say in this car, but it looks like it's got a hell of a lot more.
I think somebody's telling porkies.
Yeah, they say he drives it and just does not lift that right foot, and it certainly looks that way, but it certainly grips up like it has more than 440 brake horsepower. But right now, DJ Lucky Boy, Lucas Serrata, coming for his first run of qualifying at round 2 here of the DMP 2026 campaign, and he's on it right from the get-go, nicely into that inside zone and flicks it back perfectly for outside zone 4 now as he fills that zone beautifully as he comes back put his foot to the floor. You can see the smoke as those rear tyres just light up with the speed of this car. Perfectly into outside zone 5 and 6. Rides the line, and across the line he goes with another ripper of a run, Mike.
Yeah, DJ looking boy, looking for all the world like the driver of this championship so far for me. Absolutely great run from start to finish, and I'm not sure if this car actually does have 440 brake horsepower or if there's more, but if that's all that it does have, he really knows how to use it. I mean, Eddie, okay, he was a little bit too deep there inside 3, but overall he's just done exactly as the judges would ask and exactly what you want to do on a first run. He's filled all the zones, he's done it very uniformly. He's not had a big rotation, he's not had any kind of, you know, big corrections. He just did a really uniform lap to get a first banker qualifier in the books, get him up high in qualifying, took the drone out while he was at it. And DJ Lucky Boy with a huge score, I would say, for his first qualifying run in the lowest powered car on the grid.
Yes, so can the lowest horsepower car on the grid go into the highest position in the rankings in qualifying? Well,
what a beautiful area it is around here, Eddie.
It really is such a beautiful area and a beautiful city. We had a chance to kind of walk around some of it last night and hope to see a little bit more of it tomorrow. And
we'll see a lot of it tomorrow night, Eddie.
Yeah, and maybe a little bit tonight. As we see the score drop in, an 82.5 for Lucas Sorada, and he looks well impressed with that. Enough for 4th position so far. As we move along to our next driver, we start getting into the business end of things now. The drivers that were, you know,
it's a buddy of mine, all the way from Germany, a Drift Masters European Championship driver, a man who I faced off against myself. It is Max Heydrich in the 900 horsepower S15 fronted S13.
Yeah, well, he says he's experienced it all, but he hasn't yet experienced DMP, and not the ideal start to the campaign, getting knocked out unsuspectedly, top 16, getting knocked out unexpectedly, but gets back on it here, and he's really doing well again. As we say, really strong qualifying performances and looking really good. Here is Max Heydrich, who has come for it here, and here's a man that sits outside those top positions in the championship, but certainly could contend for it if he can keep it together. Knocks a couple of wheels off circuit through the final section, but I think a big run overall for Max Heydrich.
Yeah, it's great when you can hear like repeated rev limiter throughout the track. It's really what we want to see. Full commitment from the drivers, real aggression on the throttle, dropping wheels here and there already, but overall, I mean, a great entry from the German driver as the drone operator gets brave once again, really close to the back of the cars. Great shots here, DMP round 2 in Katowice. Now Max is pinpoint perfect into zone 4 here, exactly what the judges want to see. Nice entry into the zone, full throttle, fills up the entire zone with his rear right wheel. Now he gets it turning back through the transition. What technique does he use? He dials on the angle just at the last minute. Does it catch him out, Eddie? It does a little bit. Okay, it was a lovely transition into 6, but it does catch him out a little bit. So I think for all the style points that he gained with that cool transition, that cool snap to angle, he might lose it on the line then just for dropping the wheels. But overall, really solid run from the German, who put in possibly the most spectacular qualifying run of round 1 with all that angle, if you remember, that got him into 5th.
Yeah, I think this is going to be another big scoring run. Probably won't break into the 90s with the mistake at the end and the wheel drop, but I think it's going to be there or thereabouts. I think you're going to see, wow, it's got to be up there in the mid to high 80s, you'd feel.
And it is hot outside once again here now, guys. It is the sun is out. It's about 27 degrees, I believe, ambient temperature, so track conditions back to being optimal, and hopefully they stay that way for the drivers who didn't get a chance to put in the first qualifier already, you know, with all the wet conditions that we had at the start. But we'll have to wait and see, because the forecast is looking a little bit sketchy, and it'll be definitely dramatic for the rest of the qualifying session here. And we are, of course, back for battle action tomorrow, and seeing battle action, Max Heydrich will be with a score of 87, putting him into 3rd position so far, Eddie.
Yeah, another strong performance in qualifying from Max Heydrich as we move back to the start line, which we'll see Pavel Grosz qualified in 3rd position before having to retire from competition in the top 16 with mechanical problems at round 1 in this incredibly presented Subaru BRZ.
Yeah,
842 brake horsepower, and he rips through that first section, and you know, really talented behind the wheel and showing it here. And so unfortunate again for another driver to have mechanicals after looking so strong at round 1, and again a driver to really watch here at round 2, because if he can keep that car on track, you know he can go all the way, and he'll be one that the higher ranked drivers will certainly be watching as he absolutely rips through these zones. Perfect through that final zone, all the way and across the line goes Paweł Grosz in that incredible Subaru BRZ, the Polish driver, again showing what he's capable of.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a huge score, Eddie. He's very, very precise throughout the track. Once again, it is exactly what we want to see from a first run in qualifying. Nothing too crazy, not firing the car onto angle, not being over aggressive, just being, you know, intelligent about the way that you attack the track. Look at the precision. I mean, he's picking up the line points here through all these zones.
This is really good.
Maybe drops a wheel.
Maybe drops a wheel there, and you know, the argument for is it still on the line?
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen the judges give minimal penalties for dropping wheels minorly over the line. So, I mean, he's just been so precise. Okay, he might not have a huge score in terms of angle, but his style points for his commitment and his fluidity will be really good. His line points will be really, really good. And I think that'll see him well up in the 80s, if not the 90s on that run.
Yeah, well, you'd feel if Max Heidrich was an 87, there's got to be...
It's got to be thereabouts.
It's got to be an 89.
Yeah,
you know, maybe even into the low 90s. It could go higher.
It could. Not the most spectacular run in the world, but that's what you want from a first qualifier, because you have the second
lacking a little bit of flair and impact,
yeah,
perhaps, and maybe that's where you can. It's about as much as you can critique on it.
Yeah, exactly.
But certainly, judges taking a moment. We can see the screens that they're watching, so just taking a moment just to look back over that replay, and again. Here we go, we're going to see the score, and 92.5 jumps him into second position. So yeah, just like kind of what we were saying, Mike, a huge run there from Paweł Grosz, and he's going to be delighted with that.
Yeah, Polish driver taking second position in qualifying as well. So crowd liking that one outside, the applause going up. And we move it along, Eddie, down to the line. It is...
Yeah, it's Mikołaj Zakrzewski and 2JZ powered S15, and he gets ready for the green light to light its way, and yeah, managed a top 8 finish in round 1, so you know, highly ranked in the championship as we start to move towards those higher ranked drivers, and yeah, looking for another big performance here at round 2. And right now in his first run of qualifying, maybe drops a wheel, just now definitely drops a wheel into outside zone 4, but he's been looking pretty good up until this point. Needs to just tidy it up here now and try and finish the run off without any more mistakes, and this is going to be another big run on the scoreboards. And yeah, Mikołaj Zakrzewski doing a really solid job once again.
Yeah, really good crew behind him as well here at the round. You see the guys there, super team as well. And Mikołaj looking very fast on the way in there as well, Eddie. Absolutely fired the S15 into the first long section here into zone 2, like huge speed. I thought he was actually going to go off, manages to get it stopped. He's pinpoint accurate through 3, and then once again gets a back wheel pinpoint on 4. Maybe starts to drop a wheel there a little bit, but we saw the judges not giving, you know, a big penalty on the last run for a slight wheel drop. I think they want to see the proximity to the outside of the track, and maybe you dropping a wheel rather than you being shy. So
yeah, I think, look, for the level of wheel drop that we're talking about, I think the judges are going to say, right, well, these drivers are fully committed to this is what we want to see. That's not really going to impact the chase driver when it comes to the battle action tomorrow. So at that stage of the competition, so I think you're seeing the rewards, the drivers risking it and the judges giving that reward. Where will it land though? I think it's going to be another big score.
Yeah, city centre Katowice, what
can
a venue.
Contend, Mike? Can it contend for top spot?
Yeah, I'm just saying, what a venue for a drift event. We have a little, you know, we have a little fountain here and a bigger fountain around the corner, and there's you know, there's just lots of things around this Katowice Culture here, and it is a 91 for Mikołaj.
No surprise. No surprise whatsoever. Yeah,
no surprise.
Didn't think it was going to take top spot, but yeah, that 93 of Łukasz Kalashevsky still holding strong as we go back to the start line now. As another big hitter, Abdul Karim Yahan, the Swiss driver, in his turbo M50 BMW 1 Series, getting ready to leave the line.
We were asking him about the spec of this earlier, and he said, I don't know, I just pay the invoices, he said. Yeah. That's exactly what he said. Turbo BMW power under the bonnet.
Like myself, Mike, he's an arrive and drive kind of character. That's the only way to do drifting. You know, you don't need to stress yourself with all this. But right now, he's stressing himself about this run, and it's a big one as he absolutely rips through the circuit. One of the fastest cars we've seen take through the track so far, as he maybe drops a wheel as he comes through outside zone 4. Now back on it into outside zone 5, rips into 6, and he's full throttle here now as he looks for the finish line and finds it, Mike. Wow, what a run from the Swiss driver.
Yeah, the Swiss driver absolutely committing to the line on his first time of asking here. flakes it into the right through one, then absolutely gets the outside of the track, dropping a wheel in the in his attempt to get to the very outside of the zone 2 there. Not a big mistake by any means, gets back online here, keeps the head in the game, doesn't let any little mistakes creep in to knock his concentration, puts foot to floor, like really using that turbo BMW power in the little 1 Series chassis, and super fast throughout the course, backfires, flames, lots of impact from that run, Eddie, and the impact score comes from, you know, all the commitment, the big flicks, the maybe edge of the seat action. Is he going to stay on track? Is he going to crash? Is he going to spin? That's exactly what you want to see in terms of impact. So David Callis, our style judge, will be liking that one. So we wait for his score to drop in. The Swiss driver. And you know, great to chat to these guys again. It's a whole new grid for us, Eddie, and they're all such nice guys and such characters, such funny guys as well.
Yeah, we have to play that awkward game of do they speak English or not?
Yeah.
we approach them, but yeah, everybody's so nice, so eager to talk, and you know, tell us about their cars and you know their history in the sport. And you know, it's like everything. You start off with the interest in cars, and you just get into the more personal matters. And there's some really nice families and drivers, and just you know all the crew. Lots of really friendly people here, and it's a pleasure to be a part of the series for 2026 and hopefully into the future as well. But
absolutely,
yeah. So judges still deliberating over the score here for Abdul Karim Yahan. First time in DMP, and he is really showing that he's one to watch, quickly becoming a fan favourite over here in Poland. 5 years experience competing across Europe in France, Spain, Latvia, Estonia, Poland and the Middle East in 2026. So yeah, expect to see plenty more of this young man from Switzerland on your screens across various different championships.
Yeah, absolutely, gaining his experience internationally, and what better place to do it than in DMP with all the nationalities that we have here competing in 2026. And it's another huge run, guys. It's a 91 for Abdul Karim Yahan, putting him into joint 4th position, I would say, with the 91. And great run there from the Swiss driver. And qualifying has, you know, Eddie, from a very slow start with the conditions, it has heated up no end very quickly.
It certainly has. As we go back to the start line, where a man who sits 5th in the championship, Valery Shevelov, looks to take to the circuit. Now the Ukrainian in his 2JZ powered S13, he's the 2016 U8 champ, 5th place in DMP in 2025, looking for a podium finish this year. And right from the off, he's on a perfect line here, absolutely fires through the circle, a little bit wide on inner zone 3 there, but gets it back hooked up for that next zone at outside zone 4, rips through it, drops wheel as he stays in that zone, just maybe a little bit too long, makes the transition, comes towards the wall, almost loses it into the wall, but gets it back hooked up, gets the grip back down, drops a wheel and across the line.
Oh, was that the fastest car that we saw through the course so far, Eddie? I think it actually wheelied here, if we can see it from this shot. It just pops a wheelie right there. We didn't see it from that angle, but such a fast acceleration from the line from Valery Shevelov there, the Ukrainian, with 1,000 brake horsepower under the bonnet, and using all of it, Eddie, she is turned up to 1,000, I would say.
Yeah, she is turned way up there, absolutely. As we
would
spoke
have
to some other drivers saying that some of the power figures were turned down just for this track, but that is definitely all the apples.
Yeah, I think he's just let the boost up on that one and said to the lads, yeah, just send it. Dial in the grip, and we let some of the grip cancel this car out, because this thing looks fast, and whatever about his qualification position, this is going to be one to watch for battles tomorrow, especially if it's definitely a dry track.
Yeah, another driver that we could maybe argue pushed a little bit too hard on the first run. I think he's pulled it off, though. I think despite the mistakes, he's going to get a score that'll be good enough for a top 32, but I think maybe still leaving a little bit of pressure on himself for the second run later on, just to try and get himself right up into one of those top qualifying positions. You know, did qualify 13th and then ultimately, you know, lost out in the top 8. So, and we were talking about, well, here comes the score, so an 82. So you know what, not bad, 9th position, and as we said, it was going to be a score, but it certainly could have been a lot more with maybe a bit of dialed back aggression. But so a man that I've been really looking forward to seeing is this next man on your screens, Kevin Vrobel, the Polish driver in this M50 powered E36. If you didn't see round 1, do not take your eyes off the screen, because this guy is all about style, he's all about flair, and this car hooks up so well. We say it kind of gives Adam LZ kind of vibes as he fires into the second zone, gets on the power, as you can see him just hit the throttle nice and hard and fills that zone beautifully as this E36 just floats through the circuit here in Katowice. in Poland for round 2 of the DMP Championship as he hugs that line very fast now. How can he manage the transition? Flicks it to angle nicely into outside zone 5. Perfect into outside zone 6. Gets that car set into the pocket and across the line.
Oh, what a lap from Kevin Rubble. I mean, we spoke with him after round 1, Eddie. We said, your style is amazing, never change it. He said, this is what I want. He said, sometimes it doesn't work out best in the eyes of the judges, but this is how I want to drive. I want to entertain people. I want to put on a show. And you know what, Eddie? He's after doing exactly that. However, I think he might be doing exactly what the judges wanted here, because his snap transitions were so perfect. They were bang on line. They were absolutely exactly where the judges wanted him to be, but he brought the style so good as well. Full aggression, full style, really nice line, and I think this is going to be a huge score for the Polish driver.
Yeah, well, did qualify in 2nd position, Mike. If you cast your mind back to, 3 weeks ago in the Ptak Expo in Warsaw, and we had not heard a whole lot about him prior to that. He came out on circuit. I mean, the car grabs your eye straight away, but then the driving style just completely takes over. And he is a really flair style driver. Very exciting, very aggressive, equally good in the chase position. And, lost out to Jakub Król in the top 8 at round 1. But this young guy he's the future of the sport here. He is certainly one to watch. I say young guy, 28 years of age, so he's creeping towards the wrong side of the wrong end of 30. But yeah, super talented driver.
Yeah, very entertaining. Once again, that's what drifting is all about. Entertainment with crazy horsepower, crazy builds, crazy cars and crazy drivers and fans. As we look to the crowd enjoying themselves there. Some delighted, some a little bit embarrassed. Oh, the kiss cam as well.
Yeah, kiss cam, very nice. And here we go, an 89 for Kevin Vrubel, 6th position. So some corrections to make for Kevin Vrubel, but already out scoring his best at round 1. We're seeing some big scores come in here at round 2.
Well, yeah, here comes a man fresh from Drift Masters European Championship in Finland last weekend. It is Jakub Król.
Yeah, Jakub Król in that S14.9 2JZ powered, and good performance and finish for him at round 1, and right in the hunt for a championship here now as we make our way into round 2. And his first pass of the circuit looking very confident, very calculated, very technically correct as well as he finds outside zone 4. Look at the line, Mike, perfect through that zone. Now, can he make the transition back in time for outside zone 5? He certainly can. Gets on that line, tucks it in, just a quick slow the car before getting back on power, just sets it and forgets it.
Yeah, sets it and forgets it, exactly, and he sets it up and she is done in for the corner. You're ready to rock to get back on the power when you dial in your angle prior to the zone, just as he did here. Top driver, forward DMP champion, and showing us exactly why he is one of the top guys in Europe. You said he had a good finish in Finland, and he definitely did. And of course, that finish track that we saw these guys, we'll see Jakub Przygoński in a while as well. They're coming from a super fast track with a 25-meter elevation change, so you'd imagine they're coming into this round hot and dialed in, the guys who were at Drift Masters last weekend.
Yeah, they should be. Yeah, certainly no cobwebs with multiple rounds in the last 3 to 4 weeks, and another round to come next weekend. And probably the biggest in the calendar with it being Riga.
Yeah,
but we wait that score. I think another big score coming here.
Another big score. And great experience once again, putting in the banker lap on the first one, not doing anything silly, just saying let me get in the show at 7th, 8th position around there. I'll have I'll get a pretty easy battle comparatively by facing off against somebody in the top, maybe 24, 25, and some championship points on the board, and let me do it all in the second lap then.
Yeah, well, he is the reigning champion, and it's an 89, so an 89 for Jakub Król, so right in the mix and right where he'll want to be as we move into our top 3 in the championship. 3 more passes of the circuit for the first runs as we see Timur Lipski, the Ukrainian, driving the...
Did he qualify in 32nd in the first round and then had a big finish?
He certainly did. Your memory serves you very well. 32nd position, crept in and then got all the way to the podium, getting the win over Jakub Król in that 3rd, 4th place playoff, and back here now at round 2, looking to keep the dream of a championship in 2026 at DMP alive. And again, we're talking about the standard, Mike. The standard is so high through these final runs. Does drop a wheel through that final zone. But here comes Timur Lipski across the line.
Yeah, look how fast these cars are on the transition, especially through three. They just absolutely snap from one side to the other and back again. It's fantastic to watch here in DMP as Timur Lipski leads us into Zone 2, leaves a little bit on the table there in Zone 2, does exit the zone and gets back in there once again, but the line judges won't be giving him maximum points for that one. 10 points available of course for Zone 2, and he won't be picking up all of those. However, he will be picking up quite a lot of them for Zone 4 there, and just watch him here through 5, watch the technique as he leapfrogs through the transition, uses the speed, then dials in the angle, but he could have been just a couple of feet further to the right with the same technique, Eddie. That would have been perfect. Not quite in exactly the right part of the track, but overall a great lap for the Ukrainian 19-year-old driver with 900 brake horsepower at 19 years of age.
Yeah, drifting since the age of 14, and it's a new car for him for 2026. What will the score show as the judges? We wait for those judges to drop it in, and it's really hotting up. You know, it's tense at the top, but it's also tense at the bottom, Mike. And we have a couple more runs before we go back to the lower ranking drivers to start off the second runs of qualifying. And you'll remember a lot of these drivers sitting on zeros. It's 12th position with a 78.5 for Timur Lipski. He won't be happy with that, Mike, and he's going to have some work to do because he'll want to bump himself up the order. He's going to keep his championship dreams alive.
Yeah, well, he only qualified in 32nd and made his way to the podium at round 1, so he might be a battler rather than a qualifier, but it is the Greek god on the line, a guy who we had a chat to earlier as well, Eddie.
Yes, and we were told to say hello to Michaelis Grillis, the lovely wife and mother of the Grillis brothers, and the brother of Stavros also competing this weekend. And but yeah, right now it's all about this.
Shuts it down, Eddie.
Shuts it down, and we're just about to say it's all about Stavros Grillis in a very interesting build. It's an M2 with a 4-cylinder, 2.4 4-cylinder Toyota engine underneath the bonnet.
First campaign by Papadakis Racing in Formula Drift.
Yes.
In the hands of Tanner Faust in the Scion TC, I would say.
Yes, very good drift trivia there.
Yes.
It caught our eye earlier on and we were unsure.
It's tiny.
It really is tiny, and obviously you're used to seeing these big straight 6 or V8 engines underneath the bonnet, so especially with these bigger chassis as well, with all that space up front there, you'd expect something bigger, but the tiny little 4-banger.
Yeah, and even for a 4-cylinder, it's tiny. You know, if you see like a K20 Honda or something, or an SR or whatever, this is way smaller physically than an SR20. Even the rocker cover is tiny.
It kind of looks like a Lego.
Yeah, it does indeed.
Yeah.
As we get a crowd cam, not sure exactly what's happened to Stavros, unfortunately for him, shutting it down. Of course, as we always say, the ECUs of these cars are set to, sometimes they can be set to cut the car in the event of loss of oil pressure or excess boost pressure, or, you know, different temps going wrong, as the crowd wave to us here.
They're just waving to you and me, Mike, I believe.
Yeah,
that's what we've been told.
The Katowice crowd enjoying qualifying here, and of course the big day is tomorrow, guys. If you're joining us on Eurosport for qualifying, thank you very much for joining us. Number 1, we are the English stream, of course, for DMP Driftingowe Mistrzostwa Polski round 2, and we have a Polish stream as well on player. But if you're joining us here, thank you very much. This is qualifying in the pro class, and we will be going to the main part of the show tomorrow, of course, for battle action here at DMP round 2. So be sure to stay tuned for that. Or if you are in the locality, you might as well come down here to the Strefa Kultury in Katowice and enjoy this in the flesh, because it is quite the show. And we hope to bring you some news on Stavros's car as soon as it becomes available to us, but no word as of yet.
Well, from Stavros to the man who beat him in the final at round 1, it is your championship leader and round 1 winner, Jakub Przygoński, who will be our final driver to compete the first of their 2 runs here at round 2. And yeah, round 1 winner, and we saw the emotion, Mike. We spoke about the emotion from Jakub, and yeah, busy man at the moment, and you know, a weight of experience under his belt in his GR86 V58 power underneath the bonnet, 900 brake horsepower at his disposal, and what a gentleman behind the scenes, but what an absolute animal behind the wheel as he is ripping through the circuit here, and with the confidence of that win at round 1. Multiple championship, national championships to his name, of course, but he is ready for one more here in 2026. An absolute perfection across the run and across the line goes Jakub Przygoński.
Wow. I feel like clapping in the studio here, except it'll come out through the mic and sound strange, but what a run from Jakub Przygoński. Great, you know, what a chaseable lead run is what this would be in a battle, but he's really fast as well, really fires the Toyota into the first big outside zone there in 2 and manages to make it hold by getting back on the gas.
But just look how settled the car is, Mike. This is exactly what the judges want to see, just settled. They want to see you get it, transition, get it on angle and just keep it there. They don't want to see lots of corrections from the steering wheel, even through 5 and 6 where so many drivers have struggled. Just absolute fluidity, perfect line throughout the whole course, and I can't see this going anywhere but top spot.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, pretty much, but might have maybe had a tiny bit more impact and flair, but you know, from what we saw from other drivers. But in terms of just sheer perfection and precision, that is exactly what we want to see. And what a man he is, you know, like you said, really nice guy behind the scenes.
I think the only takeaway factor, I suppose, from if you're comparing it to the 93 of Łukasz Kalashevsky is the impact, and Kalashevsky and that A90 Supra is a real impact car, impact driving style. Przygoński certainly more calculated, very smooth, doesn't take as many risks, but I mean, with driving like that, I mean, what more risks do you need to take? Obviously, you know, we can talk differently about you know, taking risks in battles when it comes to it tomorrow, but certainly from a qualifying point of view and a lead line point of view, I don't know if you can ask for much more. We're about to see the score drop in. It's a 97.5, Mike. It was going nowhere but the top.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, look, you can talk about flair all day long, but what a run from Jakub Przygoński, and a 97.5.
I mean, it still had flair, and what I was talking about with impact was that at no point did you think he was going to crash or go off track, but it had all the flair, it had all the style and everything.
Yeah,
so
100%,
great run there, and totally deserving of top spot, because it was by far and away the most precise run, and he still had huge speed and really was committed. Just didn't take any chances. And I mean, you watch that and you're like, this guy is aiming for top spot again tomorrow in battle action, because he looks so settled.
Yeah, 100%, and God help whoever comes up. You know, it's really a battle now, not only just to get into the top 32, but to also not be number 32, because you don't want to have to try and, you know, replicate that type of a line, as the crowd say, 6'7", 6'7". I'm pretty sure that's what the young people are saying these days. So there we are, the qualifying standings after the first runs. It is that 97.5 of Jakub Przygoński, and second position, Łukasz Kalashevsky, the only person that could come anywhere close with a 93. Third position, Paweł Gross in a 92.5, rounds out your top 3.
Yeah, and then
so onto the second page of the order, where you can see the drivers that struggled a little bit more, but even just outside the top 10, an 82.5, only good enough for 11th position from Lucas Surata, who we saw, Valery Shevelov as well, Artur Havrilenko down in 21st position, and then you can see zeros from 29 down, which means if you qualify currently in the top 4 positions, you will have a bye run going into the top 16. So 4 drivers on the board in the top 32 spots on zeros. They will, of course, need to get a score, but these are all the zeros. All the drivers that came out on track with really bad weather. We also saw Stavros Grillis, very unsurprisingly, getting towed off track with car problems. But Mike, if conditions stay the same, we should have dry conditions going into at least the start of the second half of qualifying, which would give all of those drivers an opportunity to get a score on the board. But it looks as though we will be going down to Victoria, who is down on track with an interview. Victoria, over to you.
A ze mną jest Kevin Wróbel, którego historię musicie poznać, bo jest, jeżeli chodzi o zawodnika, bardzo krótka i mega intensywna. I ja tutaj pokażę to, co przed chwilą ci pokazywałam, że Kevin do DMP wszedł tak z buta, wyważając drzwi. Po pierwsze, dzień dobry.
Dzień dobry, witam Państwa serdecznie.
Nie?
Gratulacje za fajny, równy przejazd, ale przede wszystkim gratulacje za to, że ty tak szybko wszedłeś na tak mega wysoki poziom, bo pierwszy sezon był w 2024 w driftingowych Mistrzostwach Polski. Zacząłeś w ogóle jeździć w 2021 na gruzach, na których najlepiej i najwięcej można się nauczyć. No i rok później, 2025, już w pro i to już w pierwszej dziesiątce na koniec sezonu, na 7. miejscu. Jesteśmy dzisiaj w kolejnym twoim sezonie. Pewnie to jest oczywiste, że ty masz mega dużą chrapkę na wysokie lokaty.
Tak, dokładnie. W tym roku naprawdę jestem mocno zmotywowany, żeby osiągnąć sukces. Chciałbym to podium z generalki i o to walczę w tym momencie.
Powiedz mi, jaki jest sukces? Chociaż trochę już to zdradziłam. Jak ty to zrobiłeś? Tak szybko, tak wysoko wskoczyć?
Szczerze, to najpierw trzeba się doradzić kogoś, kto potrafi jeździć albo kto zna się na tym. Oni muszą ci pomóc z budową samochodu lub z zakupem porządnego samochodu. Niedrogi, ale taki dobrze ustawiony, którym łatwo można awansować, łatwo się uczyć i przede wszystkim dużo jeździć, dużo trenować. Ja przynajmniej raz albo 2 razy w tygodniu jeździłem w takich dobrych czasach, kiedy mieliśmy swój plac do jazdy, także to były super czasy i dużo się wtedy nauczyłem.
Czyli musiałeś mieć nowych przyjaciół i dobrze załatwiać sprawy, żeby ci pomogli. To kto był taką pierwszą osobą, który ci pomógł?
No może to nie jest zaskoczenie, ale mój spotter aktualny. To jest człowiek, który mnie najwięcej w tym nauczył i dalej mi pomaga do dzisiaj.
A możesz zdradzić jego imię i nazwisko?
Tak, to jest Sławomir Dział.
Proszę bardzo, pozdrawiamy Sławka i dziękujemy, że taki talent możemy podziwiać na DMP. Powiedz mi, była historia, którą bardzo dobrze znamy, czyli składanie silnika na ostatnią chwilę, ale się udało. Opowiedz o tym.
No, sytuacja jest taka, że w sobotę oczywiście pojechałem na trening, żeby przećwiczyć dobrze przed wyjazdem na tą rundę. No i oczywiście wydarzyła się nieciekawa sytuacja, no bo wyrzuciła płyn i się okazało, że blok jest pęknięty. Więc w sobotę szybko warsztat, odbieramy silnik, sprawdzamy co się wydarzyło. No i przez 3 dni razem z moimi mechanikami, z moim spoterem oczywiście zrobiliśmy remont. Zbudowaliśmy całkowicie nowy silnik od podstaw przez 3 dni. I przyjechaliśmy i jeździmy, także super.
Już zdążyliście odespać, bo piątek był ciężki.
Tak, przyznam, że naprawdę ciężko było, każdy z nas jest bardzo zmęczony, ale to, że tu jesteśmy, dodaje nam energię.
Powiedz mi, jak jeszcze jeździ ci się tutaj po tej trasie, bo ona się trochę różni od jazdy na symulatorze. Nie czuć na przykład na simie tych wyboi. Czujesz tą różnicę?
Tak, no przede wszystkim właśnie te wyboje to jest największy problem, bo generalnie poza tym to trasa jest jak najbardziej do przejechania i fajnie się po niej jeździ, tylko te wyboje tak naprawdę.
No to trzymamy kciuki, żebyś mógł szybko o nich zapomnieć, żeby auto dobrze je wybierało. Kevin Brubel, zresztą możecie zobaczyć u niego na social mediach, jak walczyli, żeby ten samochód jeździł i jak widzicie, jeździ. Kevin, piąteczka, dzięki serdeczne i do zobaczenia, powodzenia.
Well, there you have it. Lovely interview there from Victoria to Kevin Robel, a pro driver who was bigging up his spotter Slavik there for the help and speaking about losing an engine just last weekend and the guys getting the whole thing rebuilt there just a couple of days ago and that they're tired but they're here and it gives them energy. So just goes to show what goes in behind the scenes. Full engine rebuild in that car just yesterday, I believe, if I read that correctly.
Yeah, and I think it's the side of it that nobody sees, Mike, is the everything that goes on in the background. But we go back to the start line where a man who's going to feel a little bit hard done by here because the conditions he had when he first came out on circuit were just not perfect. But they should be perfect right now for Michael Reichardt, the Czech Republic driver. 65.5 on the scoreboard. One of the only drivers to actually put in a score in the tricky conditions earlier on when we kicked off qualifying, but now he's ready for his second run. And look at the speed that he can carry through that first section. This car absolutely rips and so well hooked up, but just struggled to keep it on track there. Dropped the wheel, and that's certainly going to hurt the score, that mistake, but gets back in it now as he fires big angle at it. Very snappy and aggressive transitions from Michael Reichardt as he fires his car through the circuit, trying to find that perfect run here. Can he get himself onto the scoreboard here with a big run and bump himself up the order? 65.5 won't cut it from his standards. Absolutely fires it across the line.
Yeah, great lap there. And what really impresses me from these guys is that they've not had a dry lap in hours and hours and hours. And the last time that they were out on track, the track conditions were so different. And again, your muscle memory, your datum is such a different thing to what it is now in these conditions. Yet Michael Reichardt comes out and just, or Michael Reichardt, sorry, comes out and basically just fires the car full commitment into the first outer zone to. And
psychologically, Mike, it's so difficult to try and reset after having that wet track and then to come back out and then trust the conditions again.
Yeah, exactly. It's trust to fire it into zone 2 like that, not knowing exactly how much grip there is out there and not having driven a dry line in hours. Does drop a wheel a long way off track there over the finish line, but Michal Reichardt there, overall the Czech driver doing a good job for a man who just came out for his first dry lap in a long time, and he will be looking to improve on his score. And remember guys, we have a lot of zeros coming up and a lot of drivers who will be very nervous in the paddock.
Hopefully, Mike, it's not a lot of zeros coming up. Hopefully the zeros are behind us, but a lot of drivers sitting on zeros. I know what you mean.
You know what I mean, exactly. We've got a lot of drivers coming up who have a zero under their belt on the first run due to the very difficult conditions which we had at the start of qualifying. But Michael
Reichardt drops in, 79.5 for him, sees him well up the order into 13th position and safe for now, but could be, you know, on the verge of that top 32 spaces when all is said and done later on, as we go back to Daniel Pelican, who was one of the first drivers out, but the first of our drivers to score a zero earlier on today.
I'm looking forward to this so much, Eddie, because I know as a driver the nerves, you know, that are in you from having a zero on the first run. So this is going to be a psychological warfare for the next 10 minutes of qualifying.
It's going to be really exciting. And look at the speed that Pelican can pull through the course. Again, similar to Michael Reichardt's run there, drops the wheel through outside zone 2, but so much faster than his first run. So much more commitment and confidence in the car and the track, but again drops the wheel as he comes by outside zone 4. Now needs to be perfect, really tidy this run up through the final 2 sections. Nice through outside zone 5, gets it in, but drops the wheel through 6, flirts with the wall and gets it across the line.
Well, he said, I've got one run to get it done here, and I think he really tried, at least. Full commitment there, and very entertaining as a result. And you know, Ed, again, this is psychological at this stage. You have everything to play for here. You've spent loads of money getting the car ready, loads of time. You've probably driven quite a long ways to be here. You've brought the crew with you, you've set up all the awning, all the tents, etc. It's a big job to get to a drift event, and you know that it's down to the next 35 seconds of your life. The nerves going through the minds of these guys could be, you know, unbearable. And even at that, you know, I think we're going to see scores dropping in now. We might think that they're going to be good for qualification, but we might see them getting knocked down according as qualification moves on, because there's still a lot of drivers on low scores. And let's see what happens for Daniel.
I really think in around that 32 spot in the order is going to be just, you know, flooded with drivers on similar scores. And I think there's going to be tied scores everywhere, from around 22 to, you know, 35, 36. It's just one of those days, and a 75.5 there for Daniel Pelican, and I think based on with some of the mistakes that were in that run, he's going to be happy enough with that score. Gets him into the show for now as we go back to the start line, where it's another man sitting on a zero. It is Tamás Magyar, the Hungarian.
You're a big fan, Eddie?
Big fan of this 190E Mercedes. Yeah, what's not to like, Michael? You got to love a bit of variety. Love the colour scheme. It's very retro looking and very fitting with this part of the world as well, and very nice line through those first few sections. We just see, you know, it's easy to be critical of these drivers when they come out in the bad conditions on the first run, some of the mistakes that were being making. Dropped wheel there as he comes into outside zone 4 though, for Magyar, but yeah, easy to be critical of them, but it just goes to show what they can do with a dry track that they're used to driving on. Another wheel drop just as he comes towards the final outside zone, but gets back on it, dabbing a foot brake and gets it across the line, and the runs and the scores are starting to show up, creep up, and it just goes to show, Mike, this, if you didn't get a score on the board in the dry on your first run, you're going to be in a nervous position, because all of these drivers sitting on zeros are revved up here. They are riled up and ready to go and ready to put on a show and fight for their spot in the top 32.
Yeah, Tamás Magyar in the terror bins. Mercedes doing a great job, a man under pressure, definitely after the first run as well, and the 190E with 800 brake horsepower coming good for him here, and I think he's going to see himself high 70s, early 80s possibly here, Eddie, and possibly good enough for qualification for the battles for tomorrow, because he did everything pretty much right apart from dropping those wheels on the entry into the zones. Everything else was really good. So I think he's going to be even looking at a score in the 80s here possibly.
Yeah, and you know, I think the judges are going to reward a very aggressive run there from a driver sitting on a zero. You know, he didn't hold back, he just went for it, and he trusted that, I think trusted the muscle memory and the ability in the car, and trusted that the conditions would be there for him to put in a big run, and that's exactly what he's done. Obviously not going to compete for top spot here, but as you say, should be well up the order here now with that run.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, really liking the commitments there as well. And it's just a 75, so not as high as I thought it would be, but still in the mid-70s. And Tamas will see himself pretty safe for battle action so far, but there are a lot of drivers on zeros and low scores who still have to run.
Yes, exactly. And Homansholt now gets ready to leave the line. He is on a zero, as you have mentioned. 1JZ under the wing of Bonnet gets that green light ready to go, and just look at the aggression right out of the traps, ready to go here. He's eager to get going and fires it through very fast into those first 2 sections. Just can't find the deep line at outside zone 2, but can he tidy it up as he comes to the inside zone? Gets a bit caught on the inside of that zone, a little bit too deep in there, and now switches it back. The mistakes are just starting to creep into the run here. The error count getting higher and higher as he goes, as he almost drops a wheel there from 5 to 6. Gets back on it, and across the line goes Homansholt, the Hungarian.
Yeah, delighted to see him getting a run in as well, and really, really glad for and almost proud of these drivers for, you know, pulling it together, knowing that they have one run to get it done, and they've all so far stepped up to the plate, Eddie. None of them have made any, you know, real discernible mistakes. They've all put a score on the board. Maybe not perfect runs, but these guys are at the tail end of the championship, and, you know, for the position that they're in, they're doing good. And let's see, is it going to be enough for top 32 by the end of qualification? I'm not sure, but the way the scoring is today, anything could happen. It's a very random qualifying session here score-wise.
Yeah, like, I mean, you know, you have the pressure as well on these drivers of not only do they have the zero from their first run, but also the pressure of this is round 2 of a championship where they didn't qualify at round 1. Now all of a sudden you've missed out on, you know, really half the season is gone and you haven't kind of got yourself into the main show. And it can be a little bit deflating for the drivers, so there is so much on the line and so much riding on these second runs here in qualifying, particularly for the guys that are, as you say, on those zeros or on those low scores further down the order in the championship. So the score drops in. It is going to be a 70, so 70 for Homansholt, and a nervous wait for him against 21st position at the moment, but likely to see that start to creep down closer and closer towards the 32 mark, as we see Łukasz Bielczek, the
Polish driver,
also known as Burner.
Yeah, Burner on a zero as well from the first run, as are so many drivers before and after him from those very, very, very slippery conditions on the first run of qualifying. But lots of grip out there now, Eddie.
Yeah, lots of grip out there now as Burner looks to burn up the track here in Katowice, and on a ripper of a run here now as he finds that really nice line, makes a perfect transition through 3 to 4, but then starts to drop wheels as it falls away from him here, as just starts to make a few errors. You just see him fighting with the steering wheel as he tries to make that transition so fast from 4 to 5 and into that final zone, and across the line it goes Burner, Łukasz Bielczek.
Yeah, once again, lots of very similar runs starting to drop in now from these guys who are, once again, at the tail end of the championship, but all looking pretty good. And, you know, you're not going to be taking any of these guys for granted if you meet them in battles. They're all putting in an okay banker lap, dropping wheels here and there, maybe not setting the world alight in terms of the perfect line and the perfect angle as we saw from Jakub Przygoński just a while ago, but they are getting the scores on the board in very, very difficult conditions, both mentally and you know, I guess physically as well, because this track has not allowed them to dial in the muscle memory from the last lap. They're really coming, you know, from a lap that they've done 4 hours ago, I guess, was the last dry laps that these guys would have done now, because we've had all of semi-pro qualifying.
Easily, yeah.
It's 4 hours ago since these guys have put in a lap.
To maybe 11:30 this morning. So
yeah, it's even longer possibly. Yeah. So these guys are going back to the muscle memory that they gained from this morning's practice session, and it's not, you know, it's the different grip levels as well, different temperatures. So 23rd position for Łukasz Bielczek, with a 63.5. So yeah, a lot of those scores in the 20s now. It is going to be a long wait for these guys.
It certainly is. So Dariusz Fabisiak sits on the line now, and we knew he had steering rack problems. I'm not sure if that's what led to the zero on his run. Struggled with the conditions. We saw so many drivers score a zero at the same point, so at that outside zone 4. But what can Dariusz do this time around? In that 4-litre Barra engine-powered S15, much better through that first section, but just comes away from outside zone 2 early and gets it back online now through 3, flirts with the edge of the track, but doesn't drop a wheel. But again, leaving the zones just a little bit too early, Mike. It's going to cost the run here as he switches it back, almost make contact with the wall and has to back out of it. And again, those dropped wheels between 5 and 6, and then missing the majority of outside zone 6 as a result is going to cost it's going to hurt the score massively for a man who really needed a big run.
Yeah, the Barra engine revving to in excess of 7,500 RPM. The guys told us earlier. The big 6-cylinder straight 6 being worked pretty hard, making all of I think he said it's 850 brake horsepower now, or it can make 850 at least. But yeah, I mean, it's just
yeah, you know, like there's just moments there where
it's not perfect.
It's not perfect, and lots of straightening. And for a guy that you know, cut his teeth in quarter-mile racing, there was aspects of that run that maybe looked a little bit more like quarter-mile racing. Maybe that's a little bit harsh, but yeah, just some straightens there and some mistakes, just coming out of the zones a little bit early. And I think he'll know himself. He won't be happy with that, and certainly not showing what he's capable of doing. I just wonder, is it enough to get him into the show at least?
Yeah, well, we'll know pretty soon. Well, we'll know what he scored pretty soon. We won't know if it's enough to get him into the show unless it's way up there, and it's not going to be way up there after all the mistakes. So let's see what Dariusz scores in the eyes of the judges as we go to crowd cam again. And a good crowd here for a qualification day, that's for sure. And it is just 57.5, putting the Polish driver into 27th position, Eddie. And I don't think it's going to be enough because of all the zeros that we still have to come. But you never know. So we move it along down to the line.
Yeah, I think even forgetting the zeros, Mike, there's just so many drivers left to go that it's too close to the bottom of the scoring, to the bottom of the qualification. But we go back to the start line where it is Łukasz Wroblewski from Poland, who again is on that zero, Mike.
Oh, I just saw something dislodging from the back of the car, Eddie. That might have been just body work.
Yeah, I didn't quite catch that myself, but getting back to the run here, big angle thrown onto the car as he comes out of outside zone 2. He really is throwing the angle at it here through this run as he tries to. Oh, it's a
it was the body work I was seeing. I thought he had delaminated a tyre, but it was just the side skirt I was seeing. But ultimately shuts it down. And what was Łukasz on, Eddie?
Well, he was on a zero, Mike, like everybody else around him, unfortunately. Double zero, yeah.
Yeah, double zero. The Polish driver will be putting the car on the trailer and not qualifying for DMP round 2 here in Katowice. The E92 Eurofighter style car there, looking great, but unfortunately shutting it down very early here, Eddie. Not exactly sure what happened. Let's see if we can get any clues from this. I mean, on the outside it looked okay, it just looked like he lost power.
Yeah. Nothing obvious there. You can just see, like, it initially just looked like it was starting to understeer, but obviously that was a result of loss of power. So
okay, so we think it might be the suspension in the right rear,
which would kind of align with
the bodywork.
You seen something happening at the rear end of the car when he left the line. So
yeah, possibly it might have just bottomed out and caught the bodywork or something, showing a problem with it. But you know, not sure. But that is all she wrote. As we move it along to a man in the Opel GT, it is Dominik Kur.
Yeah, not on a zero, but not on a score that's going to get him into the show either. 39.5 for the Polish driver as he looks to try and improve on that, and he just has a nice little clutch kick entry there just to try and get that car sideways through that first zone. Drops a wheel through outside zone 2, now drops out of the zone itself as he makes that fast, aggressive flick back towards that inside zone. Now starts to light up the track a little bit better and get himself onto that perfect qualifying line that the judge is looking for. Needs to keep it tidy now from here as he comes down 5 very deep, almost hits the wall. Has to back out of it, but gets back on it now, and across the line goes Dominik Kur.
Yeah, lots of really similar laps starting to drop in now, Eddie. Dominik Kur doing what so many before him have done in this second half of qualifying, just firing the car in, throwing caution to the wind, saying, I've got one run here to get it done, I better make it count.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, battles are tomorrow, but these guys are already chasing it here today, Mike.
They are indeed, yeah, and it's working out sometimes, but we've seen mistakes creep into absolutely every run so far, where they've pushed maybe a little bit too hard, started dropping wheels, maybe not had that perfect line. Dominik Kur doing a pretty good job dialing on the angle just after the zone there, but dropping a wheel as a result, maybe moved. You know, he was quite straight going through 5 there, couldn't have a lot of angle going through there, and then had to dial on the angle, and his car was already at the edge of the track, and when he dialed on the angle, dropped a wheel quite significantly. So, yeah, I think it's going to be another one of those scores that's going to see him having a long wait until the end of qualifying to see if he qualified or not. And even if he does, Eddie, like you said, if you qualify in 32nd position, you're going to have, assuming the top score doesn't change, you're going to have Jakub Przygoński for the, you know, for your first battle. So
yeah, and it's going to take something really special to you know, for Kuba not to be the top qualifier. As we see the score dropping in, it's going to be a 60 and 25th position. So it is an improvement for Dominic Corr, and you know, that car doesn't look easy to drive.
No, it might be enough.
It might be enough, but you know, regardless, Mike, even if you do creep in 32nd, we have seen in the past absolutely anything can happen. So it doesn't mean that somebody couldn't, you know, potentially move on and progress into the top 16 or further into the competition. But you are certainly making it really difficult for yourself. And a man who's finding it difficult at the moment is Maciej Jarkovic on that zero, the Polish driver in the boss-bodied S14.
Very straight through one.
Yeah, I was just going to say, just completely misses it essentially. Yeah, and there's multiple stages throughout this run where a chase driver just wouldn't have anywhere left to go.
Yeah, exactly. So it might end up being a situation where it is a zero here. We'll have to see if a score does drop in for Maciej. But
yeah, look, again, there's a second huge straight in there, you know, and that same zone, but 6 and 2, you know, just going in different directions. That car just not able to. Look, I don't know. I think maybe a very low score, but potentially a zero. And you know, we've seen the judges score zeros for very similar runs, and there you go. It is a 0, 2 zeros for Maciej, and very unfortunate for him. But we got to move it along to Anders Madsen, who has a 71.5 on the board, I do believe, from his first run.
Yeah, might be enough to qualify him in today's company, but you never know. So he's going to have to try and improve to book his definite place in the top 32 for tomorrow.
Well, you'll cast your mind back. It was difficult conditions for Anders Madsen when he came out on track, and he was the one to set the target early on. Can he repeat that now? I don't think it's going to go into the 90s here, but I think he's going to improve on the score, hopefully for his sake, if he can keep this alive. Really love the colour scheme on this C46 BMW, and really nice line through those two zones. Does start to just drop a wheel as it falls away from a little bit as he crosses the line with another solid run from the Danish driver.
Yeah, I really like that one up to the point where he dropped the wheel at the end. You just picked up on it there, Eddie, but I think he was so in control of the run up to that point that he was on for a very respectable score. I think he still is. Did come away from zone 2 there a little bit early, but he's pretty much textbook on 3. Gets the car rotated beautiful into 4, then gets back on the throttle just at the right time to keep the car from exiting track limits, but fills up the full zone. So real pinpoint accuracy there from the Danish driver on 4. Gets the car rotated through 5 and just puts his back wheel exactly where it needs to be. Now all he had to do there was maybe just feather the throttle for a second and find the grip to push the car in from the track limit, but he put foot to floor. It washed him a tiny bit wide, Eddie, but it's not been a big mistake, and I think this is actually going to be a big score for the Danish driver apart from that wheel drop.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you. I think it's lacking maybe, you know, some of the precision that we've seen from some of the higher scoring drivers, but I think it's certainly going to probably creep its way into the early to mid 80s perhaps. Maybe.
Yeah, he might even see himself in a top 10, 12 situation here with this, possibly, depending on how much they penalise him for that wheel drop at the end. But yeah, overall super controlled lap there from Anders Madsen, looking like he's a step ahead of the car all the way.
Yeah, and you know what, for a driver that's a little bit down the order, certainly looking like a driver who is one to keep an eye on, and perhaps like a dark horse for the competition this weekend, as we see the scores dropping in. Oh, it's 79.5,
yeah,
some judges maybe not liking
it as much. Top 12 I thought, yeah.
Not liking it as much as we did, but yeah, look, as we say, it wasn't quite perfection, but yeah, you wouldn't have been surprised to see an early 80s score as well, which it's not too far off regardless.
I'll never get sick of looking at this drone view. Look at this track in the city centre underneath skyscrapers and the Spodek UFO like arena in the background, and there's another crazy skyscraper to the left and a little amphitheatre to the left. What a beautiful area we're in here.
Yeah, so Orest Michaluk on the line, the Polish driver in his nitrous 2JZ powered 900 brake horsepower, and yeah, ready to leave the line. He sits on a 71 from the first run, if you remember back, and drops a wheel just as he comes into outside zone 2 now, but looking good here as he tries to find that perfect line. Snappy, fast transition through that inner zone and gets on it, but drops some wheels into outside zone 4. Don't think he'll be penalised too heavily by the judges, but certainly a mistake nonetheless from Orest.
as he finds that deep line in outside zone 6 and across the line.
Yeah, real great limiter action there towards the end from the Polish driver. Really putting the engine through its paces across the line, leaving the judges no doubt about his impact and his intentions as he fills the arena here with tire smoke. And a beautiful run overall, I think. And yeah, these drivers who are a little bit further down the field starting to really, you know, make their mark on the qualifying at this stage. And Orest doing pretty much everything right up to this point. Once again, maybe not the most spectacular, not the most fantastic line we've seen, but overall still the right idea. Drops a wheel there, was a little bit straight through 5, but I think in the zones that are scoring quite highly, you know, for both angle and line, he will be picking up quite a lot of points.
Well, relying on a 71 from the first run is Orest, and he'd like nothing more to creep himself up the order. And as you say, Mike, you know, the right idea, you know,
yeah, absolutely right idea.
The right ingredients with the wrong amounts. Isn't that what is that the phrase? Well, you used it before. It's an 82 for Orest Michaluk.
Yeah, I think it's good for top 15 easily. Yeah, no problem. And very interesting to see him in battle action tomorrow. We move it along to a man who might be in the drop zone, Eddie. He's on a 63 so far.
Yeah, Bartholomew Ovcharek. The Polish driver, as you say, 63 at the moment. Not usually a score that would qualify you into a Pro Top 32, so some work to be done here from the Polish driver in his Ford Mustang Coyote engine BMW M2, and doing a nice job through those first two zones now as he looks to try and keep this run alive here, but just gets that transition wrong, and you can see it just causes him to have to back out of it a little bit, loses some ground, drops a couple of wheels, but he gets back on it here now as he looks for outside zone 5 and finds it nicely, stays within the limits of the track, but now moves himself away from the outside zone at the final zone, and across the line goes Bartholomew Ovcharek, and you know, had patches of brilliance there, Mike, and it certainly could look like it could be an improvement on his 63, but certainly left some points out there.
Yeah, well, he's been involved in drifting with 21 years, Eddie, so that's a fantastic career in the sport. Came and went from it a little bit, just like he did there a couple of the clips, but overall a great history in the sport, and what a fantastic car to be competing in. I mean, imagine opening your garage at home and seeing this thing in there, you know. Fantastic to see him still in the sport, and looking good here, Eddie, for possible qualification, I would say, but coming away a little bit early there at the start of zone 6, then finding the rest of the zone, so maybe he might find 4 line points there for that. And yeah, I think overall still a respectable lap there for Bart. And once again, guys, if you are joining us, thank you for joining us, and hope you're enjoying the show here for Pro Qualification of DMP Round 2 in Katowice, in the Strefa Kultury, the cultural centre here at this city centre crazy venue. And we will be back, of course, for battle action tomorrow with the main part of the show, where we will see 2 cars on track at the same time for twin battle action. We're currently in the middle of the second half of Pro Qualification for, you know, to sort out, I guess, the men from the boys and get our top 32 drivers gridded for tomorrow's Pro Battle action. And the first run of drivers had a very, very difficult pass of the course with wet conditions and super slippery conditions on most of the track, but we are seeing those guys right now pretty much get their first crack at qualifying with a dry run of the course on their second qualifying run. And Bartholomew scores a 67.5 with a 23rd position resulting from that score, so he'll be happy with that. It is an improvement. It'll be a long wait though. He is 23rd out of 32, and a lot of drivers are left to run who are underneath him, including the man on the line. It is Krzysztof Juszwak, the Polish driver, 38 years of age, leaving the line here, 820 brake horsepower under the bonnet of the M2 BMW, fires it in to the first corner. Absolute commitment here from the Polish driver. Let's see what he can do with the beautiful livery as well, the visual soft sponsored M2 here. Now drops a wheel a little bit on the entry to 4, but gets right on the line once again, leaves the car hang there a little bit late as he exits zone 4, picks up 5 along the way, and then puts foot to floor really nice into 6 and across the line. Very fast lap and very, very impactful lap there from Krzysztof Józwak. And yeah, he's been involved in drifting for 12 years, and it goes to show, I mean, he loves the sport, he loves the adrenaline, he loves the rush, and he loves the noise of the V8s as well. So he was Polish champion in semi-pro class in 23 and vice champion in 24. So in 25 he started his venture into this class, and now in 26 we see him here under a little bit of pressure in qualifying. I guess Eddie with a 55 on the first run, but you know, looks like he is going to improve on that score.
Yeah, it looked like a really solid run throughout. No, you know, major mistakes, Mike, to really point at. So you know, 55 was quite down the order, and those track conditions were kind of getting patchy at that stage. So a much improved run this time around, as we wait to see what the judges thought of it.
Yeah, let's see what the judges made of that. Just deliberating on their scores, and
yeah, I think that figure of 8 is going to be visible from space by the time we're done here for a long time. And
I think
when the UFO takes off, they'll be well able to find their way back.
They will
to Poland, and
they probably have sat nav in the UFO.
It's an 80.5. Yeah, I'm sure they have.
They have that tech. But yeah, if you can see the Great Wall of China from space, I'm pretty sure you can see our figure 8 here in Katowice. So an 80.5 there for Krzysztof. As we move it along to the line, it is a lady who is under a little bit of pressure in qualifying here on a 0 so far. It is Aleksandra Fijał, the Polish driver, firing in the S13 into the first corner. It sticks this time, Eddie. It's a lot better lap than her first one, at least.
Yeah, much better.
Car's grippy, so grippy.
Yeah, so grippy, and yeah, just starts to make some mistakes there. And just gets it back on here now. She's trying to find that line, and she really is pushing it and trying to find a big run here. Sits on the 0, Mike, from the first run, as she would have had that mistake. And yeah, Aleksandra really just again another driver chasing it, trying to find, you know, a big run to get her into the show.
I think, honestly, I think this might be a car that's just hooked up a tiny bit too much, because if you see there, she came off throttle, it instantly pushed her away from zone 2. Watch the transition here now. Okay, came off throttle again, and the car nosedives to the right just after the transition. So the car is gripped up so much. Now that means if she does qualify, she'll be fast, and if she can dial the line in and, you know, control this car, which is absolutely springing forward at every opportunity, then she'll be really hard to beat in the battles. But yeah, it mightn't be
yeah, the question is she going to get there in the first place? And yeah, I don't know. I think when you're on a 0, you want to give the drivers or the judges as little room to critique you as possible, or to score you down. And unfortunately, you know, Aleksandra has not done that on this occasion. You know, there are a number of errors there to
yeah, well, let's see what happens.
Yeah, well, that score drops in. It's a 63.5 and enough for 26th position. So 26th position, she is in the show. As we move back to the start line, where it's Janos Onodi who sits on a 45, and Janos gets ready for his second pass of the circuit. And here we go. What can he do this time around? Just not what he wanted there again. Just completely really missing outside zone 2, Mike. And when you're on a 45, drops a wheel as he comes from 3 to 4. And yeah, this run just kind of falling apart here a little bit for him. And you know, it's just so much pressure to try and get this right. And you know, did qualify at round 1, but unfortunately round 2 looks like it's going to be challenging in a nervous way to see if he can get himself into the show.
Yeah, multiple Slovakian drift champion once again, but battling a little bit with the conditions, and a very grippy car here as well. So we can see once again a car just pushing itself to the inside of the track as soon as the driver comes you know, off throttle and doesn't, you know, hit the throttle to maintain that drift. So a lot of grip out there right now on track, and a lot of grip in the back of these pro competition cars with the crazy semi-slick tires that they're running. And it might not be enough to qualify here, Eddie. Janos Nodi maybe might be under pressure to make his way into the top 32. Right, so let's see what the judges have made of that one as we wait for his score to drop in. Lots of drivers still, of course, with zeros or scores that will almost definitely be under the qualification spots. And Janusz Nodi, one of those with a 45.5 so far on his first run.
Yeah, so that's definitely going to require some improvement as we await for that score to drop in now. And
so it's a 57, yeah, 31st position, so it's going to be a long wait for Janusz Nodi, but it might not be.
Yeah, just looking at the number of drivers in and around. Yeah, Stavros Grillis on a 0. Our next, we have Dominik Pawłowski. And it looks like Victoria is down on track with an interview. So, down to you, Victoria.
Tu akurat Karolina jest obok, ale nie chcę jej zawracać głowy, bo tu jest pełen fokus przed startem. Chciałam trochę pokazać Państwu, którzy oglądają nas zdalnie, takiej kuchni driftingowej, bo to jest kolejka samochodów zawodników, którzy ustawiają się do startu. I tutaj dzieją się bardzo ciekawe rzeczy, bo jest chłodzenie samochodu, jest chłodzenie głowy. Karolina Pilarczyk, chłodna głowa, mam nadzieję. I już Dominik wyjeżdża, żeby wystartować, bo była malowana trasa, a my trzymamy kciuki za naszych zawodników. I ta kolejka ciągnie się bardzo długo, aż prawie pod sam park maszyn, więc przy kole właśnie Radek Gatkowski, a raczej jego mechanik, działał tutaj coś przy kole. Co tutaj się dzieje z tym kołem, panowie? Co tu się z tym kołem dzieje? My się chcemy wiedzieć. Co się z tym kołem dzieje?
Wiesz co, tutaj zauważyliśmy, że po prostu Radek nie miał oznaczonych kół, tak? Więc dbając o to, żeby ta rywalizacja przebiegała na równym poziomie, po prostu poprosiłem chłopaków, żeby jeszcze to zrobili, no bo mają chwilkę, żeby to zrobić, tak?
Super, dziękuję bardzo za wyjaśnienia. Zobaczcie szybko, tutaj jest oklejony jeden fragment felgi, żeby było widać, w jaki sposób kręcą się kółka. My zbijamy żółwika z Radkiem i wracamy na tor.
So we are back and ready to go with the remainder of qualifying, and yeah, it's getting pretty tense out there, Mike. It's getting pretty tense in here as we go back to the start line, and it's Mateusz Suski in the A90 Supra. He is ready to go for his second run, 58 on the board for the Polish man. And as we know, that's not going to be enough realistically to get himself into the show. So pressure on to start performing, start to rank up the scores here now and ramp up the style and the accuracy of the run, but he certainly looks like he's a match to it this time around as he comes looking for it and finds that perfect line now through outside zone 5. Can he keep this run alive? Just drops a wheel through the end of that section, but gets back into it now, finds outside zone 5 and finds the final zone, but could be a little bit deeper in there. Big improvement in the run. Will it be enough though to see him jump himself well up the order as he would like?
Yeah, I really want to see this guy in battles, Eddie. This car is so fast and so impressive in track. You know, we saw it in practice this morning and it just goes through the course at such a speed that I really want to see it battling in tomorrow's action. Mateusz Suski there, the Polish driver, looking good all the way around the course up to that point, dropping a wheel here on the outside of 4 a little bit there, Eddie. And yeah, just sitting on not a great score so far, Eddie, at 58. Sponsored by CF Moto as well, actually, a series sponsor here, and they make some pretty good motorcycles, I do believe, Eddie, the Chinese manufacturer, and yeah, interesting brand all around there. So interesting sponsors, international sponsors here in DMP.
Well, let's see if it's going to be an interesting score as Mateusz Suski awaits to see if there could be an improvement on that 58 from his first run, and yeah, we're kind of getting halfway through the second half of the grid on this, or sorry, halfway through the grid on the second half of the run, so approximately 21 runs left to go after this, and a lot of drivers ahead of him will have scored well. It's a 76, so 18th position, and he is well inside it, and you would feel safe for battle action later on. Now, a man who is not safe for battle action is Dominik Pawłowski, the Polish driver in the Lexus RC. 0 on the first run, you'll remember, Mike, as he gets ready to leave the line in this incredible build, but misses outside zone 1. Not what you need when you're hunting for a big run to get yourself into the top 32 at round 2 of the DMP Championship. And of course, 4 rounds up for grabs here. 4 rounds. Oh, and a big mistake, and the car maybe shuts down. I'm not sure, is that driver error or machine error? He goes into the burnout box and almost makes contact with Karolina Pilarczyk.
Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, super nice guy, super funny guy as well. We had a chance to chat with him in the pits there with the 1.5 JZ powered Lexus, and it's the only drift Lexus RC in Poland. But unfortunately, once again, it looks like a couple of gremlins there just shutting down. Let's see what happens. Yeah, just shutting down there and opting to take the shortcut out of the track. And so the marshals getting back to us there and telling us that it was actually a second drive shaft axle has broken on his second run here. So that is the price you pay with a new chassis, Eddie. You know, the parts aren't in development, maybe not the big quick change rear shafts in that car, the Wisefab, whatever rear shafts are available for that car yet. So maybe running more standard rear end and braking stuff until the development goes into it. But a car which is very well developed is now on the line.
Yes, and you know, practicing the boxing skills is Karolina Pilarczyk in this supercharged LSX V8 S15, and across the line, or off the line, she comes very aggressive through that first section now as she fires from 1 to 2, looks for that perfect line, finds it. Can she hold it there? She certainly can, into the groove and stays there, but just leaves outside zone 2 a little bit early now, and you can see that making the difference as she tries to find that line through inside zone 3, but she just can't get it perfect and falls away from the zone through outside zone 4. It needs to be perfect from here. She looks to try and improve on that 48.5 that she has from her first run, as the Polish driver just can't hook it up through the final zone. Across the line goes Karolina Pilarczyk, but it wasn't the run that she was looking for. Certainly started out really impressively. Oh, clipped that cone there just as she came out of outside zone 1. And look at this, the line through 2 was so perfect up until this point where she just comes away from it a little bit early.
Yeah, she started off really good on that run. I thought it was going to be on for a really big score. She started the run with intent. Now, like you said, Eddie, did come away a little bit early from 2, but got it back, you know, generally on line, comes away a bit from 4 there, though also. And then she's pretty spot on through 5, but doesn't seem to get the car, just slid into 6 as she wanted to, and is in completely the wrong side of the track then as she crosses the line. So I think the judges will be, you know, giving her pretty much no points for the last zone, and it'll be a big deduction for the Polish driver, I think, across a couple of the zones there. But she's on a 48.5 currently, Eddie. If she does improve, is it going to be enough? I don't think so, but
no,
let's see.
Yeah, look, to be honest, Mike, I just don't see it. You know, I don't like to be critical, but you know, the last zone in particular, just nowhere near it. You know, it was so good at the start, but the mistakes, just as she kind of finished outside zone 2, just started to creep into it, and then you'd have to wonder, was the final zone, was it even a chaseable line? As that scored, and it's a 0, 0 from the judges. So the judges looking at that as deeming that as unchaseable through that final zone, clearly. And we see a lot of that in this championship, and you know, you can understand why, but certainly, unfortunate as we move it back to the start line, and it is another driver who needs another big score. It's Radosław Gackowski, the Polish driver, on a 55, Mike, from the first run. Coming for it nice and early here from the start of the second run. He fires big angle onto it, onto that S15, as he comes hunting for a big score. Nice through that inside zone, switches it back beautifully into outside zone 4 now. Fulfills the zone really nice. Now sets his sights on outside zone 5 in those final 2 sections, and again it's pretty accurate, pretty beautiful, flirts with the very edge of the circuit and across the line.
Yeah, really aggressive run there from Radosław, and very much liked it. I think the judges are going to very much like it as well, as he fires it in through zone 1 here. Now, does dab the handbrake a little bit. He's allowed to do that. It is a braking zone into 2. Leaves, you know, didn't really need to leave 2 there. He could have just put foot to floor and kept the car on the outside, so the judges will mark him down quite a lot for that one. But over the rest of the run then, I think he really got the aggression dialed in and started to find his flow. Hangs on to 4 a little bit long there, but gets the car rotated back around and starts to look for that all-important entry angle to 6. He does find it and puts his rear wheel right on the outside line throughout the rest of the run and across the line, giving the judges something to think about at the end of the run as well, Eddie. You know, perfect finish to it, and the last thing in their minds will be that.
Yeah, nice finish. I don't think it takes away from some of the mistakes that are there, and but should be an improvement on a 55, you'd feel. As we await confirmation of that from the judges. But I think we are kind of at that point where it's about to break into the real high scoring drivers, and from here on in, with the exception of 2, 3, it's an 80, so an 80 on the board, and
so just enough for 15th
right up
position.
the order.
Yeah, enough for 15th now with an 80, but a man who is capable of doing quite big things. It is Łukasz Tyszymski in the beautiful car that we all love to see out there.
The Veloce. I've learned to love pronouncing that word now, Mike, after you taught me its proper pronunciation last time around, as Łukasz leaves the line now, and it's 82.5 on the board from the Polish man, and it's all going wrong as he drops a couple of wheels at outside zone 2, but hangs on to it and avoids dropping a full 3 wheels, certainly from our point of view, and he gets back into it now as he can try and find some more points to take home, but it looks as though that 82.5 is going to be his qualifying score for round 2. As he straightens and almost goes towards the wall and has to back out of the run completely, Mike. That is going to be a 0 for Łukasz. It wasn't going to be an improvement on his first run, so he won't mind too much, but he might be a little bit annoyed that he couldn't find at least a similar scoring run, if not a better run than the first one. But I think he'll be happy just to have that car all in one piece, because that could have got pretty hairy pretty quickly.
Yeah, definitely. Something broken that car as well mechanically. This track seems to be a little bit tough on cars, a couple of bumps around the track as well and hollows, so it does seem to be breaking cars a little bit. All new track, of course, for all the competitors, level playing field coming in here, no track knowledge prior to this, no gearing knowledge.
You have to remember as well, Mike, this is probably the longest that the track has been live without being swept as well.
Yeah.
So there's a huge amount of rubber down on the circuit now.
Yeah, it just looks like he lost grip. Did the rear wheel lock on there, or was he going for the handbrake anyway? Possibly, just lost drive there possibly, and that won't be a scoring lap obviously there for Łukasz, but he should have enough on his first run to let us see that Alfa Romeo in battle action tomorrow, because he scored an 82.3 on the first, 82.4 in fact. Was it on the first one, or 0.3?
No, sorry,
I'm looking at the wrong one.
You're looking at the wrong one. It was an 82.5.
82.5, yeah. Sorry. We are, of course, we can confirm that was a 0, and we do have a part of a car on track. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but we absolutely have a part of car on track. And down to the line we go, and it should be Artem Husva on the line, currently on a 55.5 here, guys, so it is all to play for still for the Ukrainian driver. He probably won't be qualifying currently with that score, and just confirming that Łukasz scores a 0 on the second run. And down to the line we go, and we are getting into the thick end of qualifying here, guys, for Pro Round 2 of DMP 2026. And it is Artem Husva in the S14 with 800 brake horsepower on the line. The Team HPS performance car leaves the line. Artem flicks it in, and tries to flick it in, doesn't quite flick it in because he has absolutely stopped, unfortunately. And once again we have a car breakage. We can see some smoke from the rear of the car there, and that smoke looks quite blue to me, which could indicate engine problems. But we do have forward drive, which is a good thing. So let's see, can we gain anything here from the replay? Tries to initiate, and just a puff of smoke there from the rear of the car, and a lack of forward drive. So on a 55.5, after coming all the way from the Ukraine, that might be the end of the weekend for Artem Husva.
Yeah, I think if I remember back, Mike, it was in and around the 60s earlier on. So
yeah, the drop zone.
The drop zone, yes. Yeah. So I think that 55.5 is not going to cut it. but we will get confirmation of that on our screen now in just a moment when the judges confirm that 0 for Artem Hushva. Very unfortunate, as quite an exciting driver. And
yeah, well, up next, as we have the fire engine coming in here, possibly to clean up some debris. So it's a 0 for Artem Hushva. Yeah, so we are confirming that there is some oil on track, and that blue smoke that we saw might have indicated some oil on track. And clean up on aisle 1.
On aisle 1.
Not oil, AISLE 1.
Yeah, you can see quite a substantial amount of it as well. So, and it won't drain off as quickly as the water did into those crevices between the bricks.
Yeah,
unfortunately. But look, what a crew we have to try and deal with it, because they are well equipped. It's the local fire service.
Absolutely. So they're getting the oil dry out on track in force here after the start line. And to be fair, Eddie, it could be on a worse part of the track.
Yeah, so it looks as though we are going to go down to Victoria, who is down on track. Victoria, over to you.
Próbowałam na szybko dla Państwa znaleźć informacje i dla Was też, chłopaki, co się wydarzyło. Na ten moment oficjalne informacje, jakie mam, to to, że pojawił się olej na trasie. Być może to przepełniona odma, no ale na pewno jest to wyciek oleju i tutaj widzimy, i Wy też możecie to zobaczyć, że taka długa ścieżka tego oleju ciągnęła się za Łukaszem, więc mamy nadzieję, że to nic poważnego, tak żeby Łukasz mógł wystąpić jutro w parach, no ale faktycznie, słuchajcie, zobaczcie, ile ten olej kapał, tutaj jest naprawdę spory był ten wyciek. Tak jak chłopaki mówili, wysypywany jest coś podobnego jak sorbent, który ma nam zneutralizować śliskość, no bo to jest absolutnie warunek dla następnych kierowców, który nie pozwala na stabilną jazdę. Śliski, nieprzyczepny i niepowtarzalny olej, więc panowie tutaj działają, słuchajcie, żeby szybciutko trasę posprzątać, ale obawiam się, że ten olej zaczął się wylewać Łukaszowi z samochodu już na początku trasy, co prawdopodobnie oznacza, że przez całą nitkę toru, no i to też widać, jak ten pomarańczowy piasek łączy się w jedną wielką nitkę oleju, więc mamy nadzieję, że szybko uda się to zneutralizować i kolejni zawodnicy nie będą mieli już problemu z przejazdami, a ja oczywiście biegnę do Łukasza albo chociaż się z nim spiszę, żeby dowiedzieć się dokładnie, co stało się z silnikiem i wrócimy do Was w tym temacie.
So,
yeah, as we get the oil dried here, I think we might have had a quite serious engine failure there, unfortunately.
Yeah, very unfortunate. And you know what? Look, there's a bit of time between round 2 and 3, but I think if you have had, if you're a long way away from contention, it's it's hard to refocus the mind and reinvigorate yourself to get yourself ready for 2 final rounds. But you know what? These teams can pull off incredible things. So hopefully for them, it's just a case of getting that sorted and getting back out at round 3 and hoping for a strong finish and kind of reignite the championship run.
Yeah, absolutely, Eddie. But it is a 4-round championship. And consistency will be key. But if you still had 3 good runs, you might still, definitely have a good run at the championship. And again, it is a very high level here in DMP because it's basically the Drift Masters feeder series at this stage. And, we have drivers from all over converging here on Poland to compete in the national series. and it is quite a high level, but if you are up there in DMP, you know that you are almost ready to make the step up to the Driftmaster Series next.
Yeah, and I think that's, you know, the benefit of, say, if we make a comparison to, I think the most closely comparable championship, you know, national championship is the Irish Championship, where you do have, you know, somewhat regular visits from Driftmasters competition, Driftmasters drivers. And the same as here, although they actually have the Driftmasters competitors on the grid competing, and it's a great way of testing your ability and, you know, finding out if you are indeed ready to make that step and that jump up to the next level of competition. Because for a lot of people in a lot of countries, they don't have that competition or that level of competition to work off in their national championship, so they can make the jump often too early and find out that it's a much bigger gap than what they expected it to be.
Yeah, and we do have an awful lot of domestic champions. You know, look at the drivers which will be running right next in the form of Peter Utassi, who is multiple Hungarian drift champion, and then Simos Tikis is 2 times Cypriot champ. Then right after him, Simon Suevma is the Estonian champ and the Baltic semi-pro champ as well. So, I mean, you know, all these guys who are coming here to DMP from their individual countries, most of them are actually coming as domestic champions or second place finishers in their domestic series. And again, as you mentioned, Eddie, it is quite the step up in level.
Yeah, and it's not to take away anything from those domestic championships, but it shows that they recognise the jump in class just to come to this national championship. That's why they're here, because they know that, okay, I've done it on my home soil, now I need to test myself against drivers that are a bit more you know, world renowned in terms of their status, competing a lot longer, bigger bills, better competition, and really trying to not only find out if they're at that level, but if they're not, work on getting to the level, so that they know where the bar is now, and they just have to work on getting themselves up to that same bar. And that is a lot of oil, Mike.
That is a lot of oil, Eddie. Exactly. Now, to be fair, he did seem to pull off the qualifying line just before the you know, I guess just before the oil really started pouring out of that engine, and we might be in a situation where we have seen a Conrad even escape out through the block here. So yeah, it could be just one of those. It might take a hot minute to dry this oil here, and unfortunately that'll be definitely all she wrote for the Ukrainian driver. But yeah, we'll hopefully see him back in competition for round 3, Eddie. And once again, guys, if you are joining us here, we are stopped for a second as the track gets dried, but you are welcome to the live stream for DMP round 2 here in Katowice, beautiful Katowice in Poland. Quite a hidden gym as well, Eddie, of a city, beautiful city centre there, which we came up from after arriving yesterday.
Yeah, a little bit smaller than the likes of Warsaw and some of the bigger cities, but still very, very beautiful. And as you say, we haven't had too much of a chance to explore it, but just from the little walk that we had from the train station yesterday all the way up to where we're staying and where the track is, yeah, some really nice, just a nice vibe around the place. So looking forward to exploring a little bit more this evening. Get some nice food, some nice cold beers somewhere, Mike, and just sit back and relax and reap the rewards of our hard work.
Exactly, yeah, enjoy the city. So we are in the middle of qualifying. Well, we are towards the latter stages, in fact, of pro qualifying here, just drawing up some oil on track. But we, of course, are back tomorrow with the main part of the show, which is twin battle knockout action in the form of the semi-pro top 16 all the way through to the final. And of course, we will have the pro top 32 then all the way through to the final. And I am hearing, Eddie, that we have an interview with a man who struck fear into our hearts in Ireland when he came over driving in that also that GM chassis, like the Saturn Sky, like the Opel GT. Pavel Trela is in the studio, Polish drifting legend, and we are going to go to the studio, I believe, in a couple of seconds time and hear from that man who was the first really famous Polish drifting export.
Yes, well, I do believe he is down with Victoria, and we will be
cutting to that interview momentarily, and as you say, Mike, very interesting to hear from Paweł and get an insight to what's going on in his world recently. So we're just waiting for confirmation, and here we go, studio with Victoria.
Człowiek legenda i człowiek orkiestra driftingowa, dlatego że Paweł chyba ten sport, no nie krzyw się, to sama prawda, przecież ty ten sport znasz
Bo
z
stary
każdej
jestem.
możliwej... To ty powiedziałeś, nie ja, jasne. Paweł Trela, którego doskonale znacie z driftingowych Mistrzostw Polski, no właśnie, jeździłeś Oplem, który był w innych barwach, a teraz jeździ tym Dominik Kur. I jak to jest patrzeć na to, jak ktoś inny jeździ samochodem, który od podstaw zbudowałeś i w ogóle wymyśliłeś, bo to taki jedyny w historii DMP i w ogóle polskiego driftu projekt?
No, polskiego i nawet Europy, bo generalnie takie auto jeździło jedno w Stanach Zjednoczonych, bardzo krótko. Dosyć szybko je rozbili, no i go nie było, tak? Także stąd trochę pomysł powstał na nietuzinkowy samochód, marketingowo bardzo fajnie. Natomiast no, troszkę mam głód, jak widzę to auto sunące powiedzmy po torze, natomiast Dominik no, mało trenuje ostatnio, tak? Więc no, też te wyniki nie są takie, jakie byśmy chcieli. Ale jest bardzo zawzięty, pasuje mu auto, bardzo je lubi, jak mu siądzie przejazd, to naprawdę jest super, także pozostaje tylko troszkę więcej potrenować i będzie dobrze.
Na pewno wiele osób chciałoby znać odpowiedź na to pytanie, dlaczego ty zrezygnowałeś ze startów?
Dlaczego ja zrezygnowałem ze startów? Naprawdę mnie o to pytasz?
Oczywiście, że tak.
Jak nie wiadomo o co chodzi, to chodzi o pieniądze. Dziękuję, jasne. Kurtyna.
To kurtynę, jeszcze chwilę nie zamykajmy jej, bo mam mnóstwo innych wątków do ciebie. Jesteś konstruktorem też tych samochodów i robisz klatki bezpieczeństwa, więc auta znasz bardzo dobrze. Na chwilę przejdźmy do sytuacji tutaj z Łukaszem. Wyciek oleju. Jak bardzo jest to niebezpieczna sytuacja? No bo to wszystko jest gorące, więc chyba trzeba mieć chłodną głowę, jak takie rzeczy się dzieją.
No tak naprawdę to jest jedno z najbardziej niebezpiecznych sytuacji, ponieważ no tylko, nie wiem, groźniejsze może być wyciek samego paliwa, tak, które się zapali jeszcze szybciej, no bo opary szczególnie w takiej temperaturze naprawdę nam się bardzo szybko zapalają. Natomiast olej też, szczególnie taki, który gdzieś w okolicach silnika nam poleci, nie wiem, na wydech, na koc, który w teorii ma ograniczyć nam temperaturę w komorze silnika. Ten koc nasiągnie tym olejem, który nam się za chwilę zapali, no i mamy gotowy pożar, który wcale nie jest tak łatwo ugasić. Też bardzo często się zdarza tak, że kawałki gumy, których mamy bardzo dużo na torze z racji tego, że chłopaki używają dosyć miękkich opon, takie kawałki gumy potrafią wpaść na przykład na kolektor i też się zapalić. Jak jest to odpowiedni duży kawałek gumy, no to się nam zapali żywym ogniem i teraz jest kwestia, co jest obok. Czy nie ma nic, czy mamy na przykład przewód jakiś paliwowy albo coś innego.
Pobawmy się trochę w detektywów, dlatego że jesteś także wykładowcą na UTH i uczysz młodych ludzi, jak budować odpowiednio samochody, więc bawmy się. Zobacz, co się dzieje. Prawie cały tor jest oblany olejem. Wygląda to, jakby to tak regularnie ciurkiem leciało. Co to mogło być?
Olej?
Lewa jedna strona... Olej? Nie olewaj tego pytania, Paweł, proszę cię.
Nie no, to co chyba jedna osoba z ekipy sprzątającej, czy może ekipy, która zarządza torem pokazywała, no to wydaje mi się, że jest to jakiś kawałek przegubu półosi, przynajmniej tak mniej więcej wyglądał, więc zakładam, że pewnie jakiś olej, nie wiem, z dyferencjału albo z czegoś takiego.
Okej, czyli to wcale nie może nie być problem z silnikiem.
Dokładnie tak, szczególnie, że no Łukasz przejechał prawie cały tor tak naprawdę, tak, pokonał prawie całą trasę. Bardzo ładnym przejazdem generalnie, więc raczej jakby to był problem z silnikiem, to by tego nie zrobił, więc po prostu raczej jakiś układ napędowy, nie wiem, skrzynia, dyfer, coś.
Wróćmy jeszcze na chwilę do twojej roli wykładowcy. Masz jakieś takie zdanie, które bardzo często powtarzasz nowym osobom, które będą prawdopodobnie budować auta? Coś, co powinni w nocy o północy pamiętać?
To może takie dwa zdania. Tata mi zawsze powtarzał, że w mechanice się nie wolno spieszyć. I to niestety miał rację, to raz, a dwa, że trzeba myśleć po prostu przy tym, co się robi.
Przepraszam, ale zaczęłam się śmiać na pierwszą odpowiedź, dlatego że Paweł chyba po prostu zamknął nam wszystkim zawodnikom, którzy robią swoje samochody i denerwują się, że to wszystko tak długo trwa. Samochód miał być gotowy tydzień temu, nie jest gotowy, bo to trzeba powoli.
Życie.
Tak? Życie.
Motorsport.
Wy nas po prostu do granic cierpliwości trzymacie, no ale robota musi być zrobiona, ja to rozumiem.
Musi być zrobiona, szczególnie, że od tego często zależy zdrowie albo czasem i życie zawodników, tak? Więc generalnie no, trzeba myśleć.
Czyli ten czas, który trwa, poświęcacie na takie dokładne szczegóły, które trzeba zrobić, żeby to działało? Czy nad czym najwięcej czasu faktycznie ten mechanik powinien poświęcić?
Wszystko zależy od tego, jakie budujemy auto. Jeżeli budujesz samochód, który jest ogólnie znany i do którego masz części wszędzie na półce, że klikasz po prostu w sklepie w internecie, to nie ma problemu, tak? Gorzej się robi, znaczy gorzej, w sumie ciekawiej się robi, jak jest auto takie, którego nie ma, albo klient chce mieć takie rozwiązania, których nie ma nikt inny, więc w tym momencie no, trzeba troszkę tam powiedzmy się nad tym zastanowić.
Okej, rozumiem. Jeszcze jeden wątek to porównanie tego, jak te auta były kiedyś budowane, jak startowałeś i wygrywałeś, versus jak teraz wygląda park maszyn od strony technicznej. Pomijając fakt finansowy, bo ten sport i w ogóle motorsport robi się dużo droższy niż wcześniej, to jakie technologie nowe się pojawiły?
To znaczy tak naprawdę nie ma jakiegoś przeskoku technologicznego, tak? Bo no, ja jeździłem, nie wiem, no 10, 15, 20 lat temu na silniku 2JZ, na silniku, który jest myślę też dzisiaj najbardziej popularnym silnikiem wśród tych samochodów. W Oplu i no w Nissanie nie, ale powiedzmy w Oplu od 14 lat jest skrzynia Quifa sekwencyjna kłowa, która jest po dziś dzień jedną z najbardziej popularnych skrzyń też w tych samochodach, tak? No, klatki bezpieczeństwa, te same materiały, fotele to samo, owszem, te samochody są ładniejsze, powiedzmy jest większa dowolność, są większe możliwości przy maszynach CNC, żeby coś ładnie, fajnie zrobić, tak? I też taniej, no bo kiedyś takie maszyny CNC to było, nie wiem, 2 w Warszawie na przykład i horrendalnie jak gdyby dużo kosztowało, żeby cokolwiek z tego zrobić. Natomiast teraz taka maszyna CNC, no to jest, nazwijmy to prawie w co drugiej stodole, więc generalnie jest o wiele łatwiej, ale też no, trzeba mieć trochę fantazji do tego, jedni ją mają, drudzy nie.
No właśnie, i na tą fantazję na pewno można sobie pozwalać i jeszcze bardziej po swojemu te samochody robić. Dziękuję panie profesorze. Paweł Trela był naszym gościem, a my mam nadzieję już lada moment wrócimy do kolejnych przejazdów.
Well, great to hear from Polish drifting legend there, Pavel Trela. Like I said, Eddie, when he came over driving with us in Ireland, I would say probably 12, 13 years ago now, he struck fear into our hearts.
Yeah, it seems like a long time ago now, Mike.
Yeah, it is a long time ago, that's for sure. But a great driver back in the day in that little GM chassis. And yeah, great to see his face again. I was on the same grid as him quite a long time ago, but you know, people move on in life, and he did a lot for the sport. And again, we were all pretty afraid of him when he came over, but I think we held our own against him in the end.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, I think it's nice to be able to say that for a long time the Irish really held their own against most people. Although it seemed to be kind of James Dean held his own against.
Yeah, James was our last line of defence.
Yeah, he was our secret key to success.
Exactly.
But I think it's fair to say that the likes of Dwayne McKeever and the Shanahans did their own. Held their ground as well quite a bit throughout that era of Irish success and the home soil success that we had, but those days are firmly gone, and only just recently a Polish winner on
Irish soil.
On the Irish soil.
Yeah, absolutely. Very recently in Drift Masters, that's for sure. And I believe, was Peter Viantic the guy to break our unbeaten streak on home soil? I believe he was.
I think so,
yeah,
yes.
He was, yeah.
Trying to just check that memory. Yes, I think so.
Pavel was mentioning there in the interview that, Victoria asked him if he thought that the cars changed much in the last 10 years. And Pavel actually said no. Interesting take on it because, I think the cars have developed quite a lot, but...
I think maybe the cars haven't changed, but the parts have developed quite a lot.
Yeah, exactly.
So similar parts, but developed better and more unique. But I suppose it depends on your take on that.
Well, this is a car which has seen a lot of development over the years. This chassis, the 180SX S13 Nissan chassis, which is one of the most developed drift chassis in the world, and this particular one is in the hands of a man who entertained us very much in the first run of qualifying. It is Peter Utassi on the line, or Peter Utassi as it's pronounced. The Hungarian, absolutely full commitment, Eddie, but there's a lot of oil dry on the track here. Is he going to go as hard as his first lap? I think he has only one gear, but he's on a 73.5 on the first one, Eddie. But yeah, he's firing
he's straight into first gear, Mike.
Yeah,
the one and only gear that he has. And look at this, absolutely crazy. And
decides to run the line that the oil is on rather than the actual qualifying line.
Wow, look at the
It's
angle.
so aggressive, like just those flicks to angle are just so impressive. And a really strong run here from Peter Utassi, who is just throwing everything at it. No concerns about oil in the track, no concerns about the conditions, just out and out HAM, you know, so all the way through.
Yeah, I think that's a huge lap here from Peter Utassi, firing it into the first corner, filling up the whole zone, which a lot of drivers are failing to do. Look at this now, full commitment. He does come away a little bit early there, okay, but he has a lot to deal with the oil dry on track, all the dust on track there. Very, very entertaining. I think, you know, he's one of my favourite drivers in this series, Eddie, just because of the sheer aggression that he has in each and every run. I said he only has one gear, and it's top gear. It's pretty much like full attack, and that's all he knows. And yeah, I'm a huge fan of his driving. Let's see what the judges think of his score. Maybe not technically perfect, but with all the impact and all the good stuff we want to see from drifting.
Yeah, well, a 73.5 on the first run from the Hungarian. As you say, Mike, you know, I'm inclined to agree with you. Love every time that car comes out on track, because you just know it's going to be fireworks. It's full excitement, and I think very enjoyable runs to watch, but maybe not, as you say, technically correct. I think it's very difficult to be technically correct with that style of driving, unless you're you know, superhuman. But yeah, the question is it an improvement on the 73.5, and can he bump himself up that order? But should be safe for battle action regardless, which is good.
Yeah, absolutely. So judges' scores about to drop in for Peter Utassi, the Hungarian, on a 72.5 so far. And let's see if he does improve at all. He does indeed quite a lot, and it puts him up into 10th position with an 86.5. The Hungarian driver will be delighted with that, and we will be delighted to see him in battle action, because he is crazy. So we move it along to another man skirting on the lower side of the qualification bracket. It is Simos Tikis.
Yeah, the Cypriot, 72.5. Again, you know, just down the order a little bit here is Simos, and he's going to want to improve. We kind of discussed the looks of this car, Mike. I don't know, have you rattled your brain to figure out what it is that it looks like? But,
I'd have a second now, because he's after having a spin. But yeah, I think it's modelled on a very famous BMW. But a great looking car, not a great run there from. Did he get caught on the oil dry possibly, or let's see what happened here? No, I think it was just an unforced error, Eddie. Was it? Does look like it.
Yeah, you know, I think, well, we saw Peter Utassi have no issues with the oil on the track on that line, so.
Yeah, it is the BMW 3-litre CSL, the E9 series, built in 1973, the Batmobile looking, the E9. Yeah, Batmobile.
That's well spotted, Mike, now I have to say.
It does look quite like that, doesn't it?
Very, very like it, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a homage to that car, and well done to Simos. Should be still safe for battle action with that score already just about?
Yeah, oh yeah, he was well inside. We'll see exactly where he is once we get the confirmation of the 0, but not too many drivers. 1, 2, 3, only 3 drivers scoring lower than his current score from his first run, so lower than that 72.5 remaining left to run. So he sits in 23rd position. Worst case scenario, he'll be in 26th.
Okay, so Simos Tikis, good for battle action later on, as we see the gold heat reflect here on the beautiful GR86 of Simon Suivma.
Yeah, a man who has no concerns about where he's going to end up, or whether or not he's going to manage to land in a top 32. 90.5 on the first run for Suevma, and he's coming for it once again as he goes straight onto that very wide line and flirts with the edge of the circuit. Really aggressive here once again, the GR86, and really liking the style. Big dragon handbrake though as he comes down into outside zone 4 and then drops a wheel. You can just feel the pops and the bangs of that car, the anti-lag, as it just roars through the circuit over our shoulders, Mike, and he gets into outside zone 6. Nice through this final section, and across the line goes Suvetma.
Yeah, great run there from Simon, once again, the Estonian driver, coming all the way to Poland to show us what he can do, and he is showing us what he can do with a 90.5 on the first run, and I think he's going to be on for quite a big score here. Even though he does drop a wheel on the entry to zone 2 here, he gets back on throttle, looking really, really good. through the center section of the course, gets the car rotated really quickly through 3 and gets that perfect line pretty much into 4. Does drop a wheel once again in 4 there, so maybe not a technically perfect run. It's not exactly, you know, Przygoński levels, but it's still really, really good. And I think he's going to be on relatively consistent scoring. Might not match his first one, but great run overall from the Estonian with 700 horsepower under the bonnet of that pretty new GR86 chassis.
I just love how the anti-lag affects the smoke from the rear end of that vehicle for Suvema as he just pops and bangs around the circuit. Just keep an eye out for it. It just sends the smoke kind of shooting out like a shotgun kind of effect.
Yeah. The backfires just like bang against the smoke and do cool things. Drifting is so cool. I imagine being, you know, if you were in the skyscrapers to the right of the shot, just out of shot now, and having a look at this event, or even on that really mad building to the left there, you'd be getting like a real bird's eye view of this event right now.
Yeah, and maybe wondering what exactly is going on, because of course drifting, while it's been around for a long time, still quite a niche sport, and you know, it hasn't reached the masses in terms of you know, it's not regularly featured on the news or anything like that. So if you're not looking for it, you may not find it. But it's an 88 for Suvema, and you know, stays where he is. He relies on that 90.5, and 90.5 only enough for 6th position, which is wild. But Suvema looking very, very confident out there, and he will be a difficult man to take down tomorrow as we move back to the start line, where it is Marek Wartałowicz rather, that 2JZ Nitrous PS13.
So fast, Eddie.
So fast. Look at this, and this is possibly the best run that we have seen over the course of the 2 rounds from Marek, and this is shaping up to be a real stomper of a run as he makes that little transition, dab at handbrake, gets straight back onto the power as he just settles that PS13. What a cool look this car has, and we looked at it, Mike, so incredibly well prepared, but this run absolutely rips, and he crosses the line in style.
Yeah, in great style that time from Marek. Definitely full commitment once again, and I think it's going to be a big improvement over his first score. Does leave a couple of points on the board there for zone 1, but it's not a huge scoring zone anyway, so the judges can't take that many points off him, to be honest. And yeah, Wartałowicz looking really good here and really committed. Big angled in through 3, gets the car turned back around. It almost looks like a race car, not a drift car. This S13 with the custom body kit. And yeah, owner of the Max Racing Workshop, he develops and implements, you know, some innovative parts and solutions in motorsport, and looking like he's got a very, very individual looking S13, which is a hard thing to do, Eddie, at the moment. You know, in the world there's a lot of S13s out there, but this one is so distinctive, and I think he's put in a great run.
Very fat looking car, and I thought it was quite interesting, the very high sidewall on the tyres that he runs as well, almost looking like a drag tyre.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Was strange. It was just different to definitely visibly different to any other car that we've seen on the grid.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think it's going to be his best run so far in this championship this season. Let's see. It's an 83.5. I'm not sure what he scored in the first run. I can't remember.
It was a 69.5 in the first run, but an 83.5 on the second is definitely his best run of this championship campaign.
Yeah, it's good for
really
11th.
Was the most consistent driving we've seen. Back to the start line where it is second place. Łukasz Kalashevsky on a 93, Mike, and only sitting in second place in the national championship. Driving, of course, that A90 Super belonging to Peter Vincek. And he's coming for it once again. He's coming for top spot. Absolutely fires through those first 2 sections, fills those outside zones perfectly, looks for that inside zone nice as he throws big angle at it, almost catches him and works with it and makes it work. Gets back in it, almost drops a wheel at the final section outside zone 4 as he flicks back through his own smoke. Now gets back in it again, and he is really coming for it. Foot brake used just to control the car through the final section. Across the line goes Łukasz Kalashevsky.
Yeah.
Kalashevsky, rather.
We're too excited.
Yeah,
already.
Wow, just trying to take in that run, Mike, just really incredible.
Yeah, really incredible is the word. You know, full commitment once again. I think Łukasz knew that, you know, he had to do something absolutely crazy in order to dislodge Kuba from top spot. Almost over rotates on the way to forward, tries to flick it in and get max angle, so that will, I think, go down as a mistake in the eyes of the judges. And yeah, full commitment, really entertaining, tiny bit scrappy, I guess, as a result. But I don't think he's going to improve on his previous score. But we love seeing it out there, Eddie, and that car looks fantastic in the hands of either Peter or Łukasz, and looking forward to seeing it in battle action tomorrow.
When we talk about the wow factor of a run, in comparison to Kuba, looked fully in control throughout the whole run, whereas there was times in that run where Łukasz looked like it could go wrong, maybe just trying to push too hard, clearly trying to get the big run, and certainly more than capable of it, but it was just at a stretch for him on that occasion, and I expect to see a reasonably big score nonetheless, but I'm not sure if it's going to be an improvement on his own first run, and I really don't see it contending for top spot personally.
No, but it was great to watch.
It was certainly great to watch, yeah.
So that's all that matters.
That's all that matters.
We're entertained, the crowd are entertained. That's what matters here at DMP. And once again, guys, if you are in the locality or can make it down to Katowice tomorrow, be sure to do so. And it's an 85.5 for Łukasz. Doesn't improve. Still in second position though, and he will have a favourable battle draw and some championship points out of his first run in qualifying. Now we move it back to the line. It is the Ukrainian. It is Artur Havrilenko. And is he up there already after the first run?
Well, no, he's at 59.5 rather.
Wow.
Is what the screen shows. And I love this driver-car combination, and it's very exciting to watch. It really it's a treat for the eyes out on circuit. I love the driving style. Oh, but it's a big mistake coming from 3 to 4 there. Wheels drop very fast through the circuit, as you can see. He just has that car gripped up and dialed in as he looks for outside zone 5, and that final section now needs to be good through here to try and keep this run alive, and gets it across the line.
Yeah, like you said, Eddie, really nice car to look at on track. It's very aesthetically pleasing, dials in a lot of angle, probably a bit too much angle to be honest, through zone 1. Catches him out a little bit on his entry to 2, but he does make it good pretty much. Has to leave the zone early a little bit, so the track not flowing for him really great up to this point, and then just doesn't get out of the transition quick enough, or maybe points the car too far to the right, drops a wheel or 2 possibly on the entry to 4 as a result. Full throttle once again then, and gets the car rotated. I mean, everything from here is pretty nice. Dials on the angle just to get him to the outside of 6, and it's a really nice last section there from Havrilenko as he crosses the line. And remember here, guys, he is not qualifying on a 61.5. He has come quite the distance, and it is all up to the judges right now to see if the Ukrainian qualifies or not.
Yeah, and I believe I may even have taken that score down wrong, because I wrote 61.5, but it showed on the graphic at 59.5,
okay.
I believe, Mike. So just to clarify that.
As you can see, once again, the elevation change here from the top of the top of zone 6 to the bottom of zone 6, or the bottom of zone 2 to the top of zone 2, whichever way you look at it here. In this city of contrast of Katowice, the old world of the big coal mining industry here, and now all this beautiful architecture and the tourism that happens here. And the Streffa Culture is where we are located. And once again, if you are in the region, guys, come down, check out some fantastic DMP battle action tomorrow. It kicks off in the morning at I believe 11:05 for semi-pro action, and we will be going until pretty much 5:45 tomorrow evening to the podium ceremony. So a full day's entertainment here as the crowd waves and enjoying the beautiful Polish sunshine here.
Yeah, and of course, if you are tuning in online, be sure and comment to let us know where you're watching from, as Artur Havrilenko, 73, so 24th position. He's going to stay in the competition, so he's going to be happy with that. The Ukrainian, as we move along to our next driver, Samuel Mladenov, the Slovakian. He sits on a 0 after breaking a drive shaft, Mike.
Yeah, he did indeed. So it is all to play for here.
Yeah, all to play for on his second run. Needs to find that big run, and very fast as he comes out of the traps, looks for outside zone 2, and nicely through that section as he negotiates the circuit very well through those first 2 corners. Back on it now as he just has a quick dab of the handbrake to settle the car coming into outside zone 4, and looks very comfortable out on circuit, and this is exactly what he needed to do. Very fast into outside zone 5, throws big angle at it into 6, and manages to hold that, keep it alive, and across the line goes Mladenov, who did exactly what he needed to do, Mike. Big run right when it was needed.
Yeah, absolutely. Big run exactly when it was needed. Big pressure on, and he had quite a lot of time to wait and think about this run, Eddie, and get in his own head. And sometimes it works out for drivers if they can go into the little performance envelope that they need to go into. Other times, certain drivers, they tear themselves apart and can't do it. They've been waiting too long. They've thought everything. And it didn't happen here for the Slovakian. He really actually pulled it out of the bag with huge pressure on his shoulders. At just 22 years of age, I believe he is.
Yeah, 22 years old. Which is, it's crazy. And, I'd say whoever was sitting in 32nd position was watching that run on, with massive nerves. And, one more driver left on the grid with a zero, Stavros Grillis. Problems with the car. We didn't hear exactly what it was, but if they've got that car going, one more opportunity for another person to be knocked out of the top 32. So it is a nervous wait for anybody sitting 31st and 32nd at the moment.
And as well, with the oil, back to the oil drain, I mentioned, that we might have seen a Conrad with all the oil on track, of course, but I spotted he did definitely have a bit of forward propulsion down the pits, because there's a line of oil down the pits, and there is an improvement for Samuel Madlinov, and he gets an 82.4 there, putting him well into battle action for tomorrow. 84.5, sorry. 84.5, yeah, my bad. And
you're reading my writing.
I'm reading your writing, that's the problem. We move along to Łukasz Surata.
Yeah, Łukasz Surata, the Czech Republic driver, 82.4 from his first run.
My favourite driver, DJ Lucky Boy.
Yeah, DJ Lucky Boy, and what a run that was. We spoke about the underpowered car, albeit we say that reluctantly, Mike, because it certainly doesn't look so the way he drives it. And if it is, it's just a testament to his ability, because he absolutely rips this thing, and he's ripping it once again. It's the track really comes alive every time he's out on circuit. Drops a wheel through outside zone 6, but gets it across the line with this trademark 360 spin. And another very exciting run from DJ Lucky Boy.
Yeah, really loving the Czech driver style here. I'm definitely going to have to get down to that car in the pits this evening, and I'm going to have a steward's inquiry, because I still don't believe that 440 brake horsepower is all that this car is putting out. It is a VQ 35, but I'm quite expecting to see a big old turbo on the side of it or something, or possibly two of them, because
kind of learned his trade over in Ibisu, so does a lot of driving in Japan in the past, and bringing that style here to Poland, and maybe it's just the style of driver that he is, but yeah, I'll put it this way, it's rare to see so much smoke from a car that's approximately 400 horsepower.
Yeah.
Not impossible, mind you.
We don't have the notes on it, because he was the campaign in E92.
Yeah.
This is a loan car, his 350Z, hence why we don't have the exact spec of it. But
we are told on good authority, though, that it is 440 brake horsepower. So
yeah,
it's just,
well, we'll see. Yeah. I'm going to have a look, and I know what I'm looking at.
We won't make any accusations.
Absolutely. So, let's see what DJ Lucky Boy scores. Good to see him in competition action tomorrow, which he will be in after his score of 82.7 on his, or 82.4, on his first run. And on his second run, he scores an 88, so he does improve, putting himself into the top 10 is Łukasz Surata, with that improvement in score, looking good for battle action tomorrow.
Yes, and another man looking good for battle action tomorrow is the German Max Heidrich, sitting on the line now, and looks dialed in, and always a very relaxed character, and a really nice guy behind the scenes, but out on circuit he is exactly what you can see, chaos. He fires it into this second outer zone, big angle thrown at it, and Max Heidrich equal to the task here as he navigates his second run. Quick dab at a handbrake just to settle that car as he transitions from 3 to 4, but drops a wheel through 4, and as he exits 4, again another wheel drop for Max Heidrich, and not what he was looking for on this run, but having a bit of fun out there, enjoying it. Big angle through outside zone 6, and across the line goes the German driver.
Yeah, a couple of mistakes creeping in there for Max, the Drift Masters pilot, but overall a solid run once again from the German. Just 34 years of age still, but is in the sport quite a long time at this stage. Again, another guy I've had the pleasure of driving with and against, and Max is he is a very established Drift Masters driver, Eddie, and yeah, coming over to DMP this season, building a house, of course, and starting a family all at the same time. So a lot going on at the moment for Max. And does he improve, Eddie, on his first score?
I don't think so, Mike. I think 87 on the first run, a couple of wheel drops there on the second run. You know, I mean, look, he's good in the zone, so he's not going to be deducted a whole lot of points. So maybe I'm being harsh, but yeah, I thought the first run was particularly good. You could see a very similar score again. And we're about to find out. Luckily, we don't need to make these decisions, Mike. The eyes in the sky, the three judges will be looking at this with far more technical detail than we ever will.
Yeah, absolutely.
We might get a ballpark, you know, on an occasion, but we won't always be as accurate. So here we go. It's a 90.
He does improve.
Does improve, yeah. And 90 for Max Heydrich, and you know those wheel drops not being penalised too good. You got to say it was a strong run.
It was a strong one, yeah. And we're seeing more and more the judges are not penalising wheel drops that much.
Yeah.
So we move it along to the line.
So Pavel Grosz, a 92.5 on his first run. So as we say, looking to continue in that. He has been electric every time he's been out on circuit, and unfortunately it was mechanical issues that you know halted him at round one. If he can, maybe trying too hard.
Yeah, just over rotates there, as you said, trying too hard. We've seen it a couple of times in qualifying already. Just the driver knows that he has to go to the next level to try to, you know, top qualifying. Pushes too hard and doesn't quite make it. And yeah, back to Jakub Przygoński. How accurate he was right on the track limits the whole way around, and just looked in control the whole time. And a lot have tried, and nobody has come near so far.
No, and I don't think anybody's going to touch it. To be honest, Mike, I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong, but I don't think anybody's going to touch it. We just haven't seen. We haven't seen it produced to that level.
Well, we might see himself try to beat it.
I think we will, yeah. He'll certainly try to beat it. I don't think he'll back down, and he is a very consistent driver. So certainly, if he can put in any way a similar run, it's going to be close.
Yeah.
You say he doesn't push the boundaries too much. He always looks like he's fully in control. But there's confirmation there that is a 0 for Pavel Grosz. He won't mind too much. Third position is where he sits, and can't see too many people threatening him there. I'd say he should be on course for a top 5 finish in qualifying here at round 2 as we move it back to the start line, where it'll be Mikołaj Zakrzewski on a 91.
91 on the first one, exactly. Wheelies as well coming in.
I think that this car wheelie the first time around as well. Look at the angle from 1 to 2, Mike, and makes it work. And could this be a contender here for a top spot? Could it be that Zakrzewski is coming for it? Can he find that improvement? Now drops a wheel, so it won't be a run to take top spot, but can he beat his own run of a 91? Still stays in the fight here, as we've seen. The judges not penalising wheel drops too heavily, but now a second wheel drop to that final zone. I still think it's going to be a big score, Mike, but maybe just not in contention for those top 2 places.
Yeah, the crowd loving that one as well. The applause going up just straight after that run. The run from Mikołaj. Looking absolutely full throttle the whole way and full commitment. Once again, exactly what we want to see from drifting. He's putting foot to floor and he's leaving the foot on the floor. Now, that might have hurt them, as you mentioned, Eddie, just a little bit here. He drops a wheel. And I think he might have been on with a chance of topping qualifying up to that point. However, those mistakes will cause the judges to penalise him a little bit. He ran a little bit wide once again, just about here. And that will also penalise him slightly. But I think overall, as we said, the judges aren't penalising the wheel drops massively, so I think this is going to be a really big score and might improve even.
Yeah, and if you kind of base it off Max Heydrich's run, you could actually see an improvement on the 91 here, and maybe see like a 92 or a 93 perhaps, but hard to know exactly what way the judges are weighing up these small errors, and that's what they are just small errors. And as I say, when you're playing with you know, the few points in and around the 90s, it's quite difficult, but it's 91.5, yeah, so a slight improvement, 4th position, and yeah, he's going to be happy with that.
Yeah, absolutely, and you can imagine how good that would have been without the wheel drops. But we go back to the line to another man who impressed us quite a lot in the first run of qualifying, also with a 91. It is Abdul
Karim
Yahan.
Yeah, and this was an absolute ripper of a run, and I mean, this car and driver, very exciting. M50 Turbo, BMW 1 Series, but just watch the way the car just, you know, goes so aggressively through the course. Really, attacks the run straight from the off, and doing so right from the off again is Abdul Karim Yahan, the Swiss driver. Absolutely on a ripper here. This is going to be another big run, and again it just settles the car with a little dab of the handbrake, no major slowing, just as minimal braking input as possible throughout the run. So you can just see him light up that outside zone. Again, another huge run, flirts with a wheel drop, but I think he stays on the circuit, Mike. And Abdul Karim Yahan with a huge run. Could we see the Swiss driver beat his score of 91 and go further up the order?
Yeah, this guy is one to watch, Eddie. If you watch his 2 runs in qualifying, he's been really on the limit of what the car can do, and I think he's coming good very fast. You know, he's just looking so aggressive, and he looks like he's again one step ahead of the car rather than reacting to the car. He's driving the car isn't driving him as such. So the Swiss driver now filling up all the zones pretty much exactly as the judges wanted. Maybe, as you said, Eddie, just dropping slight wheels here and there, but really big commitment, really full throttle. And
I think all I could spot was one definite wheel drop, one dead cert, and perhaps at outside zone 4, I think. But yeah, I mean, we're splitting hairs here, Mike. Really trying to be critical of the run, but that's what the judges are going to do. And I suppose, you know, at this level, you've got to be critical even when you're complimenting. And 90.5, so a 90.5, 2 very consistent runs. But that's what these top level drivers are able to do. They're able to replicate those consistently high scoring runs over and over again, and that makes them very difficult to contend with in the top 32 or at any stage in battle action. So Valery Shevelov, the Ukrainian, now leaves the line with an 82, and he'd like nothing more than to just bump himself further up that order. He knows he has a 90 plus score in him, and a big angle now as he drops into that perfect line at outside zone 2 and just starts to smoke out the arena here in Katowice, but drops a wheel from 3 to 4 now, gets in it, stays in it, but drops out of it once again, and the error is just starting to creep in the run. And these really are the difference makers between those scores in the 90s and those scores in the lower 80s to mid 80s. But very nice through that final zone, across the line goes Shevelov.
Yeah, super fast across both runs as well. This car is hooked up, and I think it's going to I think it's going to be quite the potent weapon in the battles tomorrow. Not the most accurate tool on track we've seen so far in terms of sheer precision, but overall very aggressive driving style there from the Ukrainian, and once again very entertaining, which is what we want to see from qualifying. Dropping wheels here, and crucially not just dropping the wheel, but pretty much leaving the wheel on the outside of the zone for most of the zone, so that will be quite a deduction. And definitely though getting into the right section of zone 6 here, and I think dropping a wheel before the finish line, but it could be an improvement, I would say, to be fair.
Well, yeah, 82 on the first run, which was a pretty solid run in its own right, and has him well in contention in qualifying here at round 2. But as you say, yeah, look, when you look at how many, high scoring 80s and number of drivers that have crept into the 90s now in the second runs, it really is for these drivers to try and improve as much as they can, because he'll know from past experience that it just makes things that bit more difficult potentially going into tomorrow's top 32. Here we go. It's going to be an 85, slight improvement, 12th position for Shevelov.
Yeah, 12th position. He'll be happy with that, because it does, as you mentioned, that he buy him a little bit of an easier top 32 battle bracket draw, but it's one of your favourite drivers on the grid.
It's a man who won't be happy with an 89. Kevin Vrubel, guarantee you, Mike, will not be happy with the score that he has on the board here, because he will want to be in the 90s and contending for one of those top spots, and he's coming for it here, very fast, big angle as he throws it down into outside zone 2. Can he stay there? He certainly can. Threatened to drop a wheel, but I think he just stayed within the confines of the circuit. Nice through 3, but does drop a wheel from 3 to 4 there, but not one that I imagine would be massively penalised as he looks for the transition here from 4 to 5. Gets lost in his own cloud of smoke here, Mike, making it difficult for the judges just to see exactly where he is on the circuit, but he finds that perfect line. Across the line goes Kevin Vrubel.
Yeah, as you said, Eddie, I think it's going to be quite the show tomorrow when we have 2 cars on track at the same time in twin battle action. There's going to be a lot of tyre smoke here in Katowice. The locals are going to be wondering what's going on. But Kevin Vrubel looking for all the world like the entertainer once again in the second run of qualifying here. And yeah, I think, you know, he's the 2024 semi-pro champion as well, of course, so he's coming in with some silverware in the last couple of years, and does drop a wheel there, as so many people are, around 4, but he's, for, you know, for all the world, he just wants to entertain, and I think he succeeds in doing that.
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, it's another big run, and it's getting harder and harder to predict the scores for these runs, Mike, because they're all so kind of beautiful and brilliant in their own right, but there's slight errors here and there which just make it that little bit more difficult just to kind of decipher between them at the top level. And we await patiently for that score from Kevin Verbel. He would like nothing more to break into the 90s here. That 89 won't please him, and of course he was, if I remember correctly, the second place qualifier at round 1. So, you know, it's hard to come to round 2 and not match that, or, you know, have something similar. And I think he's going to be further down the order here. But it's an 88, no improvement, 8th position. So inside the top 10 still, you know, nothing overly wrong with that, but it does make life just a little bit more difficult potentially for him tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a very respectable position, Eddie, so we'll have to see how it plays out tomorrow. But we go back to the line to a Driftmasters European Championship current driver.
Yes, Jakub Krull, and of course the 2025 DMP champ as well, and third in 2024, so a man who is regularly getting championship podiums. Sits on an 89 from the first run, now sits in 4th place in the championship after round 1, looking to at least kind of stay in contention here. You know, you don't have to win it or try and win it at round 2, you just need to stay in the fight, and he's certainly doing that. But what about this from a run here as he sets himself up for a big finish here for his second run in qualifying, as he looks for outside zone 6, finds it, gets himself tucked into the groove, and across the line goes Jakub Krull.
Yeah, pinpoint accuracy there from the Polish driver towards the end of the run. Really liking the commitment there across the line. Now, does he drop a wheel? Yeah, I thought he just dropped a wheel on the way into the first zone. Once again, won't be massively penalised, but it's not perfect by him. He doesn't get the rear of the car on the outside line and stick it there. But still, he's, you know, we're being super critical. It's still pretty much the right idea. Now, he is much better in outer zone 4, the next big scoring zone, and gets himself just turning back now through sector 5, which also has 10 points in total between the two clipping zones, 5 and 6. And look at this for precision from the Polish driver as he crosses the line, uses the angle to just place the rear wheels exactly on the edge of the track. Full throttle stuff, and looking very, very good there.
Yeah, it's a thing of beauty as we move into our top 3 in the championship. But of course, waiting that score for Jakub Krull. Does it improve on the 89? Oh, I'm done with trying to guess, Mike.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, 90.5. So a 90.5, and I think a fair score there for Jakub Krull, and 6th position in qualifying. So we move it along. As we say, 3 drivers left to go. It's 3rd place in the champion, 3rd from round 1. 78.5 on the board for Timur Lipski. He won't be happy with this. He needs to bump himself up the order because, as we say, Mike, valuable points up for grabs here for qualifying as well. And he'll want to set up an easier route into the top 32 and through the competition. Fires big angle at it now and looks very aggressive. Can he find that perfect run here? It's good through the first 2 sections from Timur Lipski, the young Ukrainian driver in that 2JZ powered S14, as he fires through outside zone 4 now, shaping up to be a really good run if he can just navigate the final 2 sections with precision, and he certainly can through 5. Does drop a wheel as he enters outside zone 6, but I don't think it's going to massively impact the score. Dab at a foot brake just to settle that car, and across the line goes Lipski.
Yeah, with a 360 as well for good measure after the finish line. The young Ukrainian showing ability beyond his 19 years, to be honest here, Eddie, and a cool head as well in order to come in, put in an aggressive lap, but still not overcommit to make a mistake. So I think he is going to see an improvement, and he's going to give himself a little bit of a chance in the battles tomorrow, and you know, doesn't make the mistakes that can so easily be made on a second qualifying lap. So very, very nice attack there from the Ukrainian driver as we watch him coming through zone 5 here and just really finds the edge of the track coming into 6 and puts foot to floor. This could be a very big score actually, Eddie.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same, just watching it back there, Mike. You know, it was really exciting. You know, it's definitely an improvement on the 78.5. I can say that much. That is for sure. And he needed to make a statement, though. You know, you can't be in contention for a championship and not make a big statement. You need the rest of the grid to be thinking about you. You need to be on their mind.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. So you need to strike fear into the hearts of your opponents, so to speak. And it is all a mind game, drifting. It's knife edge stuff, and it's a huge improvement of 10.5 points for the Ukrainian. Timur Lipski goes into 10th position.
Yeah.
With 89 even, so great score there for the Ukrainian in 10th position. Moving along, big stuff on the line here, Eddie. He's on a 0.
Yeah, on a 0 is second place in the championship. The Greek god Stavros Grillis ready to go for run number 2. Everything hangs on this. It all hangs in the balance. It has to be a big run. He needs to get himself into the top 32. A bad run here would end the championship hopes, but Grillis is more than capable of it here as he just keeps his composure here at round 2 and a second run. No such issues with the car this time around, and he has this absolutely dialed in. And for a man who hasn't driven this track properly in approximately 7 or 8 hours to come out and do this and absolutely nail it like that is so impressive.
Oh, what a run from Stavros Grillis. The Greek god, as you say, Eddie, as we christened him, with the 4-cylinder Toyota 2.4 litre engine with the big turbo on the side, and you know, such a fantastic run from a man that was under big pressure. Second in the championship, 0 on the first qualifying run, comes out and does this.
Yeah, really impressive, and you know, it's exactly what you want to see from somebody who's in championship contention. 23 years of age, and you know, started drifting at the age of 7, so he's got like 16 years experience behind the wheel, so it's no surprise he's able to hold his composure and come out and do something like this. But where will it see him land? I think it's going to go right up there. He'll be hoping for a top 10 finish, Mike. I think after a 0 on the first run would be a huge result going into tomorrow.
Yeah, it wasn't perfect by any means, but for a first qualifier lap, essentially, it was really good, and it's definitely a qualifier. And the guys in 32nd position currently will be watching this with bated breath, waiting for the score to drop in, but he will be qualifying.
Yeah, I mean, whoever's in 32nd, unfortunately for them, they are dropping to 33rd. That is a fact after that run, because there's no way this is anywhere down in the 70s. It's an 87 and 12th position for Stavros Grillis, exactly where he qualified at round 1 and managed to take second spot on the grid, on the podium that day. So we move it on to the one and only. It is Jakub Przygoński. Nobody touched him here this weekend. A 97.5 for the Polish driver in his GR86 B58 on the first run. And since then, Mike, we have seen many try, and every last one of them has failed to touch Jakub Przygoński here at round 2. He has been untouchable, and this run, well, it's dialed in right away. Looks so settled, but look at the precision, the accuracy from the Polish driver. All the experience. It's not going to beat his first run with that wheel drop, but it is so slick out there, so consistent, and he looks so settled on this track, Mike.
Yeah, absolutely. Just showing his consistency there. The man who won round 1 in Warsaw at the PTEC Expo 3 weeks ago, looking very good for it here again this weekend in Katowice, as we move this championship around the rather large country of Poland. And as we mentioned, this guy, of course, guys, was in Warsaw 3 weeks ago, in Finland last week. He's here in Katowice now, and he will be in Riga, Latvia next week. All with this car. This is all the same car. He doesn't have a spare car that's competing currently, so this is all on the same car. So this car is doing quite a lot of work, and yeah, I mean, the Polish driver looking really good for a big finish here again tomorrow, Eddie.
Yeah, I think the only unfortunate thing about his first run is that it kind of took the shine and the sting out of or the kind of anticipation with the second run.
Yeah,
we know he's not going to top a 97.5 after that first or after that run there, so he will stay in first position, obviously, but he will not improve on the run. So we're just waiting just to get a confirmation of what that score is for this run, and that will be qualifying for semi-pro and pro at round 2 is in the books for the.
Yeah. So a very interesting qualifying session there, Eddie, which went from wet, almost undrivable conditions to fantastic sunshine here in Katowice as the crowds start to make their way off in their various directions. And a great qualifying session overall for the pro grid there, Eddie. All the big hitters finally coming through, and some of the guys who were under pressure as well early on in the championship, you know, the guys who were maybe back to the championship who didn't have a great first run, looking good as well. As Kuba's score drops in, it's a 91.5, another great run, but not enough to top his crazy first score. But yeah, interesting qualifying session, Eddie, and I think it tees us up pretty nicely for tomorrow.
Yeah, it really does. And if you're only joining us for this round and you missed round one, well, tomorrow is not to be missed, and either is the rest of this championship. But there's confirmation. Jakub Przygoński with that 97.5 takes top spot in qualifying, closely followed by Lukasz struggling with the names now. Katowice with a 93, and Pavel Grosz rounding out your top three with a 92.5. As we look further down the order, Lucas Serrata just missing out on a top 10 with a 11th place finish with that score of 88 in that underpowered Nissan 350Z. Further down the order, Marek Wartałowicz with a huge improvement, and you can see down towards the bottom end of the order, Lucas Wilczek in 30th position with a 63. So it really wasn't the highest of cut-offs that it was needed to get into the zone, and that's where a lot of drivers that say that we're on zeros. Dominic Kerr with that score of 60 in the top 32, and Dariusz Fabisiak just missing out on a spot in the top 32 with a score of 57.5. But I think a lot of drivers will rue the opportunity not to have put in a safe run after getting that zero on the first run, or even trying for a safe run in those first early qualifying runs that we saw in the wet conditions, Mike. But that pretty much rounds out our qualifying for today. Let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow. Well, we will go live at set for top 16 for semi-pro at approximately 10 to 11 local time, before we go to 1 o'clock. We'll see the top 32 for pro live here on Eurosport 3 and on Eurosport Poland, and we will run it through all the way to the end, to the podium ceremony. It promises to be a very exciting day. So that is it from myself and from Mike. Thank you for joining us today. I hope you enjoyed the action. We will see you guys tomorrow.